morning. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee inquiry into the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment Securing the NDIS for Future Generations Bill 2026. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, the Whadjuk Noongar people, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. I am Senator Ellie Whittaker, Chair of the committee, and in the room with me I have Senator Steele John and Senator Barbara Pocock. And online we have Senators Ananda Raja, Darmanin, Askew and shortly Senator Antic. These are public proceedings being audio streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via teleconference or video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I now welcome representatives from Ability WA, Life Without Barriers and Rocky Bay. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligation of witnesses has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, I will ask each of you to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today, and I'll begin with you, Mr Tate.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, Deputy Chair and Senators. My name is Michael Tate and I've had the privilege of serving as the CEO of Rocky Bay for over 20 years.
Mr Tate, sorry, I'll just get your colleagues to state their names and then I'll come back to you. Sorry, thank you.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Monk and I head up the Community Participation Programmes at Rocky Bay.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Jackie Thompson. I'm the CEO of Ability WA.
Excellent, thank you. Yes, thank you. We also have Bradley Swan joining us by video conference. Would you be able to state your full name and the capacity in which you are appearing today?
Yes, my name's Brad Swan. I'm Executive General Manager of Life Without Barriers, and Life Without Barriers is also a member of Ability First Australia.
Thank you. Over to you for an opening statement.
Thank you. As I said, good morning. Whilst representing our own organisations, as we said, we're also some of the WA service contingent of Ability First Australia, a member-based alliance of some of the oldest and most trusted disability organisations across Australia, and the committee has already heard from several of our members. Rocky Bay, for context, is a 90-year-old diverse not-for-profit organisation. It's a founding member of AFA. We offer support to 3,500 participants of all ages across WA and across a wide range of services, including therapy and support accommodation. However, it is with the Community Participation Service, where we've been operating for decades, that we'll talk to today primarily, and we support close to 400 customers in that space, again across a wide range of ages. Our position today is consistent with the supplementary submission before the committee. It's also consistent with that of many of our AFA peers nationally, in that we support the government's objective of creating a sustainable NDIS for future generations, and we welcome the amendments that have been made following consultation and parliamentary scrutiny. We support passage of the bill. Our remaining focus, however, is on implementation and consistent interpretation as applicable to individual participant circumstance. As providers supporting people with complex and lifelong disability every day, we have a practical responsibility and an inherent duty of care to ensure these reforms are implemented safely and without unintended consequences. Our experience is that community participation funding is often not discretionary. It provides practical supports that enable people with significant disability to safely leave their homes, maintain their health and well-being, sustain family relationships, and participate in employment and community life. Reducing these supports without an appropriate replacement mechanism risks increasing isolation, placing additional pressure on families, and creating avoidable implementation challenges. We also know that it's often these supports that allow for family members to maintain their own employment standards and social connection, knowing that their loved one is receiving the support that they require. We believe these risks can be addressed, and we are committed to working constructively with government, the NDIA and the broader sector to ensure the reforms achieve their intended outcomes while protecting the participants that they are designed to support. We have a few case studies today which we think would be great for the awareness of the committee, and importantly just demonstrate the gap between how social, civic and community participation funding is currently used and how cuts that are already happening, which is a worry in its own right, for our customers affect their health, community connection and the family stresses. We welcome the opportunity to assist the committee today and look forward to questions.
Thank you very much, Mr Tate. I will go to Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tate. Can I ask you to clarify, when you say, based on your supplementary submission, your position is now that the bill should pass.
Yes.
Is that the position of Rocky Bay or the position of Ability First?
Good question. It is the position of both.
Position of both.
As a member organisation, we have debated at length and we believe that the bill in its current form we should support, but obviously we want to make sure it's then implemented correctly and there is risks involved with that.
And remind us, how many participants do Rocky Bay support across WA?
3,500.
3,500. And so we get an idea of the cohort. What's the breakdown between psychosocial participants versus non-psychosocial?
It would be predominant, well, the psychosocial would be a relatively small component of our cohort. We support all age groups, so we support a lot of people under the age of 5 in the early intervention programs. We support a couple of hundred people over 65, and we support all disabilities. So, yeah, fairly representative of the percentages under the NDIS, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, okay. And a lot of your participants have community participation funded in their plans?
About 400 of them, yeah.
About 400 of them. So you support that 400 receiving a 50% cut?
We do not.
That's what's in the bill?
In the bill is the discretionary ability for the Minister to make those cuts. Mm-hmm. We are aiming to ensure that that does not occur by giving the Minister all the information they need to understand the risks of doing so, particularly under the premise of it being an insurance scheme. We think it's, you take away that level of community participation, and our case studies will show you the impact that that will have on both families and the participants. It risks rather making a mockery of the insurance component of the NDIS, because it will break families and it will inevitably mean more people have to go into supported accommodation from those families. So it'll actually cost the scheme more. So no, we're not supportive of a 50% cut. I'll be very clear on that.
And the 50% cut is what the Minister is currently intending. The legislation allows the cut to go upwards of 99.9% of all funding.
I understand it allows for it, but whether or not that means that we can convince to the contrary. But it also allows a range of other discretionary pieces that we believe are good things in terms of having the ministerial oversight of the NDIS is a positive thing.
You hope to convince this Minister not to make those cuts. How do you feel about having to do that with every subsequent Minister?
We've been trying to convince lots of ministers, lots of things over the NDIS for the 10-year journey we've been under it. Some we've won, some we haven't won. But as Ability First, we have, I think, committed as a group of member-based organisation, a group of organisations to ensure the best outcome as we can for the people we support. So we're committed to doing it.
Yes. Life Without Barriers.
Brad's online.
Oh, that's Brad. Hello there. Hi. Do you share the position of Mr. Tate in relation to the legislation?
Look, we were concerned with the overall cut at 50%, and we raised concerns with the Minister and Government about the impact of those that are in SIL or 24/7 supports, and the impact of those in supported employment or those who use their social and community participation to support them in employment. There have been commitments made that those people, would be called out in any determination. And so we've been talking to the government then about how we could work cooperatively with them to ensure that those people in 24/7 support or those that are in supported employment or are using their social and community participation to support them into employment would not be impacted by that. The issue is around the implementation of that and how we would be able to work cooperatively with the government and with the agency to identify those people who should be called out and should not be impacted. I might just say, Life Without Barriers supports over 6,000 people with a disability across Australia. 900 of those are in SIL or 24/7 supports. And in WA, it's a smaller service. We have 131 participants in total, 34 of those in SIL or 24/7 accommodation in 17 houses. 126 receive social and community participation. 29 of those in SIL receive social and community participation and SIL from Life Without Barriers, and 5 of those receive social and community participation from alternate providers.
Now we've heard during the course of this inquiry that one of the concerns of the community is that the legislation grants the government and the minister new powers to require people to undertake treatments, specialised treatments, before accessing the NDIS. One of those that have been brought to our attention is that under the legislation, the Minister may require, for example, somebody with a psychosocial disability to undergo electroshock therapy before gaining access to the scheme. But nevertheless, you support the legislation passing.
I wasn't aware of that particular detail.
No.
So I would personally not be in support of that particular part of the legislation, but just because it allows it doesn't mean to say it's a definitive rule that would occur. It could occur by the sound of it.
But I don't think, Mr. Tate, you'd like to live under the fear of a government requiring you to undertake a potentially extraordinarily dangerous medical treatment at any time based on a political whim, would you?
I would not.
No. So it wouldn't be something that disabled people in our families should live with, should we?
I agree.
Yeah. So in a context where that's the law as it's written and proposed to the Parliament, considered by this committee, we're looking to make recommendations around how the bill may or may not change. Surely your position to us would be that unless that changes in the bill, the legislation at least needs to be paused and rewritten.
I haven't seen that particular instance, so it would be hard for me to comment on that. But if that was possible to do, then I would support that.
Okay, thank you. In terms of Ability WA, can you tell us a bit more about the cohort of participants that you support?
Sure, thank you. We have 2,300 customers at present across the metro area. We don't deliver services into regional WA. We deliver community participation to 370 customers, and we have 160 home and living customers, predominantly SIL.
Predominantly so.
Yes. The majority of our customers have physical or intellectual disability, a very small psychosocial cohort.
Very small.
Very small.
But in terms of those that receive social and community participation support, that would be a higher number, I would think.
I don't have that detail, I'm sorry.
Let's turn to pricing. Under the legislation, the Minister in Canberra is granted vast powers to determine pricing. they're the ultimate arbiter when it comes to pricing. Now, we've heard quite compellingly the problems with pricing as it's currently done, but as WA providers, I can't imagine that a minister in Canberra making unilateral pricing decisions fills you with glee. Would you support pricing being determined via an independent body instead, via IHACPA, for example?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Yes.
We've put that forward in our submission.
Yes. What do you see as the benefit in that?
That it is independent, it's done on an intellectual basis rather than a subjective basis.
Okay. Now, in terms of the SIL that you provide, we've heard evidence that radical reductions like those proposed by the government to social and community participation could cause flow-through problems to the provision of SIL because of its impact on people's ability to get out of the house. And if people can't get out of the house, what that means for them being locked in. Do you have concerns? Do you share those concerns?
Absolutely. So those concerns are, sorry, Brad, those concerns are based on the reality that as a provider, we will have to supplement through our own funding those resources because the shift within the house will be depleted, and as the person will, as an organisation, we would not leave a person unsupported if they required support, but if they don't have the funding within their SIL plan to meet that, they and others within the house will be impacted, and us as a provider will be financially impacted.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, I mean, I guess the thing for me is all of your organisations are proudly WA and have long pushed back against centralisation of decision making and power in Canberra. We've got a bill that gives pricing power to Canberra. We've got a bill that gives unilateral cutting power to areas of support critical to your participants and to your service delivery model. That goes to Canberra, and in addition, the Ministry in Canberra gets to decide what cures or treatments disabled people, your participants, are subjected to before they then enter the scheme. Not prospectively, we're talking about every single person as they enter the scheme as part of a reassessment process that rolls out between now and 2030. Bad for disabled people generally, bad for disabled people in WA specifically, bad for service providers in Western Australia. And yet your position is that you support the bill passing.
Go on.
I was just looking to see if Brad was wanting to jump in.
I might just say in terms of, overall, as providers, we're supportive of a suite of reforms to ensure the sustainability of the scheme going forwards. We are supportive of looking at eligibility of the scheme and looking at, assessments around functional impairment for people that would be, getting access to the scheme. And so the questions that you raised before about, those people in 24/7 support, we had raised concerns, with the government about, those people, not being part of any social, any determination that the minister might make, and that there had been a commitment given that they would do that. And our main concern then remains in how we would work cooperatively with the government to ensure those people that we support would not be impacted by any such determination.
And as Ability First Australia and our own individual organisations, I'm hoping I can speak for us all, there won't be a moment when we cease to advocate for appropriate and constructive implementation and engagement with both people with disabilities and providers around the implementation of the legislation. The NDIS is here. To unwind it doesn't seem feasible at all. And I note your points about the West Australian context. There have been many a time, especially around the allied health situation where we've argued a very different context in Western Australia in terms of both geography and labour supply, and that context around, particularly parochially, Western Australia needs to be taken into account, and one size doesn't fit all.
Yes, and yet there's no WA amendment in this bill that makes sure that is taken into place. No requirement whatsoever.
And I'm sure other jurisdictions would argue their own different geographical circumstances, particularly when we were talking allied health. We experienced commonality with the Queensland and their vast distances.
Yes, and Tasmania in terms of thin markets.
Yes, thin market, yes.
Now, your submission does speak to the impact on people who need 24-hour supported independent living, participants with high or complex needs, participants in thin markets, participants leaving hospital and institutional care, and participants with significant cognitive or communication disability who cannot navigate the system without supported decision-making in place. You say you have been assured by the Minister that these cohorts will be looked after. Have you been assured that, given that assurance in writing?
No.
No. So it's a verbal communication. Okay. And you're comfortable with putting the kind of lives and safety of that cohort of vulnerable people on the line over a verbal?
Not in its entirety. As we're saying, we're going to continue to lobby and make sure implementation. The ministers have a range of powers in all jurisdictions and all agencies. Just because they can doesn't mean they will, and obviously we have to lobby on many avenues. But after 10 years with the NDIS, I can tell you that it's not been a basket of fun in that space either. So in terms of now 8 years, no increase in therapy and constant drops and going backwards and changes and drops to people's plans. So, you know, what could happen in this has been happening every single year within the NDIS, and the quality of services have suffered because of that, and things have closed across the nation, as you know. So we see this as an opportunity to be pragmatic and work with an independent body, albeit through the department and the minister, to garner better outcomes for the people we support, because the current regime is not working, let's be clear.
Well, that's something that disabled people have experienced, obviously, as well. The thing I cannot understand is that as WA providers, you know how quickly administrations in Canberra can change, and also ministerial positions can change.
Sure.
You've had a verbal conversation with this minister. There could be a cabinet reshuffle in a month's time, and it's a different guy.
Sure, but
or
we
a
can
different
also argue that we've
party even.
Sorry.
I mean, we've got to be. You've read the legislation, I would imagine, in reasonable detail in preparation for today, yeah?
Yes.
And you would be aware that there is nothing in the bill that speaks to this particular minister solely being granted this power, or a Labor minister being granted this power, correct?
Yes.
It's the role, the minister, the government of the day. So any negotiation that you have with this minister lasts for A, as long as he retains the support of Cabinet for the position, and B, as long as he or she is in post.
And I would argue the same has occurred with a number of CEOs we've had through the NDIS.
Absolutely, but when the CEO makes a mistake, currently you can appeal to the minister. The minister is the decision maker. There's no separation anymore between government policy and NDIA decision making. Government in Canberra makes the decision. That's what this bill does. And it changes with the government of the day or the minister of the moment.
And we have to trust in the democratic process and the ability to advocate to get that right.
As it has been for 10 years.
Yeah.
But for 10 years, you have had the ability as a participant or a family member to request reviews, appeals, take it to the tribunals. As problematic as those processes have been, they've existed. There is no appeal to a ministerial support determination. 50% cut, gone. Your ability to get groceries overnight, gone. Your ability to see your family members, gone. Friends, gone. Employment, potentially severely impacted. Educational opportunities. There is no trigger in any of this for a reassessment, a review. You just have to sit and take it. As somebody in Canberra writes it down, and then you're impacted, and you're telling me as WA providers that you're comfortable with that.
Of course we're not comfortable with that. That would be
And yet you believe the bill should pass, Mr. Tain.
Because I think the current situation is not dissimilar. Can we perhaps share a couple of case studies with you that show exactly that? You're suggesting we have an appeal process that makes difference today. It does not. So I can tell you for now that the case studies would give you some good awareness of the current situation we're faced with.
We are going to have to share the call, so I'm happy for you to share a case study and then we'll have some questions before we move on. Thank you, Senator Stillwell. Happy for you to go ahead with.
Did you want to share?
Thank you. So case study 1 I've got is Karen, and she is a participant in her 30s. She has intellectual disability, a chromosome disorder, vision impairment. She's non-verbal and requires one-to-one support at all times to safely access her community and participate in activities, including activities of daily living. Due to her disability, she lacks protective behaviours and cannot be left unsupervised because of risks to her own safety and the safety of others. She currently lives at home with her parents. Through their NDIS plan, Karen had access to a range of activities with individualised supports to engage with others, develop independence, improve communication and interaction, health and well-being and social skills, until her funding was cut by 90% across all support categories. These supports enabled Karen to maintain a structured weekly routine, access her community, develop social connections, participate in activities that promote her physical, mental and psychosocial well-being. She attended art classes, dance, medical and therapy appointments, and social activities such as discos, bowling and shopping. She also participated in cooking, arts and crafts, all which supported her development of her fine motor skills and her independence. Support workers provided prompting, supervision and hand-on assistance to enable Karen to participate meaningfully and safely in these activities. Without this support, Karen would have been unable to attend appointments, engage in activities, maintain social relationships or develop important life skills. With their supports being reduced, this has had a significant impact on Karen's quality of life, resulting in increased isolation, reduced community participation, deterioration in her physical, mental and psychosocial well-being, and a loss of opportunities to develop and maintain independence. Therefore, the funding is very essential to ensure Karen remains connected, engaged and supported within her community. The reduction in supports has also impacted her parents, and they are at significant risk of burnout and carer stress, as they are now requiring to provide these supports. Karen's parents reached out to her local area coordinator to discuss the significant reductions in her funding, which had happened following a plan review, of which they were given 2 hours' notice by an NDIS planner that a plan review would be taking place over the phone, and they had to have all evidence ready for that meeting. The local area coordinator stated that this must have been a mistake and asked for an immediate review. Unfortunately, during that time, 6 weeks, all of Karen's services had to be put on hold because Karen's parents were significantly worried they would not be able to pay for the supports that we were providing. Following the 6 weeks of review, whilst Karen got some of her funding back, it was at a group ratio of 1:3, with 30 minutes funded per day for one-to-one for personal care tasks. Karen would not be able to be supported safely or meaningfully in a group ratio of 1:3, and she requires one-to-one supports, all of which was evidenced in the reports given to the NDIS along with Karen's behaviour support plan.
So I hope that articulates when you say about the potential for 50%. We're getting very real opportunities provided now of 90% cuts. That's gone back down to 85% cut. So it is not isolated to what the Minister can do. We're seeing it every day, and the impact on families, and obviously having to advocate strongly for these people to get some semblance of normal life back.
Oh my word, if the legislation passes, those cases which you have just articulated, which are horrific, that 90% cut that you've just identified, if say it included, and it sounds like it did, community support participation, yeah? So that plan that's then been reduced by 90% gets cut again.
Then it's not automatically cut by 50%.
It is.
Under the legislation. There is the opportunity for it to be cut, is my reading. And maybe it's my interpretation, but that is my interpretation of the legislation.
We are going to have to share the call on a very tight schedule today, and I have a few questions that I'm keen to ask. So thank you for appearing before the committee today and for providing some evidence. I wanted to ask, on the topic of participants who require 24/7 support, this is something we've heard some evidence about in our recent hearings and is, of course, something that we should be paying close attention to. Could you talk us through what conversations you have had with government around assurances for people who do require 24/7 support at the moment, and how that would be protected going forward, if that would be protected going forward?
Brad's probably more across
Brad.
that than we
Brad?
are.
Mr. Swan?
Are you on mute, Brad?
I haven't personally had any conversations, but AFA and NDIS have both had conversations around the needs of people in 24/7 support, the needs of people in supported employment, and the needs of people who use their social and community participation to support them into employment. And that then in the there would be the ability to be able to call out categories that would not be impacted by any such determination going forward. And we believe that that's been the commitment that's actually been made. For example, people who are in, supported employment or use their social and community participation to support them in employment all claim that under social and community participation. So it's not that easy to actually identify those individuals. And what we've been raising then is that we're concerned about what would then be the implementation and the need for government or the agency to continue to work cooperatively with providers and also other participants and others around the impact that might have on people.
Referencing the submission made by Ability First Australia to the inquiry in May 2026, and then the supplementary submission that was a joint NDIS, Ability First Australia and other bodies where those issues were called out.
One of the amendments to the bill that has been made since this committee looked at the bill is to allow the minister to exclude funding for particular supports when it comes to a support determination. And I understand the government has signalled its intent to exclude employment and disability-related health supports from reduction and to ensure 24/7 supports remain in place for participants who need them. That's your understanding too. And so that's an amendment, one of the amendments that you support. Can you talk to why you think that amendment is important?
It's imperative for the reasons that Brad has spoken to and Jackie's spoken to. I mean, we've got a lot of people in 24-hour support that'll actually impact, I think, negatively on both providers and customers. The example that Lindsay gave, however, I would like to see it go further because you've got a lot of people living with families that are all going to also be impacted. So we would be keen to continue to lobby in that regard, that those with significant disabilities maintain their current supports.
Mm-hmm.
I can just add an example that might be worthwhile in terms of, if a person is in 24/7 support and sharing that with other people, there might be, all of them might go out of the house during the day, either to their own individual, community participation or maybe to a day centre. If that was cut in half, then the provider providing the SIL would not be funded to be able to continue to provide supports to that person during the day because it's not in their SIL component or their core supports. And so therefore, the provider, the person would be left unsupported, or as providers, we have a duty of care, we would not do that. It's at a further financial viability on providers then to continue to provide support, which, under the stress that most providers are under now, they wouldn't be able to do that.
Additional to that, we would see a situation where participants wouldn't have full choice and control around those community access activities or their community access that they might enjoy, because they may well be forced into group activities or joining with others in their activity. There will be examples, I'm sure, where that won't be to their choice or to their liking, and we'll see flow-on consequences from that.
It will definitely affect quality of life. We have another example, we might be running out of time, but that is a SIL example, if that helps. It's a short one, this one.
Please go ahead.
So we've got Alan. He lives in one of our SIL houses. He has Down syndrome, epilepsy and hearing loss, and he relies on a combination of community participation, nursing and therapy to maintain his health, well-being, social connections and independence. He also has an ageing mother who's a really important source of that family support, and they have a lot of contact with one another. He also attends a lot of therapy to keep his mobility going, and we support with that as well. And he also goes to special events such as surf ability, which are really important to him. Now, he recently had a $50,000 cut to his plan, despite no request being made to his funding to be cut. And this reduced significantly his community and therapy support. So whilst there was additional nursing funding, it has impacted his community participation and therapy. So now he only attends 3 days per week of community participation. He can no longer go to the special events such as surfability, which he's gone to for many years now. He can no longer join peer group activities, which he used to do on a weekly basis. His swimming programme with therapy has had to cease, which will have a significant impact on his mobility and well-being. And opportunities to spend time with his mum have also reduced significantly. Now he's spending more time in his group home, and as a result of that, the staff are reporting increased frustration and distress when he's unable to participate in activities, and this is obviously having an ongoing impact on those who are living with him also. So it's impacting his quality of life, but also the household environment. His family are also experiencing additional financial pressure because his mum is now considering paying that deficit of funding so that he can still participate in all those activities that are important to him, as well as being able to visit her and see her. So whilst this case relates to one individual, it reflects broader concerns from many NDIS participants with significant disabilities who rely on community participation supports to remain active, connected and included in their communities.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Just a final question before we move to our next witness. Oh, okay, I'll go to you, Senator Park.
Yeah, you've all mentioned impacts on families as well as, of course, on individuals. Could you say a little more about the unintended impact on labour market participation for people, for carers that will especially fall on women, I assume, because we're in a state with a very tight labour market. What are you hearing about the impact that will be there for the participation in work?
Well, Karen's example is a good one, where mum is now having to give up work in order to support her daughter on a day-to-day basis, and so that affects their income in the family, it affects her ability to develop a career, all those sort of things. So it has a very large impact in terms of both the family and the ability for them to bring money in and have their own lives, effectively.
Their own social connection and
Their own
well-being.
social, yeah.
And are you hearing that that is a widespread impact? You know, it's not one or two anecdotes. It's affecting you're dealing with thousands of people in the services you are providing.
These are just two examples of many, yes.
Of many. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Can I just make an extension? I'm also hearing stories of siblings having to no longer participate in work to the extent that they may choose because of having to provide what's called natural supports in to supplement what's been removed. So that's why the ongoing advocacy is a real commitment of ours.
Thank you. A final question from me. There's been lots of discussion about fraud and the impact of fraud on participants. I've certainly heard from Western Australians who have been taken advantage of by providers who, under the current system, have taken advantage of people needing support. I'm interested in your view as providers who do the right thing and provide support. What, in your view, is the impact that you've seen on the ground here?
The introduction of the quality and safeguarding standards is strongly supported, and the Commission by Ability WA and Ability First, and I'm sure my colleagues here today. The extension of the powers of the Commission is something to be encouraged. The extension of mandatory registration for providers. At the moment, we're looking at SIL and support coordination, and there is one other area, so it's missing it at the moment. I would encourage that be extended rapidly, especially into social and community participation.
Right, okay.
So that we do have the safeguards in place where people are at their most vulnerable, especially.
And our understanding is similar. And things like respite, for instance, where we've seen some of the most vulnerable, and particularly with psychosocial issues, to the earlier question, we are getting more and more referrals where people are realising that perhaps the mum and dad who are operating a non-registered operation in their backyard, who don't know about medication, who don't know about psychosocial, who don't have an understanding of behaviour support, have decided they can open their granny flat at the back and garner the same level of supports. And we're getting good referral pathways from those areas. But that's probably the only connection we have. We hear the same stories you hear, probably in terms of the fraud. But you know, we obviously we find out because people then come to us. So that's probably more second-hand through that.
And it's also one of the reasons that we support differential pricing, and particularly also independent pricing, in that you know, a person working as a sole trader out there, no skills, not being registered, is claiming the same price as a registered provider who's actually meeting the standards. And so we support differential pricing, and alongside differential pricing, differential planning for individuals.
Thank you very much for your evidence today. The committee will report to the Senate on the 14th of August 2026 and has agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business Monday the 10th of August. Thank you very much. I now ask representatives from Inclusive Rainbow Voices to come. Oh, they are online. Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I understand we have Dr. Jess Cadwallader. Welcome. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligation of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Sure. I'm Jessica Robin Cadwallader, and I'm the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of Inclusive Rainbow Voices.
Thank you. I will invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of those remarks, I will invite senators to ask questions. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, senators. My name is Dr. Jess Cadwallader, and I'm the CEO of Inclusive Rainbow Voices. IRV is a national representative organisation of and for LGBTIQA+ people with disability. We welcome the opportunity to share with you the experiences of LGBTIQA+ people with disability as they relate to the NDIS reforms currently before the committee. We join the chorus of experts, both of lived experience and institutional expertise, calling for this bill to be scrapped, even with the amendments made. It will have serious, potentially fatal impacts on people with disability. And we know from experience and from design that such impacts are exacerbated when it comes to intersectional minorities like LGBTIQA+ people with disability. We at IRV regularly hear stories about the impact that the NDIS has had on the lives of people of LGBTIQA+ people with disability, and more recently about the impacts that slashing community participation funding will have for our community. This story is derived from those stories, but it isn't any one individual story. Chris is a gay man with disability who spent most of his life supported by parents and family members. He lived at home and concealed his identity from his conservative aging parents. This was the only safe way to exist, as without his family's support, he knew his life could be at risk. Once a month, the service picked him up in a minivan and took him along with a group of other people with disability to go bowling in the middle of the day when no one else was at the bowling alley. This was deemed to be his connection with community, despite his longing to join the local gay community. When Chris became an NDIS participant, though, everything changed. He had access to enough support to be able to move out of the family home and into a share house with housemates that he chose partly for their LGBTIQA+ friendliness. He ventured out with support he chose, again, for their LGBTIQA plus friendliness, to connect with the community he'd longed to be part of for so long. With his community support, he could name and express his identity for the first time out loud, connect with other gay men, attend drag bingo, and begin to live his life as he'd dreamed. But Chris, along with many others like him, is anxious that with these reforms, he'll be forced back into the closet and back into bowling with other people with disabilities, his only access to community. He may be forced back into the family home due to a lack of adequate supports, but he doesn't know if his homophobic family will even provide that support. The last plan review he had moved a significant proportion of everyday supports for things like going shopping into SCCP, and now subject to this across the board cut. We don't have great data on how many people with disability are LGBTIQA+. The NDIS literally doesn't record this kind of data, reflecting the ongoing failures of the NDIA to support LGBTIQA+ people with disability, despite many years of advocacy. The survey of disability, ageing and carers data from the ABS appears on the surface to say that only 4.9% of people with disability identify as lesbian, gay or bisexual. But when we delve into the data, this likely reflects the historical and ongoing barriers and risks experienced by older people with disability in being safe disclosing their sexual orientation. For the age cohort 15 to 34 years, the percentage increases to 18.5%, suggesting that people with disability are far more likely to be LGBTQ than the rest of the community. This is before we factor in trans and gender diverse people, asexual people, or people with innate variations of sexual characteristics, who are all key parts of the community. As the proposed reforms get their legs, then, this could mean that as many as almost 1 in 5 people with disability could have their ability to express their identity heavily circumscribed, with community participation becoming block funded and likely delivered by disability service providers who have a significant way to go in understanding their obligations to support the human rights of all people with disability. The impacts could be significant. Already evidence suggests that LGBTIQA+ people with disability experience significantly higher rates of isolation, homelessness, mental distress, and violence against us than either LGBTIQA+ people or cishet people with disability. The research report, Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of LGBTQA+ people with disability, commissioned by the Disability Royal Commission, highlights that 39.8% of LGBTIQA+ young people with disability had attempted suicide at some point, compared with 15.7% of LGBTIQA young people without disability. And for LGBTIQA adults with disability, 43.4% had ever attempted suicide, compared with just 3.2% of the general Australian population. These reforms, whether they impact a given person in terms of eligibility or funding, are likely to force LGBTIQA people with disability back into the closet and into situations that will continue to put us at risk. It will shift costs predominantly to state and territory provided crisis services, such as mental health services, domestic and family violence services, child protection services, or homelessness services. It will certainly mean that our right to enjoy community participation on an equal basis with others will be undermined, and this will have consequences for our community's mental health. The NDIS is a key element of Australia's attempts to realise the human rights of people with disability, recognised internationally, but the proposed reforms, each in their own way, undermine its capacity to do that. LGBTIQA+ people with disability deserve to live our lives and express who we are without fear. People like Chris don't deserve to live from crisis to crisis, at risk of serious harm or death, and forced to conceal themselves even from their own community. The impact of these reforms will be devastating for some of the most marginalised people in our community, and we reiterate our call that they should be scrapped. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. I will ask Senator Ananda Raja to ask her questions.
Thanks, Chair. Jess, thank you for that opening statement. This may sound obvious, but I think it would be valuable for the committee to hear from the perspective of the rainbow community why the NDIS is so important to be maintained for and preserved for future generations.
it's vital that it be preserved for future generations, but it's also incredibly important that as we seek to preserve it, we maintain our focus on the fulfilment of the human rights of LGBTIQA plus people with disability. I think it is absolutely vital that we see future generations able to continue to express their identity, that they are supported to connect with their communities of choice, that they have alternatives to informal supports who they may not be able to express their identity with or around, that they have pathways to connecting with their community. But it is also important that it is maintained for all LGBTIQA plus people with disability, because otherwise we know from experience that the intersectional marginalisation experienced will mean that they will be the first to lose access and to lose some of the supports that they require. Currently, the NDIA does not explicitly recognise the impact of being LGBTIQA+. It's not included in their participation forms. It's sometimes included in plans depending on who the planner is. But there's little recognition of the impact that being LGBTIQA+ has on the needs that need to be fulfilled in order to realise the human rights of LGBTIQA+ people with disability.
Thank you. And your submission describes the need for regulation in the private market for disability supports. Can you perhaps elaborate on what you mean by that and why it is important and how you think registration may go some way to supporting that?
So it depends on how the registration is done, of course, but I think one of the ongoing issues that LGBTIQA plus people with disability confront when seeking disability supports is that there is often conservatism in that space. Sometimes that's because service providers, large service providers, are often religious-based service providers, and that can have impacts on how those services are provided. But it's also, I think, because there hasn't been explicit requirements in relation to ensuring that there is space made for LGBTIQA plus individuals. We still hear stories about what is effectively the suppression of LGBTIQA plus identities amongst disability service providers, often in a kind of risk-averse way. So I think that registration has the potential to require of and regulation has the potential to require of services that they demonstrate an awareness of what it is that LGBTIQA plus communities require and of strategies that they have in place to fulfill them.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ananda Raja. Senator Steele-John.
Thanks very much, Dr. Cadwallader. The bill introduces a requirement for people to undergo specified treatments before gaining access to the scheme, with the intent that those treatments could cure a person's disability. What concerns do you have about this part of the bill and its application to human rights?
I have serious concerns, and I think these have been raised across other evidence that's been provided so far, but I suppose I would highlight that there are many treatments that are available. Whether or not they are cost effective, whether or not they are accessible is another question. And I suppose one of the things that we tend to look at IRV is intersectional experiences. And for people in remote, rural and regional areas, access to health services or to treatments is likely to be extremely expensive if it's accessible at all. But in theory, one would still have to access all possible treatments before being able to access the scheme. My concern around that would be not just the fact that that may exclude an extraordinary number of people who can't access those treatments or can't afford them, but also the delay that can so exacerbate particularly disabilities that may be degenerative or where inadequate supports can lead to further further impairment or even further illness or potentially be fatal. So I think that the delays are as concerning, I think, as the fact that someone might be required to access treatment that they cannot afford or access.
Doctor, thank you. Under the legislation, the Minister of the Day will be able to write rules around and determine which of these treatments are appropriate, and they are explicitly not to take into account financial burden or geography in deciding what is or is not an appropriate treatment. A minister at the moment could decide a certain thing is in, and then another minister under another government could decide that another treatment is appropriate. We've heard examples such as electroshock therapy being required for people with psychosocial disability. How do you think the Australian LGBTIQ A+ community will feel about living day by day under the spectre of a minister in Canberra having the power to require them to undergo an inappropriate treatment?
I think we already only have prevention of conversion practices in one state in Australia, that is Victoria. Other states are considering whether conversion therapies may be outlawed within their bounds. But I think this points to the ongoing use of health and therapeutic practices as a way of oppressing LGBTIQA+ people with disability. I think that the possibility of things like electroshock therapy being required prior to access to the scheme is likely to have very significant impacts on a cohort of people who have experienced such significant psychological distress. That psychological distress does not arise straightforwardly from individual people, but from their experiences within a world that is often homophobic and ableist. And I think that that is likely to have extremely distressing impacts on LGBTIQA+ people with disability.
Now, thank you, Doctor. The President of the Human Rights Commission and all 7 commissioners have issued a release today raising serious concerns about the impacts on human rights of this bill. Now, this includes the Sex Discrimination Commissioner. They are calling for the Australian government to hit pause on the passage of the bill and have raised concern that the states and territory governments are not ready. Are you confident that the states and territory governments will be ready to support LGBTIQA+ Australians when or if this bill passes?
They don't meet those needs currently in relation to a number of different services. I think LGBTIQA+ friendliness across state-provided services is limited. There are patches of really good practice, but it isn't consistent. And that's just existing services when we know that there will be increased demand on those services. I have significant concerns around for example, homelessness services. We know that LGBTIQA+ youth are more likely to be homeless. We know that there are issues around adolescents who use violence in the home, young people with cognitive impairment or neurodivergence are more likely to be represented in that cohort. In fact, some studies say there are as much as 50% of that cohort, and that's more likely to result in homelessness. But it is unclear to me that state services are prepared to meet that need as it currently is, let alone the exacerbation that's likely to result once there's been limitations on eligibility and on funding.
And Doctor, the legislation creates the power for the government to engage in large-scale commissioning of providers for different services. Support coordination, for example, is something the government is intending to take to a model where they commission service providers to do that role. There's no choice of control there. It's just you pick from the government-approved list. What are your concerns around the way that kind of government command and control could remove the ability for LGBTIQA plus Australians to access the appropriate and culturally safe services to do something as intimate as coordinate care?
I have expressed in my submission my concerns around ministerial control generally across these reforms, particularly around matters that would once have had to be brought to Parliament in order to be have changes made. One of the kind of long-standing commitments around the NDIS was to ensure that it wasn't a political matter, and yet I think this will make it more political. Obviously, choice and control is particularly vital for LGBTIQA plus people with disability. Being able to access supports and support coordinators and supports broadly that actually meet the needs of LGBTIQA plus people with disability is vital to our community's capacity to feel supported in any kind of real way. It also is vital to them being able to express their identity safely and to know that they can be safe in those spaces. My concern in those circumstances as well is that because the NDIA does not track LGBTIQA plus people with disability through it doesn't track that information in its demographic data, that there will not be a good understanding of the number of LGBTIQA plus people with disability who would be needing access to support coordination, and so that the minister may not have the information required to select an appropriate support coordinator in that circumstance. I think it's really vital that we maintain choice and control particularly for marginalised communities.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Cadwalla, for your evidence already. We heard evidence this morning that people can already, under the current system, be subject to arbitrary and a very harmful loss of service, and we heard the story of Karen. You've told us the story of Chris. What's your view about the argument that bad things can happen already under current arrangements, therefore we should not oppose the legislation because, you know, bad things happen? What's your sense about what would be different, which leads you to oppose the legislation?
The breadth of the impact, I think, is the primary response I have there. In reducing eligibility and reducing the number of people accessing the scheme, we know that that will mean that more people are excluded wholesale already. But I think the Chris's story that I told is really to highlight the change that the NDIS has made possible for LGBTIQA plus people with disability. That could be taken away from Chris. Obviously, you know, he has now been put at risk by the fact that he has been able to live his life the way that he wanted to and is now potentially being forced back into a homophobic family home, right? That's a particular risk.
And sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, I think that just highlights the potential that the NDIS held out for LGBTIQA plus people with disability that is now going to be withdrawn potentially in various ways and make people's lives much more difficult to live, but also to live out in the way that they want to.
And just finally, what kind of conversation is happening in the community that you're representing here today about the prospect of these changes?
It's a really difficult conversation that's happening at the moment. It would be, I would love to be able to encourage people and to share hope, but there are such grave concerns and such fear about the impact that this will have on people's lives. And we're talking both at a survival level and at their ability to connect with their community of choice, which, as I hope I've demonstrated, is a key part of that survival as well. There is a lot of fear. There's also a lot of anger that it's happening so quickly with so little consultation, that so much of the work that people with disability, including LGBTIQA plus people with disability, have put into providing recommendations and approaches to changes to the NDIS that would increase sustainability has simply been ignored in favour of this slash and burn approach. And I think so there is a lot of frustration that these solutions have been offered and have not been taken up by the government. But there is also so much fear about the impact that this will have. And I think there's also concern within communities because where families cannot be relied on for supports, the question then becomes, where do you access these supposed informal supports that everyone is supposed to somehow have in their lives? For many LGBTIQA plus people with disability, the isolation that they experience may mean that they cannot access informal supports that are presumed to be there. And the kind of impact that that has, I don't think can be overestimated.
Thank you for your evidence and the representation you've provided this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time today, Dr. Cadwallader. It's been really great to have your evidence. The committee will report to the Senate on the 14th of August 2026 and has agreed that responses to questions on notice, not that I believe you took any, but just in case, should be provided by close of business Monday the 10th of August 2026. We're running 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Probably dangerous to say that this early in the day, but we will just break for 5 minutes, suspend for 5 minutes and recommence the next session at 10:15. Thank you. recommence. I'll just confirm we're on. Excellent. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. We have representatives from Physical Disability Australia and People with Disability WA. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligations of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, I will ask each of you to state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today. I'll begin in the room and then move online. So to you, Ms Johns.
Hi, is this 3 minutes opening statement?
I'll get your names
Right,
first
okay,
and
sorry,
the
yeah,
capacity, and then we'll move to the statements.
Kat Johns, Chief Executive Officer of People with Disabilities Western Australia.
Thank you very much. Ms Connor.
And Samantha Connor, and appearing as a member of People with Disability WA.
Thank you. And I understand we have Ms Gearing online. Could you state your name and the capacity in which you appear? You are on mute.
The joys of appearing remotely. Suzanne Gearing, CEO of Physical Disability Australia.
Thank you very much. I will now invite you to each make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of those remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. I'll again start with you, Ms Johns.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate Standing Committee on Community Affairs Legislation. My name's Kat Johns, and I'm really honoured to be here before the NDIS bill, Perth public hearing as the Chief Executive Officer of PWD-WA. So People with Disabilities Western Australia is a 45-year-old WA-based disabled persons organisation that acts for people with disability with them and in partnership. So as the WA peak body and DPO that exists to ensure people in the state can exercise their international human rights under Article 4.3 of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So people with disability can closely and actively be consulted with, and the development and implementation of legislation to implement decision-making processes and issues relating to persons with disability is something that is really highly regarded, in the UN. So I just wanted to start by making that point. So PWD-WA and our community have expressed widespread opposition to the bill. We haven't been involved in the drafting of the bill, and I'm not aware actually of any disabled person that was involved in the drafting of the bill, and certainly organisations like ours who would typically be consulted with have not been. So yeah, I'd also like to acknowledge PWD-WA member Samantha Connor AM, who has also come along today, and just to acknowledge Sam's really good work. So we've been talking to voters who will be voting in 18 months' time to determine the next government and who will be, and also who's going to be selected for the Senate. So I've had some really interesting conversations which almost exclusively go like this. I'm talking about work, just Friday night talking about work and, the cuts and the work that we're doing to oppose the cuts. And they say, oh, but what about the fraud and the rorting? And I asked them, how would you feel if you paid for a house to be built, only for it to immediately collapse due to shoddy workmanship? And when you report this to Consumer Affairs, they say, we've resolved your issues, sir. You no longer have access to tradesmen. If you procure a trade service, then you can't be if you can't get a tradie, you can't be subject to fraud. You're welcome, sir. Yeah, have a good day. I'm really glad to have resolved your issue. And it just clicks, the absurdity of this bill and the logic, the total lack of logic. And you know what I see? I am autistic, but I can read expressions sometimes. And what I see in the expression on their face is that they've been sold a lie here, that this is twisted and it's been manipulated. And not only that, it's been twisted in a way where we're talking about fraud, which is all about manipulation and lies. And you know what? It takes all of about 2 minutes for them to click this. And we are going to be talking to voters across the country. Yesterday, there was an independent kind of campaign on a site, if you'd like to have a look at it, called blockthecuts.com. And actually there's disabled people, carers, support workers, and also service providers. And, you know, we're strange bedfellows in that, you know, often as an advocacy organisation where a little bit, you know, there's sometimes a bit of an adversarial position with service providers and what they're doing and stuff due to our advocacy. But, you know, when it comes down to it, we can collaborate and we can be a bloc. And we are a massive voting bloc. We're in marginal seats, we're in non-marginal seats, and we're all over Australia. And we will be voting really soon. You know how quickly 18 months goes? It goes really fast. So I just wanted to really appeal to that. I know that you're not here to talk about votes necessarily, but I just think it's something to consider, that it's not just the fact that, you know, this could lose Labor the next general election as an issue. It's also about the fact that these are your people in the community who have voted for Labor, not knowing that this was going to happen, being manipulated and twisted, and they're now realising it en masse. So I just wanted to put that out there, because I think it's important, you know, for that to be considered, and also for opposition parties to consider that in terms of how they might be appealing to voters, and the way that the Senate votes, and each and every senator. And I know obviously you don't get to kind of necessarily vote on a conscience vote, although that is something that could be considered. But, you know, like as a parties, I think consider what you are doing and how the community is going to respond to this. I think it's really important. So the National Disability Insurance Scheme is a public insurance scheme to ensure people in our community can live their best lives. And, you know, this has been a great scheme. People have gone from living in institutions to, you know, and congregate housing, which is awful in condition, to being able to have their own homes, or at least to have some control and choice over, you know, where they live and how they get into the community. And you know, I used to do commissioning, and you know, in the NHS, and sometimes, you know, they'd be, oh my God, we've got this big overspend of, you know, in the NHS. What are we going to do? And do you know what? It was very rare that we'd go to, oh, you know, feeling a bit lazy, let's just close the hospital wing. You know, it's like there's the cutting of frontline services is just like never the default position that we go to in order to save money. There is so much waste. A little web app that I developed recently called ourndis.org. In about 5 minutes, you can develop a plan on there by sort of, you know, clicking things. Oh, yeah, actually, maybe the NDIS spends way too much on bureaucracy, for example. Maybe the lawyers that are engaged, that never win, by the way, for the NDIS appeals service, you know, like, it's like, what, $17 million or whatever. Like, I mean, that's more than what we have for a whole national advocacy program for people with disabilities across all issues. So, I mean, there's just so much waste in the system that could be taken out of the system without touching frontline services. And, you know, on that web app I just talked about, you can get to quite easily $20 billion a year of savings from that alone, really. Well, from that and various other things. Sorry, I should say there are some things in there that you'd probably have to tick, like, like various kind of, I guess, like different types of tax reforms. And, of course, the submarine issue, which, like, I am not a subject matter expert on defence, but I do think it's been questioned quite widely, like, this submarine program, have they even started being developed yet? Like, is there even a contract in place? And, but yet it seems to be an excuse for, cutting services to disabled people. We are the third richest country in the world. And, but based on a median wealth average, the third richest. And you know what? On disability spending, we are not the lead. We are not the front runner at all. And I've even had that admitted by, the NDIS minister in a meeting recently. It was like, are we the lead? Do we spend the most out of any one GDP? No, we don't. So, we're kind of, as a GDP average, in line with countries that are actually less wealthy than we are. So I just think, again, this is a bit of a con that has been spun to our taxpayers, that we're just spending way too much money on disability support. I mean, to be honest, like if this bill goes through, we are in a cost of living crisis already. It's going to be a disaster. We're going to have people not having disability supports, not being able to get the basics, met, not being able to get a house, so homeless with no supports basically in place. And, people are going to end up in hospitals. It's going to cost a lot more money. There's going to be cost shifting all over the place. We have saved money by implementing the NDIS. It's an economy. People have, and it's created a lot of jobs, support workers that go and spend money at the coffee shop. If they don't have jobs, they're not going to be able to go to that local coffee shop. We're in an economy. It's like the way it works is not the same as like, we're spending this much. Well, that money goes into the community and it goes back around again. That's how capitalism works. So I just really think that whatever business case, if there was one, this was based on, is fundamentally flawed. I would highly recommend that, there's consultation done. So, as a absolute minimum, that you go, okay, let's just put a break on this for 3 months and the Senate hold this up. I mean, I actually think this should be absolutely defeated, but I think as a bare minimum, let's actually do the maths properly and consult with disabled people and subject matter experts on the economy and, kind of not rush through something that's going to be disastrous for the most vulnerable people in our society.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will ask Physical Disability Australia to provide an opening statement.
I will make sure I'm unmuted this time. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here. I became the CEO of Physical Disability Australia the week that the NDIS reforms were announced, so I have incredible timing. Physical Disability Australia was established in 1995, and it's the national peak body representing people with physical disability. We are run for and by people with physical disability, and we have members in every state and territory. Over 3/4 of the 5.5 million Australians living with disability report a physical condition as their main long-term health problem. These are the people that we represent, 4.1 million people. Despite this, around only 1/4 of NDIS participants list physical disability as their primary condition. We are already underrepresented on the NDIS, but that's a story for another day. I've been watching this process very closely ever since the day Minister Butler stepped up to the podium in the press club and announced the reforms. I'm here today because I believe the conversation around NDIS reform has taken a dangerous turn. A narrative has crept into this public debate that frames people with disability as an expense to be reduced. That narrative is not only harmful, it's false. And it is leading us toward reform options that would cut the very supports that allow our members to live, to work, and to contribute. Today, I want to offer a different lens. I want to show you the real value of people with disability and then walk you through alternative reforms that can secure the NDIS's financial future without taking a single support away from the people who rely on it. Let me start with who we are. Many of our members who participate in the community serve as doctors, lawyers, engineers, social workers, public servants, writers, inventors, economists, university lecturers, librarians, and politicians. We are on community committees, raise families, and start our own businesses. The supports we are given are not a drain on the public purse. We pay our taxes, we build careers, we mentor and uplift others, we create jobs, and we strengthen communities in our own way every single day. The NDIS is that non-negotiable lifeline that restores freedom, dignity, and independence, empowering people with physical disabilities to break through daily barriers and live a fulfilling life of their own choosing. But I want to address the elephant in the room before it takes up any more space. We know the NDIS faces a significant funding gap, and at its current rate of growth, it is not sustainable. We know the government aren't introducing reforms for the fun of it or to be intentionally cruel. We know that they are under extreme pressure to make change and make it quickly. We know the scheme has evolved without enough checks, it experiences fraud, it's absorbed costs it was never meant to absorb, and it has become something it was never meant to be. We recognise that if we do not find solutions quickly, there is a real risk we could lose the NDIS altogether. That simply cannot be allowed to happen. As a not-for-profit, we know what it is like to stretch limited funds as far as they can go. Every day, we are looking for ways to make $1 do the work of $3. But we also know this: when money is tight, sacrifices must never undermine the core purpose. Now, this is important to note. The root causes of the funding gap are not the supports themselves. They are design flaws and administrative inefficiencies baked into the scheme. We don't need to arm wrestle each other to battle out solutions. There's an opportunity for us all to work together to turn this into a success story. But we do need to stop, draw breath, and look at this from a different angle before we do damage that can't be undone. And this reform brings damage that cannot be undone. I want to share with the committee a set of alternative reform options and a new approach to this problem. These are not theoretical. Written by economist Kane Beckett, they are based on professional expertise, in-depth experience from his involvement in the development of the original NDIS concept, and lived experience. Kane has identified 4 priority reforms that together could deliver between $7 billion and $15 billion in annual savings within 2 years. And critically, none of them require reducing participant supports. I've provided a copy to the committee, so I'm just going to outline them really briefly. Streamline the claim system. By replacing a clunky claim in arrears model, we can save around $4 billion a year. By deregulating and stewarding the market properly, through a few simple steps, we can save at least $1.5 billion a year. Redesigning SIL and SDA. Supported independent living cost $11.3 billion in 2024, averaging $422,000 per person. Yet the model still fails to deliver true choice and control and is letting down the people it is meant to serve. Kane's recommended changes could reduce costs by at least $2 billion a year while expanding real housing options, which are also desperately needed. Build the NID's insurance capability. The agency has data that it can use to design plans and reduce lifetime costs, rather than forcing participants to fund repeated medical reports and argue for support for things they should be getting anyway. Getting this right could save another $3 billion or more each year. Add these up and you have a pathway to sustainability that does not ask people with disability to bear the burden of past implementation failures. It simply gets the architecture right. And yes, there are actions within the current reform that do have value and should be implemented, But by following this process first, you make substantial, quick and tangible savings, and then have the time to make the other changes alongside the people with disability rather than in spite of. And this is something that has been missing from the current process. We need to be working alongside each other. Chair, the choices we make now will define the lives of millions of Australians for decades. We can choose a path that sees people with disability as a line item to be trimmed by pushing ahead with the bill. Or we can choose a path that recognises the NDIS as an investment in human potential, an investment that, with the right reforms, can be both economically sustainable and morally sound. Physical Disability Australia urges this committee to recommend a different kind of success measure. Let's measure success not by what we cut, but by what we enable. Not by how much we restrict access, but by how many people we lift into employment, community participation and independence. Not by who has won this battle, but by how well we collaborate together to achieve an outcome that works for everyone. Inclusion is not a cost to society, it is a return on humanity. This bill in its current form does not do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now go to Senator Steele-John for questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to check, Ms. Connor, did you have an opening statement as well as...
I do, just briefly, yeah.
Just very briefly.
Yeah, so we have some big concerns about the way that this is playing out, obviously, and I think there's some things that need to be said in the room. For example, the organisations who were here this morning, I was with Rocky Bay when I was a child. It was the Centre for Crippled Children, beautifully then, and had a very poor reputation as somewhere that was a long-term institution for people who suffered awful abuses, and that goes for a lot of the people who are in Ability First Australia. Minda, for example, is still under sanctions, I think. We're looking at the big providers because all this is about money and it's about power. The chair of Rocky Bay is Rob DeLuca, if you remember that name, the former CEO of the NDIA, the one who was the author of independent assessments and the man who was left afterwards and also who was fired from his banking role before the Banking Royal Commission. There's the other issue that we have. I flew in here to see my long-term quadriplegic friend who's like my brother. He has cancer. He's in the hospital. There are no foundational supports for people in Western Australia. This idea of foundational supports is just a myth. We don't have it here. I have a child who's schizophrenic and autistic as well. The same thing goes for mental health. They couldn't address the needs of somebody who was a quadriplegic in hospital because they don't get to see enough quadriplegics anymore, and that's because they were cared for by the NDIS. He lives in a block of units. I'm sleeping in his support worker's bed. There's a guy, a quadriplegic over there and a quadriplegic at the back because these are all people devolved out of the Quad Centre. Both of them have cancer. You might have seen the news with Mark Powdrell, who has pancreatic cancer, and Mark is currently fighting not to go into an institution. He said, they want to put me in Rocky Bay or in a hospital until I die. And he's lived, 39 years. Darren was shot when we were both 10 years old in 1979. Give my age away now. The other thing that people don't realise is because you don't know this stuff unless you're disabled. So I had to I got a $1 plan a few weeks ago. That was fun. Apparently, if you speak out against the government, it's not a popular thing. And so, fortunately, I know some people at the top of the food chain in the NDIA, and they gave me a temporary plan, which apparently everyone right now has to do a functional capacity assessment, which is, a huge amount of money to prepare for this new system. The waste that goes towards occupational therapists is just ridiculous. I was born disabled. I have a degenerative disability called limb-girdle muscular dystrophy 2I. When I was told by the NDIA that I have to hire a wheelchair, and so hiring a wheelchair here means you have to have a lease agreement. There's only two places that do that, and one is Adacare. And the CEO of Adacare is Martin Hoffman, who, as you may know, is the other guy from
was the CEO of
the CEO of the NDIA,
Good
who
on.
I think kept his job for a week or so and then tendered his resignation after Bill Shorten came in and after the government won the election. And so we've had a little bit of a mother's look at this because it's of great concern that there's less choice and control, and it looks like deals have been made around block funding, around big organisations and big congregates, and who are going to be delivering our services. The money that is going offshore at the moment is wild. Rocky Bay pulled in $85 million a year, posted a $9 million surplus in 2020. A lot of it's about SDA, about supported disability accommodation, and because it's about investors and about money, and this is why they haven't done the obvious thing, which is to do something about SDA, which I think is 30% of the spend for the whole NDIS, yet is only, am I correct, Jordan? And that's 6% of people who are in the scheme. So it's a very small cohort for a very big amount of money. So we have all of these issues. The concern for me is that one of the things that Mr De Luca did was, during the independent assessments trials, went around and purchased all of these little organisations and hoovered them up, as they do, little allied health organisations. And that stuff's happening again, but this is actually being done under private equity and foreign capital. So it's Navis Capital, Madison Dearborn, so that's the nice New York place, Quadrant, which is from Sydney, IFM and Riverside, and they've aggressively rolled up NDIS-linked care and equipment providers from little places like Caring Group, but also big places like APN and to Adacare. And they're saying that about $5 billion a year in taxpayer NDIS funding is being siphoned offshore as profit rather than being reinvested in care. So I feel a bit like Greta Thunberg at the moment, where I just want to grab people and go, how dare you? How dare you force women to lose their, have to go back to caring and lose their jobs and their careers, because that is happening writ large. That's a huge issue. We've got people with disability who are having to give up their jobs because of the social and community participation stuff. Thriving kids, do not even get me started. There's, a huge issue where you've got kids with permanent disabilities who are being told that you're going to get a little bit of help, and therefore, and then you won't need to go onto the NDIS at all. It works out to something like $1,500 per kid. The money does not go to people with disability. And so some of the rules that they've brought in ad hoc around things like registered providers, we can no longer use our own support workers. So, for example, I cut my hair short, not just because I'm a stylish lesbian, but because I couldn't wash my hair anymore. And so I don't have a choice anymore of who's going to help me in the shower, because we've brought in this thing around, or your tampon. Who's going to be your registered provider? It's just whoever comes in from an agency. But you also pay so much more. And when we're talking about waste, we pay people well. We pay people $50 or $55 an hour to come and do those jobs. But you're paying an agency $78 an hour, and on a Saturday you're paying $104. So is it reasonable for a taxpayer to shoulder the burden of my stylish lesbian hair being washed on a Saturday night at the cost of $200? I don't think it is. With choice and control, these manual wheelchair tyres cost, $19 at a bike shop. But when I went to the very good wheelchair shop the other day, they were $60 each. And so there's this disability tax. There is false economy in what they're doing, and I think that it would have been a lot better if people had stopped gaslighting and, when our friends are dying around us, which they are right now, they're being jammed back into institutions and dying around us, then being told that you're anxious is the most, slightly triggering for women as well, but it's the worst thing in the world. People have, it's not just justified terror. People are finding it very, very difficult. And so they're staying in bed, they're getting pressure sores, and people are just not coping at all with the changes to their life. I think the assumption from government was that we weren't teetering on the edge of a cliff to start with, and that was the big flaw, because the previous government had hammered the NDIS so hard that we were funded less than we ever were before.
Thank you for questions. We probably have about 7 minutes.
Thank you. First to Ms. Connor and Ms. Johns. If I understand it correctly, what you're trying to give us an explanation for what we've seen earlier this morning, which is a number of large WA providers have come and given evidence with a vast gap between some of the evidence that they've given in their submission and the case studies that they were giving today, all which point towards there being major red flags and dangers to disabled people and our families in this legislation, and their position ultimately given to us today, which was nevertheless we support it. And your suggestion to us is that gap could be explained by the fact that as organisations they believe they'll make a large amount of money as a result of this bill.
I think it goes further than that. I think they've arranged to become, we've already got panel provision in place now, which is essentially changes the balance of power where, plan managers were the people who stopped fraud for us and looked after, made sure that we weren't victims of fraud. But plan managers now will be a panel of government gatekeepers, and we've lost like 1,100 business. Was it? Yeah, 1,150 businesses that are, plan managers. So, yeah, it's huge.
So it's basically a transfer of power from individuals and their families to service providers and government-employed entities.
And there's no oversight for, when you're looking at the block funding that we had before. If you look at any of the inquiries into the states, I can guarantee you there'll be 1 million of them. I can name the people that died at the hands of, Ability WA changed their name half a dozen times because when they were the centre of cerebral palsy, they killed 17 people because they didn't have enough staff, and if you feed people really slowly, and you don't have enough staff because you've got 1 to 3 supports. People don't realise what it actually means. Like, it means 2 people have to stay in bed while 1 person gets up. You know what I mean? And then you have to wait for a shower, and then you have to wait to eat. And it's not fair on the worker, and it's definitely not fair on the person with a disability.
And at the moment, there's a kind of operational policy, it seems, in the agency to enforce or coerce people towards that funding model of kind of 1 to 3. This legislation gives explicitly the government in Canberra the power to mandate those ratios and to define them with no right of review or appeal. Do you think that poses a danger to the safety of disabled people?
Yeah, absolutely, and especially for women who are fleeing domestic violence, people who have got disabled children, and I work in the area as a subject matter expert in violence, abuse and neglect, like it was our work to getting the Disability Royal Commission. It was about 35 seconds ago, and people just seem to have forgotten. One of the 26 organisations in Ability First Australia is Sunnyfield, they made a case out of because it was such a dreadful provider. And so I have great concerns that these big organisations are trying to take our NDIS away. I just think, and the job stuff as well, the number of people that will be lost from the market who are privately employed as well, and the small organisations, the equipment providers that we saw on Friday who came to the rally on Saturday, they're absolutely terrified. She was sobbing and saying, we're going to lose our, if this happens and ADCare takes over everything, we're just going to lose our business if they go to panel provision for equipment. And so,
Thank you. Look, I'm conscious of time. I just want to ask one question of Ms. Gearing in relation to your statement. You've spoken in your submission about the potential negative impacts on physically disabled people of the functional capacity assessment that is proposed, and the fact that the determination of functional capacity explicitly excludes personal and environmental circumstances. Can you speak about what those negative impacts could be?
Having a physical disability, and I'm probably not telling you anything you don't know, Senator, having a physical disability is not a simple, let's just tick a box and say this is what you are or aren't capable of doing. It is a complex situation. And trying to assess someone based on how they're actually presenting at a point in time or what particular supports they use, using that as a judgment of how you are going to provide future supports is incredibly dangerous because everything that you use as a person of physical disability, they don't work as individual pieces. They all go together to make the whole. You interfere with any of that, and it's actually a knock on effect. It's like telling somebody that they are welcome to have a walking stick, but by the way, it doesn't have a rounded point at the end. So, yeah, it might slip or it might just stick in the dirt and you can't go anywhere, but this is the best facility. And because you can walk with that particular stick, you don't need anything else. It has such a narrow base. The other thing that I will add when you're talking about making assessments of people with physical disabilities is that more often than not, in fact, most of the time, there is a set path that a physical disability will take. Trying to assess people by pulling apart the different pieces that we need to walk and to talk and to be able to do things, pulling these apart and making people with physical disability go through assessment after assessment for a path that is just every doctor, every specialist knows the direction it's going. You are just causing stress to a person who can use their energy far better in another way. So the processes that they're taking are not only risking that you're taking away supports that actually are essential because you're assessing them in isolation, you are just creating a whole lot of stress on people that can be doing a whole lot of other things rather than sitting there and answering questions that, quite frankly, are pointless.
Thank you. I think Senator Pocock's got a...
Yes, to you, Senator Pocock.
Thank you, and thanks all of you for your evidence. When I listen to what you've said this morning, I hear from you, Ms Johns, that the question of fraud is being used as a look over here device, and the solution proposed is actually to cut the service rather than deal with the fraud. That's what I heard from you. That's a sort of economic and political question. When I consider, Ms Gearing, what you've said there are a range of other ways in which the economic challenge here could be met. And Ms Connor, you are saying there's a whole political economy here of profit, of offshoring, of aggregation of economic interests. Profiteering in straightforward terms has been your evidence. Well, I've got two questions. One is, has there been a proper economic analysis of options before the government in all of these areas so that the choice has been made based on a broad set of possibilities rather than simply going to service cuts for users? And secondly, who is doing the work on the political economy, on the industry structure, on the aggregation of power in this sector? Because that is critical to finding solutions going forward.
Jordan, would you like to take that? Because
No, unfortunately, that can't be how the structure goes. But definitely, yes.
was there an order to produce documents for the modelling?
Yes.
Early on, yes.
Yes, there was.
But nothing happened yet.
Yeah.
So that happened. I don't know. There's a story about Bill and Anthony not getting on, two imaginary school boys I'm talking about, who didn't get on, and so one was asked to kill his firstborn, the NDIS, and he ran around for a year trying to do it, including holding hands with Pauline Hanson and making a waist clock. And there was a great deal of work put into what was then an 8% growth target. When it was first announced at National Cabinet, it was 16% growth target. Well, then it was an 8% growth target, and then it was, it might be 5%, and now it's 2%. And so growth targets, of course, are rubbish. It's just cuts, really, or reforms that narrow things. Yeah, so I don't know. There's not really been much transparency around the economic modelling around it, but I think, there's some merit in the idea of going back to the Productivity Commission and going back to that report, because we didn't implement some of those things. You know, we didn't implement an NIIS, the National Injury Insurance Scheme. We didn't do some other things that didn't account for indexing, et cetera, and we certainly didn't account for a pandemic. So I think there's some merit in going back to the drawing board and looking at that and saying, you know, what went wrong, where could we do better? But there really has been no change management around this, and that's partly because a lot of the work is to do with digital transformation, digital payments, and blockchaining, and that's where some of the fraud stuff comes in this afternoon, I think. So, yeah.
If I can.
Yeah, so I think there are...
Sorry, just because sometimes it can get a bit confusing, then we'll go to Ms Johns and then we will go to you, Ms Gearing.
Thank you. So yeah, I do have a background in basically looking at how savings can be made in systems, you know, basically. So as I talked about in the NHS and dealing with waste. And so I did, when I was looking at this and I was putting that web app together I talked about earlier, I did look at, you know, the analytic tools. I don't know what they are exactly, but I could sort of work it out just from looking at a whole different set of analytic tools and going, yes, look, to be honest, like in terms of the trajectory, the government used a pretty gold standard level of analytics, to be quite honest. I'm being really honest here. However, there weren't sort of like key adjustments that are usually made. So I don't know if you know much about analytics, but you generally kind of go, okay, so we're going to use a good tool. It's a really good tool. It's a gold standard tool. We're going to use it in this particular way. And then we're going to look at the complexities surrounding it that, that enable something called an adjustment to be made. Those adjustments, in my opinion, have not been made or considered. It's been a very lazy process, I believe, of going, yeah, this is a decent analytics tool and this is going to happen. And I don't know who's done that, to be honest, but when I've looked at it and looked at the trajectory, and especially making some, I mean, that's all in this web tool as well, is that you put some things in place and you can almost make it balanced by, you know, you save X amount of money and take into consideration some adjustments, like at what time people are going to be using the scheme, coming onto the scheme. There's some real complexities around how long someone's going to be on the scheme for. Obviously, you know, ideally, you know, from the moment they're on the scheme until they die, and how old they are and what kind of conditions they have. So there are some ways to work this out, but there's also a lot of complexities that I think weren't taken into consideration, and there were a lot of things around I guess some of the things that could be done, and I do wonder whether, I don't think any of those things were taken into consideration either. Like, you know, there's some real analytics about some of the things that we've been talking about this morning, like the waste in the system and the amount of funding, and also like some international studies. So, for example, some of the Nordic countries, and how they've managed to keep costs down by having a reduced, what you would consider the NDIA. It's quite expensive to operate compared to, for example, you know, plan management. So a default to plan management, for example. Now, I definitely think that plan management should still be within the realms of choice and control. So I'm certainly not advocating for, you know, a block situation. But I do think that there's just things that really haven't been done yet. So, I mean, why not do those things first, test those things out, and, you know, the trajectory will certainly change a lot. If it hasn't changed enough, then, you know, come back to the table and go, okay, well, what else can be done? Work with the community. There are disabled people who are subject matter experts in these kind of systems. So you have the lived experience and the community experience and the subject matter expertise of things like analytics and how those things work, or economics.
We don't want Labor to lose the election because we like Labor, and, you know, we don't want to give votes to the Greens.
We are now over time, so I will go to Ms Gearing to provide an answer before we wrap up. Thank you.
I will make it short. I think this is a perfect example of what happens when you design something with about us without us. the numbers that were created behind this and the logic behind it was probably a sound economic model, but did not include a consultation with the people it was going to impact. So was not able to foresee all of the challenges and the problems that were going to come with it. When you have people, and the same thing will happen, if we lose the NDIS, it will most likely go to Treasury and we will have exactly the same problem. The problem is not with the numbers, it is the fact that it was not co-designed. When you have somebody like, for example, Kane Beckett's proposal, and Grattan Institute came up with some options as well. When you have proposals and concepts that then have co-design so that you can see what the implications might be, that's when you have a successful process. So while the numbers and the modelling may have happened behind the scenes, without that co-design process, there were always going to be issues.
Thank you very much for your evidence and for making the time to appear before the committee today. The committee will report to the Senate on the 14th of August 2026 and has agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business Monday the 10th of August 2026. The committee will now suspend for a short break and recommence at 11:15am. Thank you. And recommence the hearing. I now welcome representatives from the Mito Foundation. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligation of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, please each state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today. I will start with Mr. Murray.
Thanks, Senator. My name's Sean Murray. I'm the CEO and one of the founding directors of the Mito Foundation. I also live with mitochondrial disease, and while my symptoms are currently relatively quite mild, fortunately, mitochondrial disease has also impacted multiple members of my family across many generations. And so I join in a capacity as both a member of the Mito Foundation and a person with lived experience.
Thank you. And Ms. Stewart.
Thank you. My name is Claire Stewart. I am the Advocacy and Engagement Manager at Mito Foundation. I'm also the sibling of a person who lived with a disability, many disabilities caused by a rare disease, and I am the current chair of another organisation called Genetic Alliance Australia.
Thank you very much. And so it's Mito Foundation, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I apologise for getting that wrong in the first instance. I now invite you each to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of those remarks, committee members will be invited to ask questions. So over to either of you who'd like to start.
Yeah, we've come together, Senator, so I'll provide the opening statement. I'll read from one we've prepared, and then Claire will take the lead on answering any questions that the committee has. So with your indulgence, thank you so much, Chair, and to the committee for the opportunity to appear today. Mito Foundation is the national charity representing Australians impacted by mitochondrial disease, which is known as Mito for short here in Australia. Mito is a group of rare genetic conditions that prevent the body's cells from producing the energy needed to sustain life. Mito can cause any symptom in any organ at any age. Common symptoms include muscle weakness, profound fatigue, cognitive disability, seizures, vision loss, hearing loss, respiratory and swallowing difficulties. For far too many, Mito can be fatal. Mito is permanent, but it is rarely predictable. It's often progressive, episodic, and highly variable. A person's function may change from day to day after physical or cognitive activity, following an infection, or after a metabolic event or stroke. Mito often affects multiple people in the same family, but people with the same genetic diagnosis can have very different support needs. Mito Foundation provides information, support, advocacy, and research funding. Our free NDIS navigation service helps people understand and apply for the NDIS, gather evidence, prepare for planning meetings, use their plans, and challenge decisions that do not reflect their disability-related needs. The Mito Foundation team member who runs this service, Lauren Buck, was keen to join us today, but right now is supporting a community member with their NDIS application. Through the Foundation's NDIS navigation service, we see both the life-changing value of the NDIS and the difficulties people with Mito face when the system does not understand them. Mito Foundation contributed to the submissions from Genetic Alliance Australia and Neurological Alliance Australia into this inquiry. Our evidence today is also consistent with concerns raised by Rare Voices Australia. We also support many of the aspects of the evidence shared by our colleagues from MS Australia, MND Australia, that were presented to this committee last week. We acknowledge the importance of the scheme integrity and financial sustainability. We support efforts to reduce fraud, improve administration, and address unexplained inconsistencies. However, sustainability cannot be achieved by systematically under-addressing under assessing people whose disabilities are complex, progressive, or difficult to standardise. That does not remove costs, it transfers them to families, to hospitals, and to other government systems. We'd like to express 5 concerns about the bill in its current form. Our first concern is the proposed approach to functional capacity. A brief assessment of what a person can do without assistance at one point in time may produce a seriously misleading result for someone with MITO. A person may walk into an assessment appearing relatively well, but then be unable to prepare a meal later that day. They may complete a task once, but experience significant deterioration afterwards. They may appear independent only because a family member is prompting, monitoring, or managing risk in the background. Assessments must examine what a person can do safely, reliably, repeatedly, and sustainably. They must capture fluctuation, energy limitation, post-exertional impact, and the likely trajectory of a progressive condition. Specialists' clinical evidence and evidence from family members or carers must be given real weight. Our second concern is the risk that the scheme will treat different parts of a multi-system condition in isolation. This is already occurring within the scheme through the introduction of access under a specific impairment category. MITO may cause interacting physical, cognitive, sensory, and neurological impairments. Support needs often arise from their combined effect. For example, someone with a significant hearing impairment needs to be able to lip read, but this is cognitively exhausting and therefore interacts with their overall energy limitations and limits what they can do. Requiring every support to be attributed narrowly and directly to one impairment does not reflect how MITO affects a whole person. The NDIS must retain a whole of person approach. Third, social and community participation is not an optional extra, and broad cuts are likely to cause significant harm. For a person with MITO, participation funding may provide the skilled assistance needed to leave home safely, to maintain relationships, attend education or employment, exercise appropriately, and attend medical appointments. Removing that funding does not mean the person suddenly becomes independent. In the case of a 17-year-old with rapid onset vision loss due to MITO, they were given just 6 hours a week of this funding. They just finished school, their parents both worked full time. Except for these 6 hours, this young person sits at home isolated, disconnected from their family and friends. And we cannot begin to describe the mental health impacts of this. Cuts in this area are likely to increase isolation, reduce function due to lack of safe exercise, which is an important part of living well with MITO. Reduced engagement with health services that can proactively identify and treat medical aspects of
Mr. Murray, I
Yeah.
apologise for interrupting you. I just want to make you aware and other committee members aware that we do have some media in the room, and just confirm that none of the committee members have any concerns about that, and that also as witnesses that you are aware and don't have any concerns.
No
No
concerns.
problems from my point
All
of view.
good. Okay, please continue.
No problems. So we're just talking about the social and community participation not being an optional extra. We gave the case of a 17-year-old who has limited support in this area. And the example we're trying to outline here is that cuts in this area are likely to increase isolation, reduce function due to lack of safe exercise being an important part of living well with MITO, potentially reducing engagement with health services that can proactively identify and treat medical aspects of MITO, and lead to the withdrawal of a parent or a spouse from employment. And this is closely connected to our concerns about how parental responsibility is defined in the bill. Parents should usually provide the ordinary care expected for a child of the same age, but tube feeding, seizure monitoring, overnight supervision, lifting, complex personal care, and constant risk management are not ordinary parenting. The legislation should explicitly compare the care being provided with the care ordinarily required by a child of the same age without disability. When a parent also lives with MITO, multiple children can have MITO, or both, but parental responsibility definitions must be adaptable. Fourthly, we're concerned about automated decision making. We're hopeful that the new framework planning and a standardised support needs assessment could address some of the current inconsistencies in planning. However, MITO is rare and underrepresented in the datasets on which standardised systems may be based. Automation may assist with routine administration, but it should not be used in isolation to determine access, funding, or support reductions for people with MITO. Participants must be told what information and criteria were used, have access to meaningful human review, and receive assistance to challenge a decision where cognitive, communication, or energy limitations make that difficult. Finally, foundational supports have a huge potential for people with MITO, particularly in the earlier stages of their condition, but they are not currently a substitute for individual NDIS support for people with complex and progressive disability. No person should lose NDIS support on the assumption that another service will eventually, hopefully, meet their needs. The alternative must be operating, accessible, appropriately skilled, and able to respond to the person's as the person's condition changes. So in conclusion, a sustainable NDIS must remain capable of supporting people whose conditions do not fit a standard pathway. We look forward to your questions and the opportunity to share experiences from members of the MITO community in our answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murray. I might just kick us off with one question and then I'll pass to my colleagues. You mentioned in that statement current inconsistencies in how participants are being assessed. Could you talk to that in a little bit more detail?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I have a couple of examples.
Great.
So Sean mentioned the example of a type of mitochondrial disease called LON, which often causes rapid vision loss in often young adult stage of life. So Sean used the example of a 17-year-old that had lost their vision around the time that they were finishing high school. That person had an apprenticeship ready to go. That was their plan for finishing school, and losing their vision over about 3 months certainly changed those plans. That person relatively recently was given a plan value of $146,000. This was a great plan, provided significant support for that person to acquire the new skills through orientation and mobility training that they needed to, and setting this person up to basically learn how to do life with low vision. This was in stark contrast to a family that we supported last year, a mother who has 3 children, 2 of those legally blind due to the same genetic condition, LON. This participant was given a plan value of only $19,000. This meant they were not able to access low-cost assistive technology, no funding for orientation and mobility training, no transport funding, minimal capacity building funding to allow this person to develop the skills that they needed to adapt to their new life with vision loss, or get support from allied health professionals to adapt. That was one of the most stark contrasts, because other than life stage and gender and, caring responsibilities, we just couldn't see a reason for those differences. Our hypothesis, based on supporting both of these participants, is a real difference in knowledge of the NDIS planner involved. In the case of Matthew, is the pseudonym we've given to the 17-year-old, we had comments from the planner that they really, were motivated to try and make this work because they had a 17-year-old themselves, and they could really empathise with where Matthew was at in this huge change in his life. Whereas Lauren observed through her work with Rita, we'll call the lady with 3 children, 2 of which have vision loss, that planner really had no experience with understanding what vision loss, particularly rapid onset later in life vision loss, was like, and what sort of supports would be useful. And that inconsistency is really frustrating and incredibly, disappointing and life-changing for people affected. The other inconsistency that I'd like to highlight is, I suppose, a kind of procedural inconsistency. I know you heard last week from MND Australia about how much their community values the specialised pathway for motor neuron disease. And, we're really supportive and collaborative with MND Australia, but we're a bit envious because some types of MITO really do present in a similar way to MND, rapid progression. And these progressions need rapid support, or people really have really low quality of life and huge burden to the people around them when they have them. We're fortunate that we know there's been some movement within the agency to have a similar pathway for some of the childhood dementias, and we're really excited about that. And we got some feedback from a family that was able to access that, and we're really excited that that might provide a similar pathway. But that's not equitably available. It requires amazing communities and organisations like the MND community and the childhood dementia community to really lobby for that. We think those sorts of pathways and that appropriately timely response really needs to be more equitably available, not just for mitochondrial disease, but many of these other rapidly progressing conditions. So it's the inconsistency in the plans and the support that they can enable, and also the experiences of accessing expert and timely decision makers along the way in people's NDIS journeys that particularly stick out to us.
Thank you for those examples. I will pass the call to Senator Steele, John.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for your evidence so far today. I want to stay with your examples, Ms. Stewart, of the vastly different outcomes that you just described. That to me seems like an example of operational flaws. It seems like a flaw in the way the agency works, the skill levels of the planners, the amount that they were able to engage with the resource material, rather than a problem created by the law, by legislation. Would you agree?
I think to some degree I do agree, Senator. I think that's one of the positive aspects that we're really almost apprehensively supportive of in this bill, and some of the work already being done around new framework planning or support needs assessments, that perhaps a more structured approach could help to reduce those inconsistencies and reduce the lottery of what is the skill level and the appetite for learning for the decision makers that a person encounters. Absolutely. But having said that, we're a little cautious about the standardisation without an understanding and an accommodation for the differences in context and the differences that sit between individuals, particularly when there are rare diseases involved.
Absolutely. Now, this bill could cause substantial delays in people getting NDIS supports, as there could be waiting lists for treatments that they may or not be able to access, either for financial or geographic reasons. What would the impact of delays to getting support mean for people with MITO?
So most often, MITO does present as a progressive condition. And if supports are not available, we see people's lives shrink. Many of the people that we've talked to, particularly since the scheme was introduced, who've been able to access supports, have talked about how those supports have allowed people to stay in employment, to continue to maintain their social relationships, and to start to replan their lives so that they can have an ordinary life, even though it looks different. So our concern would be when someone's going through the adjustment, they may have been through a multi-year diagnostic odyssey to even understand that mitochondrial disease was what was causing their various disabilities and challenges. And then they come to seek support. Getting that support in place in a timely way is a really important way to help them with that life adjustment. The life adjustment is going to be difficult no matter what. If we can get those supports in a timely way that really can help them keep as much of their previous lives and enjoyment and relationships and employment as they had previously.
And I think I'd add to that, Senators, that those early interventions can change the trajectory of the progressive nature of these disorders and radically benefit the level of disability that they are experiencing.
Absolutely.
It's particularly, I think, the case with physiotherapy and exercise physiology and exercise support. We know, and there's some emerging evidence around why, but that retaining physical activity is an important way to keep our mitochondria as healthy as possible. And so when people's lives shrink, not only that, if they're housebound, they're not getting that safe exercise, and that's only going to increase the progression of their condition, which, as you can imagine, will only increase their support needs.
Well, you've mentioned physiotherapy, exercise physiology. They're funded under capacity building in people's plans, and the government has intended to use the legislation to make an across-the-board 10% cut to this area of funding. What do you think that will mean for the Mido community?
An across-the-board cut is both going to reduce the quality of life for people with Mido, but also introduce real safety risks. So I did post in one of our peer support groups this week for some examples of how people with Mido are using their social and community participation funding and what it would mean to them if that funding was taken away. One of the most important things is that people use this funding to help them access healthcare. And when you have a multi-system condition and you have several different members of your healthcare team, this is not about just going to see the GP. It's also being able to see, for example, your cardiologist, your gastroenterologist, your different allied health supports as well. So decreasing access to healthcare, it already happens. It's already kind of rationed by people's plans, and we'd be really concerned that if social and community participation was cut, people would be skipping some of those specialists in their teams. And that may increase the risk of health complications and lead to their disease progressing faster. I'm using pseudonyms in all of the examples I'm giving today, but Jasmine shared with us her support worker takes me, I'll put it in first person, my support worker takes me to my GP, my specialists, therapists, pathology, medical tests and other needed appointments, which are essential for my ongoing health and functioning. The support worker helps me, takes notes for me in those appointments when needed. Yes, my husband takes me to some appointments, but due to the high number of these, he would not be able to continue working if he had to take time off for every appointment. Another one that came through was just life administration. So whether it's NDIS or just going to the bank and managing finances, being able to have someone that can help you with those activities was really important. I put this on my notes under the heading of hobbies, but I think it's much more basic than that. It's about having something meaningful activity in your life, particularly when Mito has meant you've had to stop working. Anna shared with us that my support worker joins me in my volunteer teaching ministry, which is so much a part of my identity. It is crucial to my emotional health to keep engaging with people purposefully. It surely contributes to society. I would not want to lose it. Others talked about the essential activities of shopping. Sure, they do as much as they can online, but they can't try on clothes online. Support worker saves me a lot of energy by finding items for me and helping me when I cannot see or reach things. It's rare for me to get out of the house other than for medical appointments. So being able to get out to purchase these items also does a lot for my mental health. That's a few examples. I know we've got limited time. I'm happy to provide more if that helps.
Oh, thank you. My last question is just simply, given all that you've shared with us, does the Foundation support the bill passing in its current form?
Our position at the moment is that no, we do not support the bill passing in its current form. Significant safeguarding amendments are required, and we direct you to some of the recommendations provided by the people we collaborate with in Rare Voices Australia, Neurological Alliance and Genetic Alliance Australia for some of those recommendations.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. The committee will report to the Senate on the 14th of August 2026 and has agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business Monday the 10th of August 2026. I now welcome representatives from ADHD Australia, Autism Association of Australia and the Olga Tennyson Autism Research Centre at La Trobe University. I just will confirm that we have those witnesses online. Perhaps what I'll do, whilst also confirming that you're online and can hear me, I'll ask you to state your name for the Hansard record and the capacity in which you appear today. And I will start with Mr. Tice from ADHD Australia. You may be on mute. We can't hear you. You're still on mute. There should be a little icon that looks like a microphone at the bottom. We may be able to unmute for you. There you go. Nope. Hang on. Go ahead. We still can't hear you, unfortunately, so we might just move to some other witnesses and then come back to you, and perhaps someone can give you a little bit of assistance. Autism Association of Australia, do we have Ms. Rogerson?
Yeah, hello there. My name's Nicole Rogerson. I'm the CEO of Autism Australia.
Thank you very much. And from the Olga Tennyson Autism Research Centre at La Trobe University, Professor Alison Lane.
I am here. Thank you.
Do you mind just stating, your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
So I'm Professor Alison Lane. I'm the Director of the Olga Tennyson Autism Research Centre and am appearing on behalf of that organisation.
Thank you very much. Dr. Nancy Sadka.
Nancy Sadka, and I'm a research fellow at OTARC. I'm a psychologist, early identification of neurodevelopmental conditions expert, and measurement and assessment development expert.
Thank you. Dr. Melissa Gilbert.
Yeah, hi. Sorry.
Okay.
Just having technical difficulties. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. So I'm a teaching and research fellow at OTARC. I'm a psychology researcher, disability and functional impact expert, neurodivergent and parenting expert, and also expert in early autism science.
Great, thank you very much. I'm not sure if we've been able to...
Let's try it. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right, very good. I'm the chairman of ADHD Australia.
Thank you very much. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligation of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. I will ask each organisation to begin by making a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of those remarks I will invite senators to ask questions, and I will begin with Mr. Tice from ADHD Australia.
Hi, good afternoon, good morning everybody. I'm joined here by our CEO Melissa Webster and one of our clinical team members, Nicole Grant, who will be joining me to answer your questions today. ADHD Australia is Australia's leading consumer and community advocacy organization, as you're probably all aware. I personally am a father of a son with multiple neurodivergent challenges, including ADHD, autism, and a few other intellectual disabilities, etc. So this is very important to me, both personally and professionally. So with that opening, I'll just hand it over to you and you can ask us questions and we're happy to answer them in turn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tice. Ms. Rogerson from the Autism Association.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much for having me today. My name is Nicole Rogerson. I'm the founder and CEO of the Autism Association of Australia, and we are the national peak body for autism parents. I'm also the parent of a 30-year-old autistic man. So that's how long I've been in the autism world. We'd just like to kick off with a few simple statements about our submission, and then happy to take questions and discuss further. In a nutshell, we welcome the government's objective to secure the long-term sustainability of the National Disability Insurance Scheme. The NDIS, I don't need to say, 1 million people have said it as part of this conversation, has changed the lives of Australians with disability and their families. It has given them dignity and agency, and is an incredibly important scheme that has to be here for the really long term. I say that both as somebody who is a firm believer in the NDIS, but also on behalf of parents who one day we need to actually age ourselves and die. So we need a system to be here to take care of our autistic children when we no longer can care for them. So whilst we are in furious agreement that the NDIS needs to remain, and we're happy with the fact that certain changes have to be made, we would just say the sustainability of the scheme should not be confused with simply reducing expenditure. I think we can do this in a very smart way that is both financially responsible, it's fair, it's transparent, it's evidence-based, which is really important, and that it's well governed. So a couple of the areas we'd just like to touch on today is that we want to talk about, and I'm sure my colleagues from the Olga Tennyson Centre will be well versed to speak about this, but if we're going to bring in tightened eligibility for the NDIS and new assessment frameworks, we need to make sure those frameworks are transparent, they're independently validated, and that there's demonstrably suitable for autistic people and with all the complex needs that come along with that presentation. Secondly, we're huge supporters of the idea of foundational supports rolling out and the Thriving Kids program, but, and here's the big but, the Thriving Kids program isn't here yet, and we don't actually know what it looks like. Certain states are further ahead than others. So we would just urge the changes that the government want to make to the NDIS and eligibility to think very carefully about not removing any children from the NDIS supports that they currently have until that process of Thriving Kids is operational and running so that children aren't missing out on anything. I think it is really important to understand too that when we make these changes to the NDIS, which, blind Freddie can see that it's going to have an outsized impact on the autism community, that's been quite obvious. I think what's really important to understand is if we take the assumption that not all children with autism need to be in the NDIS, and I'm happy to say that potentially could be true, and they may be better suited in the Thriving Kids program, and that may also be true. I think it is really important to understand that what Thriving Kids offers is not going to be anywhere near the kind of individualised packages children have had in the NDIS. Now, if children are in Thriving Kids and they're doing really well and are indeed thriving, that is great. What worries us is what is the mechanism in Thriving Kids that identifies the children who are going to need more and who are going to have to come back into the NDIS. It is really integral that children don't lose access to effective early intervention that is so important for their long-term outcomes. And the third part we'd just like to say is I think the narrative around the changes to the NDIS and what's been a really sad to see the Australian community turn a little bit in their cynical view of that the NDIS is a runaway train wreck, and that's a shame. But I would say I think if the changes in the legislation and the NDIA are asking families and individuals with disabilities to have stronger obligations to both participants and providers, I would throw it right back out there and say we need a lot more transparency by the NDIA themselves and how they're managing this scheme. Because if the NDIS has become a car accident, I would argue that the stewardship and the management of the agency has potentially allowed some of this to go on for a very long time. And I think there has to be some accountability there also. So I'll leave it there. Suffice to say, I'm happy to be part of the broader conversation and take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, who from the Olga Tennyson Autism Research Centre will be providing an opening statement?
That will be me.
Please go ahead. Thank you, Professor Lane.
Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of La Trobe's Olga Tennyson Autism Research Centre, Australia's largest research centre dedicated to autism. Our testimony today will draw from over 17 years of OTARC research, but also the broader international autism literature. We did introduce our representatives to you earlier, a little bit more on my background. As I said, I'm the director of OTARC. I'm also an occupational therapist and have more than 30 years of clinical and research experience in that field. My particular areas of clinical expertise are in early childhood and allied health service delivery, and my research focus is on sensory differences in autism. So we will focus our contribution today on what can be understood from the evidence base regarding the possible impact of the proposed NDIS legislation changes for autistic people and their families. Our key messages are as follows. Firstly, that functional needs assessments are likely to provide a more fine-grained and precise estimate of an individual's needs, broader than diagnostic levels. However, it must be noted that autism at any level is permanent, and while support needs may fluctuate over time, barrier-free access to appropriate support for all autistic people will guarantee quality of life, positive health outcomes, and valued contributions to Australia's economic and social life. The second point that we would like to make is that assessments adopted for the purpose of determining functional daily living needs must be developed and tested rigorously using established scientific conventions. They must be based on high quality research evidence and only be administered by appropriately qualified and trained practitioners. And the third point that I would like to make is that the research evidence of many decades confirms that supports for young autistic children should be provided early in life and should use strengths-based and family-centred approaches. However, disruptions to access to evidence-based early in life supports, such as during transition from one scheme to another, during critical windows of brain development, may impact the expected developmental health and quality of life outcomes for those children and families, and thereby increase support needs later in life. I also just want to make a brief conflict of interest statement for the purposes of transparency. Firstly, that OTARC has received research consultancy funding from the NDIA. One of the researchers presenting today has received additional funding from the NDIA through external engagement activities separate from their role at OTARC. Some of OTARC presenters have personal connections to the NDIS, including being NDIS participants themselves and being a parent of NDIS participants. So we just offer those to clarify the perspective that we offer. We're here today representing OTARC and providing evidence to the committee as we can on research and the evidence base. And we look forward to your questions and the discussion.
Thank you very much. Senator Steele-John, would you like to start with questions?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks so much to all of you for making the time to appear today. Now, the bill changes access requirements for the NDIS, introducing a definition of functional capacity and requiring that applicants or those being reassessed to ascertain their continuing eligibility demonstrate substantially reduced functional capacity to access the scheme. There isn't currently any detail about the test that will be used to determine functional capacity. What are your concerns about how this test will impact people with ADHD, people with autism, who may experience disability fluctuating in different ways, and whose disability may be less visible than others? And that's for everyone, so you can pick who wants to go first.
Can I suggest, Mel, you might go take this one?
Yes, thank you. We at ADHD Australia feel that often ADHD, and particularly those individuals that have concurring conditions, are not considered within the scheme due to fluctuating challenges that occur throughout any given time. We are concerned that there is a proposed not only assessment that may not consider ADHD and the challenges with those individuals that have a primary disability and ADHD not necessarily being considered and the severe impact of that. But for those individuals with ADHD, and many of our community we know communicate the impact due to environmental factors or factors that are occurring within their lives that can increase the impact of their disability at any given time. If it is therefore that the NDIS, as stated, only gives a review, for example, in a year or 2 years, and the reviews of those plans are not actually considered due to impact at any given time, that would mean that an individual will be severely impacted by this if they fluctuate due to environmental differences. That could be mental health conditions that are impacting at any given time. It could be because of, for individuals, family breakdown and or other. And therefore, if that is not considered, that individuals will not be able to have the right supports at the right given time. And therefore, that could have a higher increase in individuals having hospital administrations, and for many individuals with ADHD also being part of the justice system. Also, for those individuals may have more time at home and not be able to access community, which will include isolation.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to contribute to this question?
I'm happy to jump in if that's okay.
Yeah, please do.
So a couple of points. One is that functional assessment, when well designed and done well, can be a very powerful and flexible tool to identify support needs. And particularly when you compare it to diagnostic categories, for example. So diagnostic categories tend to be rather broad and they don't necessarily speak to the individual needs of the person seeking support. So the caveats there, though, are very important to note. The caveats are that the tool needs to be well designed. So that means it needs to be sensitive enough to capture not only overt physical impairments, but also those hidden disabilities that you referred to in your question. So that relates to the impact of fluctuating energy, for example, or cognitive executive functioning differences. It does have to take into account things such as environmental needs and demands. So functional capacity can't be seen as purely related to impairment. And there's quite a lot of work that's in the literature, starting with the World Health Organization in 2000, to really separate the differences between impairment, health, and participation in daily life. So that would be my first point. Your well-designed assessment could be a powerful tool, but it has to be well-designed. The second point is that any tool needs to be developed, said in my opening statement, in a rigorous way, and needs to be administered by people who are not only qualified to administer that type of functional assessment, but also trained in that specific assessment so that they understand the limitations, the constraints, and the way that assessment needs to be interpreted. The point about being qualified professionals too is also important. I think there has been some historic concern that it's not always been qualified individuals who've conducted assessments, and there has been I guess, a loss of some of the valuing of the professional skills that many of our allied health practitioners bring to assess functional need. So there are 2 points there. One is it needs to be well designed. It needs to capture a broad range of potential functional impacts, both physical, cognitive, and environmental. But also, secondly, that there needs to be it needs to be administered in the right way by the right people who've received the appropriate training. I'll just ask Nancy if she would like to add anything to that.
You covered most of it, Alison. I think that also the one thing about functional assessment is that you are sitting across the table with a family, and you will have to not only have the hat of qualification and also of knowing how to administer the assessment, but to also gauge whether when you are doing the assessment and you are engaging the parent, do they understand the context that you are asking for that functional assessment? I'll give you an example. If you ask the parent, does your child know how to wash their hands? If they are 2 years of age, you would expect that, yes, they need a bit of help. If they are 4 years of age, you would expect that the child will go and wash their hand. Now, when you've got an autistic child and they may have co-occurring condition where they may need help to go and wash their hand, you can do that. But the question is, when you ask the parent, does your child know how to wash their hand? And they answer yes. They've missed that they are telling the child how many times go wash your hands and why they are washing their hands. Does the child know if they touch dirty things like meat or food, they need to go and wash their hand? Having that hat to do a functional assessment needs to take into consideration, is the caregiver understanding the question that they are asking? And also, are these questions appropriate in marginalized community, called families, single parents, immigrants, no support? Are the questions First Nation, girls, women, and so forth? Are they apparent? Are they visible? Will those functional assessments meet the needs of that population?
Could I add something there,
yes,
if that's okay? I'm in furious agreement with what Alison and Nancy have said. Interesting enough, I think this tool is so important, and I don't think we should gloss over the importance of it having both an evidence-based and it being piloted with a group of people so we can work out what doesn't work before we expand it across the NDIS. I think it's also important to remember how autistic adults may respond in assessment settings. I only know this personally because our family were chosen to be part of the first functional assessment rollout in the last government that was unsuccessful. And we were lucky to be there in the room while our son was being asked questions about his own functioning. But the very nature of his autism means he often can't answer in a way that is a true depiction of his condition. So when asked about his ability with financial literacy, he reported that he was completely independent in terms of how he lives and manages his money, which is, of course, not true at all. He has a key card that he taps in the shops and he can buy things. So he thinks he has independence, and I'm not going to tell him otherwise. But I think it's really important to remember that it's important to be talking to the parents and carers when we're talking to individuals with autism who are not just children, because what Nancy said makes total sense when we're talking about children, but adults who might be over the age of 18 but might not have the understanding of their disability and their level of functioning. So I think it just has to be an all-of-family approach where possible.
Thank you. Speaking of family, Ms. Rogerton, I might just stay with you and ask about another section of the bill that goes straight to parental responsibility. The bill formalises a definition of parental responsibility that is likely, we have heard, to mean that parents will be expected to provide the bulk of care for their children's disability needs. How is this likely to impact on parents who are disabled themselves, particularly in the context of neurodevelopmental disabilities, which often exist in multi-generations of a family, or as you have pointed out, so many parents who are already close to burnout?
Yeah, look, I think it's really hard to answer that, Senator, in a quick speech bubble, because it's really difficult. It really depends on what the family makeup is. I mean, headline inducing, no shock here, but having a child with an autism spectrum condition often means that you are doing a higher level of parenting than regular parents are. There's just simply more to it that you have to do. So I don't know that any piece of legislation would be able to tell me what percentage of parenting our parents are likely to do, except to say more, right? So I look, is there already stress on parents? Yes, absolutely. If you then throw in areas of parents who might have disability themselves, families from CALD backgrounds, Indigenous backgrounds, of course, there are all different levels of need. I don't know that it's an easy thing to say, is parenting a child with additional needs difficult? Yes, it is. The legislation says parents are ultimately responsible for their children. Well, guess what? We are. So I understand that some families are burnt out and some families feel like you're putting more and more and more on us. I don't know how you legislate to make it fair across family groups, and when you take into consideration all sorts of things in terms of background, socioeconomic issues. I just don't think that's an easy thing. I'm not skirting the issue. I'm just saying I don't know how the legislation could do that, and I don't pretend to be a lawyer who would be able to advise alternatively.
Senator Jordan, can I try and answer that? So, as a lady with ADHD and co-concurring conditions that's fought extremely hard to be able to work, I have 4 children, 2 of which have a disability. 2 children rely heavily on the NDIS. This actually, to me, is quite personal and significant, because if I didn't have a disability, if my children did not have a disability, I would be able to go to work in the way that a person without a disability would be able to do. I sadly rely heavily on the NDIS for me as a parent to be able to go to work, to be able to give back to my community, to my family in the way that I feel is right and I am deserved. Now, if I was not able to do that, I will not be able to if the NDIS removes funding from my children and removes funding from me. So therefore, I very, very clearly advocate for a parent to be able to be seen as somebody and be treated fairly with people that do not have a disability. So the NDIS is supposed to be there to support people equally and to allow us to have the same rights as those people that do not have a disability. And therefore, I think that it will impact families massively, because it will stop people going to work. It will stop our children being able to do the things that they can do in the way that they have been for many, many years, because the NDIS promised us that we were going to get what we had, and we was going to get a life with our children that is a way which will give them access to community services, access to the things that our children should have and we should have as individuals. So therefore, I think it will impact quite significantly.
Thank you, Ms. Webster. I just want to go to the researchers that we have with us from the Olga Lane School, I believe. I just want to come back to something that you said earlier in your evidence in relation to the potential value of a functional capacity assessment. Now, one of the things that we do know about this assessment is that it won't capture. It is kind of legislatively, in terms of the way the law is written, it's written in such a way that this assessment will not capture social and environmental context as it is used to determine substantially reduced capacity. We've heard very clearly from the peak bodies for the very qualified professions that you've mentioned, occupational therapists, speech pathologists, physiotherapists, that therefore this is not in fact a functional capacity assessment because it leaves out those key contextual pieces. If the bill passes in its current form with this definition intact, do you have concerns about what an assessment that doesn't cover those elements could produce in terms of outcomes?
Yes, I think it's difficult to design a functional assessment tool if its purpose is to identify the support needs of an individual. It would be difficult to adequately assess that without considering the social and environmental context. As I mentioned before, the World Health Organization in the International Classification of Disability, Health and Functioning really lays out the conceptual differences with regard to impairment, health and participation. And support needs really lie at the intersection of all of those things. So I would think that a functional assessment would need to be capturing those. But I will also allow my colleague, Dr. Gilbert, to respond on this as well.
Yes, I absolutely agree with what Alison said, that you can't consider the individual's needs adequately without considering their entire context, because you are not considering the challenges or limitations that they might experience differently in different contexts. But also, Senator, linking back to your previous question about parenting, there is my concern with this, in addition to what Alison mentioned, would also be that we know that if there is a greater expectation of a responsibility for managing individuals who are disabled themselves and or have disabled children, that primarily that is going to fall on the mother. We know that women, and linking back to what the Melissa Webster mentioned previously, there is, without that additional support, we, for parents and families, that we know that there's evidence that more responsibility for managing the care of children, disabled or not, falls on women, and they're also less likely to have adequate supports themselves if they're disabled. So if we're not considering the entire situation that individuals are in properly, then we're not supporting people to have the same lives as everyone else has.
Look, thank you for that. My final question, just to you all, so we've got a clear record of it. Do you, with the concerns you've expressed in the bill in its current form, do you believe that it should pass? And I'll start with Mr. Tice.
Certainly not the way it's written today. I think there's more work to be done to explore some of the issues we've discussed around functional assessment, comorbid conditions, as well as fairness, to Mel's earlier point. I'd also say, just very briefly, that also having deep experience with the NDIS, both as chair of ADHD Australia, but also as a parent of a child who's with the NDIS, I can say, and as a management consultant and an efficiency and productivity effort, this is, to my mind, adding another layer. There are already functional assessments. My family would have spent $10,000 on psych assessments, OTs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We're lucky that we're in a position to be able to do that, but this is duplicating work that's already out there. And I suppose at some level, the implication is that the NDIS does not trust that infrastructure that's already there to do assessments. Now, we could debate whether those assessments are robust enough, or the people doing them are qualified, or the research is evidence-based enough. But the reality is this is adding another layer, which is less efficient overall. My only small point would be if I were reforming the NDIS, I would look in other places rather than cutting or reducing services to individuals. There is plenty of fat in this system, and I can say, experiencing it firsthand, that that fat is not so much in direct care, but in the administration of that care and the duplication of effort and the multiple layers of across the value chain of cost from provider to all the way up to coordinator. That's where the money is here. It's not in the primary service of individuals. So I think there's more work to be done on the bill and more work to be done on the system.
Thank you. Ms. Rogerson?
I'm going to be the first to admit that our organisation doesn't have the expertise or the time to pretend that we know this legislation inside and out. It's just simply out of our expertise, and I think you've had a lot of people that have been in front of the committee before us who are well versed. So I don't think there's a simple yes-no. Our answer would be we support the idea of the reform. We support the long-term sustainability of the NDIS, and if hard work has to be done and hard decisions have to be made, our community understands that's true. But two things can be true at the one time. We can support the reforms and be concerned about some of the mechanisms that may take shape and some of the unintended consequences. So I feel like our contribution is to raise those things. And the one thing we've always said is we hope the government measures twice and only cuts once when it comes to these reforms.
Thank you. And anyone else want to give your view there? ADHD?
I would like to, thank you, if I may.
Yes,
take
go.
the opportunity.
Yes.
Just to echo some of the thoughts that have already been part of this conversation, but I'm an occupational therapist by background. I've worked extensively with neurodivergent children and adults, and I also have two neurodivergent children, one with ADHD, one who is autistic. Neither are NDIS participants. We had our applications declined. So I'm one of the many families that has self-funded extensively therapy and other supports. So I have multiple lenses through which I view this particular topic. When it comes to functional assessments, though, and I want to speak more so from a clinical perspective, we know that we need to view kids and adults at different time points to get an accurate assessment. We know that kids and adults who present for an assessment on one day, if they're neurodivergent, you might get them on a great day and you're not going to get an accurate understanding of their particular challenges. We also know that if you don't assess them across different environments, you're not going to see the full range of challenges that they might be experiencing. You have a child who's with a parent in a clinical environment, they're going to be quite different to how they present at school in a busy classroom environment. I therefore, advocate for an assessment that does explore different time points and different environments and incorporates different people who are involved in that child's life. That's just, good practice or best practice. And my final point was really just to say that, assessment needs to occur at time points that make sense to that child or that individual's life and not just on a fixed sort of timeline of 6 months, 12 months. So there needs to be an opportunity for assessment to occur at time points that are actually relevant, such as transitions from primary school, high school, into the workforce. I'm experiencing firsthand a school leaver who's quite lost at the moment because she hasn't had that support exiting, and we're still trying to work out what she's doing with the rest of her life. So there's some really pertinent times, that our participants and possible participants need to be assessed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Unless there's anyone else that wants to answer that question, I will leave it there. No. Okay. Awesome. Thanks. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions to wrap us up. For the Autism Association of Australia, Ms. Rogerson, your submission talks about the need for a reasonable evidence base for decisions related to public funding of disability supports. What kind of evidence base do you think is relevant in that context?
What we meant there was in the discussions around the Thriving Kids program, there's been a lot of discussion about making sure that that program has an evidence base, that we know that there is some good thinking and evidence that that program will deliver for children with developmental delays and mild and moderate autism. I haven't seen any evidence of that. In my defence, I have been more across the New South Wales foundational supports suggestions and what they're thinking of standing up in that state. I can't speak to every state, but I can say of what I've seen under the New South Wales plan for foundational supports looks woefully inadequate to what children will actually need. Hence our point was, if we're going to design something that is going to be in receipt of government funds, could we make sure there's an evidence base behind showing that this is a good use of those funds? I'd argue that for many children with autism, a 10-week block of a playgroup ain't going to help much of their autism.
Thank
but
you.
I'd happily allow one of the researchers to push back on that. That was merely, it's so important to make sure science and evidence underpins everything that we do with people with autism.
Thank you. Look, I'm happy for anyone else if they wish to add to that question.
I'm happy to make a comment, largely in support of what Nicole said, that it is important to recognise that one size doesn't fit all. The research does support that. The research supports that one size does not fit all. And where the research is heading is trying to understand what those characteristics or predictors are that will tell us what set of programs or set of supports is going to be the best fit for any given individual family unit. That work, I can't tell you with my hand on heart to say that that work is established, but that work is emerging and it is acknowledged as a research priority in the autism field. So it is important in the design of any large-scale programs like Thriving Kids, or the understanding within how decisions are made about what is funded through the NDIS, that you can't work to a checklist and say, because X child is presenting with X diagnosis, therefore they're this age, they need support A, B, C, or D. It's more nuanced than that, and the research supports the fact that it needs to be nuanced.
Thank you. I'm hoping perhaps someone from the Autism Association of Australia, Ms. Rogerson, or ADHD Australia might have some reflections on what considerations the Technical Advisory Group on NDIS access should consider on any new approach to access when it comes to people with disability in regional and remote communities.
Yeah, look, I think I would also like to acknowledge the people that have to roll these reforms out. This is a wicked problem to solve. The NDIS, who is in and who is out, let alone when we overlay additional challenges such as rural and remote families who have always had huge difficulty here. So again, I guess I'm not pretending to have the easy answer that is in a soundbite. It's suffice to say that we have to consider all the different levels of complexity and how it will present when we make the really tough decision that somebody's going to have to make about who is in and who is out of the NDIS. But my understanding of the NDIS from its very early days, and I was there, that the NDIS was designed to help those Australians with the most profound, severe and lifelong disability. And whilst autism is lifelong disability, at some point we're going to have to make a decision. It's a very broad spectrum, who's in and who's out, and I think that is a wicked problem that somebody has to solve.
I think from an ADHD perspective, just recognising, not just really ADHD perspective, but recognising that in rural and remote, the professionals, particularly the allied health professionals, that actually support individuals through therapy. Those individuals often do not understand necessarily the nuances, and now I am talking about ADHD. We do know that there is training needed more in rural and remote areas, and there's a significant gap there. So the consideration would be for the training that is required. To echo what has just been said a minute ago in regards to the focus group, that we recognise that the NDIS is for those individuals that are significantly impacted, and for those individuals with a significant and severe lifelong disability. Our want is for the ADHD community, for those individuals with concurring disability being ADHD, that it is recognised. We do know for those individuals with a significant severe intellectual disability, for example, those individuals also that may have autism, and if they have another diagnosis on ADHD, if ADHD isn't considered within that and is missed, the supports for that individual won't be appropriate. So for us, it's having the focus also on ADHD and ADHD to be recognised, particularly for that cohort of individuals, because at the moment that's where we see the biggest gap.
Thank you. Does anyone else have anything to add to that? No? Okay.
Just a small point, I'm sorry.
Yes,
You
please
mentioned
go ahead.
remote and rural. I think financially disadvantaged needs to play a role there too. It's the people that are struggling the most and that have are most peripheral in our society that need the support. So to have a fair system that allows those supports, but also a system that allows the supporting those that support people in those areas is equally as important. It's not just the people who are getting primary support, it's the work that needs to be done to enable the people that support them as well.
Thank you very much, and I thank all of you for your evidence to the committee today. The committee will report to the Senate on the 14th of August 2026 and has agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business Monday the 10th of August 2026. The committee will now suspend for a lunch break and recommence at 1:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Public hearing. Thank you. I now welcome representatives from Carers Australia and Carers WA. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligation of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, please each state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today, and I'll begin in the room.
Of course, my name is Carissa Gorton and I'm a Systemic Policy and Strategy Officer at Carers WA, and I also have lived experience as a carer and child representative for my son, who is a NDIS participant.
Thank you very much. Mr Jenkinson?
My name's Stuart Jenkinson, Systemic Policy and Strategy Officer at Carers WA, and I am also an NDIS participant.
Thank you. And online, we might start with Ms Gautam. Sorry, Ms Cave.
Hello, I am Joanna Cave and I'm the Chief Executive of Carers Australia, joining you from Canberra.
Thank you. Ms Weiss?
Good afternoon, I'm Claire Weiss and I'm here representing on behalf of Carers Australia, and I'm a parent of an NDIS participant.
Thank you very much. I will invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite other senators to ask questions. We'll begin in the room again with Carers WA.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear today. As I've already stated, my name's Stuart Jenkinson, Systemic Policy and Strategy Officer at Carers WA. We're here on behalf of Carers WA, which is the peak body representing more than 320,000 unpaid carers across Western Australia. A carer is defined under the Commonwealth Carer Recognition Act 2010 as a person who provides unpaid personal care, support and assistance to another person with disability, medical condition, terminal illness, chronic illness, mental health condition, or who is frail and aged. A carer can be any age, have multiple caring roles, and can also have their own health condition or disability. These carers contribute an estimated $6.6 billion in unpaid care in WA every year and provide, on average, more than 100 hours of care each week. More than 1/3 of carers also live with disability themselves. Carers WA supports the goal of ensuring long-term sustainability of the NDIS. We also recognise the importance of integrity, fairness and accountability within the scheme. However, our central message is simple. Our concern is not that reform is occurring. Our concern is that, as drafted, the bill will enable decisions that shift care, cost, risk and administrative burden away from the government systems and onto unpaid carers and families. When supports are reduced, delayed or become harder to access, the need for support does not disappear, it's absorbed by carers. The evidence from Western Australia is clear. In the 2024 National Carer Survey, 64.2% of WA carers supported someone receiving NDIS services, said they were not asked about their needs as a carer. Nearly half reported not receiving the information they needed. More than 60% said NDIS supports did not enable them to participate in work, study or volunteering, and almost 68% said the supports did not allow them to properly rest and recharge.
We are particularly concerned about 4 areas. First, parental responsibility provisions. Carers have repeatedly taught us that disability-related supports are being characterised as ordinary parenting responsibility, despite a lack of suitable childcare, school holiday programs or inclusive services. One WA parent reported her autistic son had been excluded from 2 childcare centres, but was told support was a parental responsibility. The practical consequence was pressure on her ability to remain employed. While we absolutely believe that parents play a central role, the issue arises where disability-related supports are classified as parental responsibility, despite no suitable alternative inclusive services existing. A parent cannot use childcare that will not accept their child. At that point, the policy is not recognising parental responsibility, it is shifting disability support costs onto families. Second, service gaps during transition. Carers and families are deeply concerned about movement to new planning arrangements, foundational supports and children's reforms occurring before replacement supports are clearly operational. Carers consistently tell us that uncertainty creates anxiety, stress and crisis. Third, increased administrative tasks. We continue to hear from carers spending thousands of dollars and countless hours obtaining reports, evidence and assessments, only for plans to be rolled over and unchanged. One WA carer reported spending approximately $3,400 of planned funding on assessments that were ultimately not used. Fourth, regional inequity. In many parts of regional WA, there is simply no alternative provider available. When services are unavailable, carers become the provider of last resort. Carers WA is asking the committee to not pass the bill in its current form and to recommend enforceable safeguards, including continuity of supports, supported engagement and procedural fairness, protection against unreasonable cost shifting to families, regional equity measures, accessibility and offline pathways, consultation requirements and mandatory reporting on carer impacts. If these safeguards are embedded, reform can improve sustainability without increasing carer burnout, workforce withdrawal or financial hardship. Thank you for considering our evidence and we welcome your questions.
Thank you very much. We will move to Carers Australia. Ms. Cave.
Thank you, Chair and Senators, for the opportunity to appear today. Building on the remarks made by my colleagues in WA, Carers Australia is the national peak body, representing over 3 million unpaid carers in Australia. Unpaid carers are deeply embedded in the operation of the NDIS, undertaking tasks equivalent to paid services such as transport, personal care, system navigation and emotional support. Replacing the role of unpaid carers would cost the government almost $80 billion annually, far greater than the value of the proposed cuts to the NDIS. Carers Australia does support measures to improve the integrity and sustainability of the scheme, but we are deeply concerned about the bill in its current form. First of all, cutting supports will shift costs and responsibilities onto carers. The impact of this has simply not been assessed or considered. We spoke to a single mum caring for her adult son with multiple disabilities. Because the NDIS provides supports and services for her son, she has been able to combine work with care, but only just. She told us that if this legislation goes through unchanged, her caring role will increase significantly and she will be forced to give up work. By not taking a whole of care system approach, the government risks making changes that shift costs and responsibilities onto unpaid carers without understanding the trade-offs. This could add significant costs to other areas of government spending and create unintended consequences for the wider economy. Secondly, we need to talk about the government's approach to improving the sustainability of the NDIS. Tightening eligibility and cutting plans are not the only ways of managing costs. There are other levers that the government can pull to slow the scheme's growth without hurting those who rely on it. We spoke to a father who cares for his disabled son. Following a functional capacity assessment recommending some adjustments to his son's personal care, his NDIS service provider proposed charging $1,300 for supplying and fitting a shower hose. The father challenged the cost, went to Bunnings, purchased the identical fitting for $60, watched a YouTube video and installed it himself. Many carers report similar experiences of inflated pricing in parts of the NDIS. Encouraging competition between service providers and ensuring fair pricing for participants would deliver better value for taxpayers and slow the growth of the scheme. Finally, carers should be seen as part of the solution. Carers are key to the success of the NDIS. If the NDIS can be thought of as a tree, carers are akin to the roots of that tree, largely unseen but essential to its health and vitality. The NDIS has improved the lives of hundreds of thousands of Australians with disability, and it is important that it remains in place for future generations. But to achieve meaningful reform that avoids unintended consequences and delivers net benefits, carers must have a seat at the table. We need a guarantee from the government that carers will be represented on the bodies that develop the rules, the guidelines, the assessment tools and the roadmap. There must also be a thorough analysis of the impact of these changes on carers, not just at the decision-making stage, but also as they are implemented. As one NDIS recipient said, if we don't look after our carers, everything will collapse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Steele-John, would you like to start?
Yes, thanks, Chair. So as you've mentioned, and this is for all of you, you've all name-checked in your opening statements to us the impact that the bill will have on parents and carers because of changes around the definition of particularly parental responsibility and what that might do. Specifically, the bill will expand, or is expected to expand, the role of parents and carers in providing supports for disabled children, which in turn will see less funded supports for these kids particularly. What will the impact of parental responsibility changes be for parents and for carers, in your view? And I'll start in the room.
In my view, we will have less workforce participation. You will see parents with children with disability not re-entering the workforce until their children enter the school system. And even then, if their child is not able to attend a regular public school, then this has ongoing consequences. Further, it will, this is a very big question. It will impact carers' wellbeing, their economic and financial security, and that has ongoing long-term consequences for carers and their family.
Just following on from what Carissa said, the only thing I'd like to add is, and it's something that isn't really measurable, is the impact on relationships within family units and between participants and carers. That is, as I said, it's not measurable, but it's a huge issue.
Can you tell us a bit more about what that can look like in practice?
Sorry.
That's all right.
It'll see the breakdown of marriages. It'll see we'll see the breakdown of family units, which will add, again, further financial strain. And potentially, for the participant, they will end up in care that isn't appropriate, and they don't have their family unit. They won't have a family, or carer support around them.
Yeah. Before I go to Carers Australia, it strikes me that when you look at this part of the bill, what they're doing is the government is taking the operational guideline around parental responsibility that is already causing a lot of stress and strain for carers and family members, and putting it within the Act itself, so that rather than it be a kind of an approach the agency takes that you can challenge and can be individualised to a set of circumstances, it's within the foundational legislation to be implemented without kind of adaptation. From the work that you do with WA families and carers, what dangers could arise from this kind of one-size-fits-all approach?
One size does not fit all. Every caring role is unique, And this approach will disproportionately impact women, especially. Women continue to undertake the majority of unpaid caring, and they're more likely to reduce their working hours, leave employment, or experience long-term financial advantage due to caring responsibilities. Where reforms are increasing these unpaid care requirements on women, especially like this parental responsibility does, women will be impacted the worst, and they will exit the workforce, they will reduce their hours, and it will have ongoing impact throughout every industry that carers navigate and use, which is all of them.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll go now to Carers Australia, and just to remind you of the original question, it was around the bill expanding the expected role of parents and carers in providing supports for disabled children, and then the flow-on impact that they will then get less funding, and what that will mean.
Thank you, Senator. If I may, I would invite you to hear from Claire. She is the parent of 2 children, and the carer of one of whom is a NDIS participant and the other one isn't. So she's actually perfectly placed to share her experience with you, and has a story to tell you, and is very concerned about this particular issue. So I will pass to her.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like me to start with my speech or just answer the question as asked?
Probably. How long was your speech going to be?
Less than 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, then go that and then answer the question. That's a good idea.
Sure. Chair and Senators, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I'd like you to picture something, a kitchen table, not a boardroom or a committee room, just an ordinary Australian kitchen table. Around that table sits 2 exhausted parents after the kids have finally gone to bed. We're not discussing politics. We're trying to work out who's taking tomorrow off work, who's taking their son to therapy, who's dropping their daughter at school, and whether we can afford the fuel to get there and whether we can keep going. Every decision made in Canberra eventually leads somewhere very ordinary. It lands on a kitchen table, just like mine. My husband and I are raising 2 beautiful children. Our 7-year-old son Felix is non-speaking. He uses AAC devices to communicate and relies on mobility equipment and his caregivers for his every need. Our 6-year-old daughter Lily has never known a world where disability isn't a part of her everyday life. The government talks abstractly about building participant capacity. We call it parenting. Over the past 7 years, Felix has completed more than 2,000 hours of therapy. We haven't done this because we're chasing a cure. We've done it because every hour gives Felix another opportunity to communicate, move, and participate in his community. That doesn't include the countless hours our family has spent travelling interstate because the intensive therapy he needs simply isn't available in Tasmania. That's what building capacity actually looks like. It's not a line in a budget, it's our family's life. My husband and I have built a business to support people with disability because we believe in what the NDIS is trying to achieve. What keeps me awake at night isn't only losing our business due to these reforms, it's knowing I can't replace it with another job. Regardless of what happens, Felix will still need me. His appointments, therapy, hospital admissions, and daily care don't fit neatly into a 9-to-5 job. Our family is already carrying everything we can. Like thousands of carers across Australia, we're barely holding on. If these reforms shift even more responsibility onto carers, something has to give. Families will break, relationships will break, and the children we care for will carry the consequences. The government tells us the NDIS shouldn't be the only lifeboat in the sea, and I agree, but many of the other lifeboats are disappearing too. In Tasmania, my husband and I receive just 4 hours each month through Carers Gateway, not because we want a break from our son, but because we want to protect our marriage. For 1 hour a week, we have the opportunity to simply be husband and wife again. You become the therapist, the advocate, the administrator, and the person holding everything together. But even that support is now under threat because of these funding cuts. Families are being told to rely less on the NDIS, while the services we're being directed to are also disappearing. The government often talks about sustainability of the NDIS. I ask you to think about the sustainability of families. If families like mine aren't asking for sympathy. We're not asking for a handout or an easier life. We're simply asking you to not take away the supports that keep our families afloat. Felix has spent the last 2.5 weeks in hospital, and our family, due to complications directly related to his disability. He was only discharged yesterday. Tomorrow morning, none of that disappears. Felix will still need us, so will Lily. We'll still be trying to juggle work, therapy, hospital appointments, NDIS paperwork, school drop-off, and simply being the best parents we can be. Any responsibility removed from the government doesn't disappear. It simply finds a new home on a kitchen table, just like mine. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
In answer to specifically to the question, our family, we don't have an extended support network in Launceston where we live. Felix weighs 26 kilos and requires manual lifting for every transfer. My mother-in-law is in her early 80s and my parents are in their late 70s, so they cannot physically provide the care or babysit him as they can for his sister. Our siblings all live 3 hours away and can't provide regular support. So when formal supports are reduced, the care doesn't disappear and it cannot be shifted onto grandparents or family members. It falls entirely back on my husband and me. And that means more time away from work, more pressure on our marriage, less time for our daughter, and a greater risk that our families simply cannot sustain the level of care we're being expected to.
Can I ask you then, what are you hearing about the impacts of these cuts on kids' ability to stay in school, or the viability of enabling either children to stay in school rather than have to stay at home, or the flow-through impact of these kind of changes on how children are able to show up in the school environment?
For us, the changes mean that, Felix is not going to be able to go out into the community, whether that be school or just out to the park or do general things that a typical 7-year-old child would be able to do, because it's impossible for me to go out by myself with Felix and with my daughter at the same time. So, it's really scary to think that a 7-year-old's going to have to stay home and is not going to be able to participate in the general community as he once was.
And have you got anything else to add on behalf of the organisation in terms of your concern around schooling?
Thank you. Oh, sorry, Claire.
I was just going to say I'd defer to Jo.
Oh, well, no, I think my colleagues in WA have summarised the issues on the ground very well, and obviously Claire's experience is, I hope, of great benefit to helping you understand that issue in detail.
I believe Ms. Gautam has
Yes, I was
too, so please go ahead.
Say,
In addition to the schooling from the perspective of children with disability, we also have young carers. So currently in WA, there is not any recognition of young carers in the Department of Education website. There's no policies such as what they have in Victoria. There's a real need for an increased focus on young carers and supporting young carers, identifying young carers in schools, as well as providing awareness training, how to refer them onto supports. This is a significant issue.
Yeah. And just finally, for both of your organisations, with all this that you've shared with us, do you think the bill should pass in its current form?
Senator, I'll go first. The short answer is no, but I just want to repeat the comment I made before. We absolutely support the need for this scheme to remain sustainable, and we want it to exist for future generations. It has been transformative for people, and it must continue. Of course, we understand the government's need to make it sustainable, and we obviously support the idea of improving its integrity, but this cannot be at the cost of carers. There has to be some recognition that carers are an essential part of the picture. They must be consulted. Their role must be understood, assessed, evaluated, and as I said at the beginning, we must have a seat at the table. in order to create genuine reform that delivers meaningful policy impacts and not just blunt cuts.
Thank you. And Carers WA?
Thank you, Senator. Similar to our Carers Australia colleagues, we support the objective of NDIS sustainability and recognise the need for reform. However, we don't support the bill proceeding without stronger safeguards that protect participants and carers from foreseeable harms, including cost shifting, service gaps, increased administrative care responsibilities and reduced access to supports.
Thank you. Anything to add to that?
In short, a sustainable NDIS requires sustainable carers.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Steele. John. Senator Darmanin, I believe, has some questions.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Claire, for your story. I think it really shines a light on, you know, the real situation and concern that people have in the community. Part of what you said included, I think you said that you believe what the NDIS is trying to achieve. And then Ms. Cave, you talked about wanting the NDIS to exist for future generations. I wondered if you just wanted to say a bit more, either of you, about, you know, why it is important that that the NDIS does continue to exist for future generations, particularly from your perspectives.
Yeah, so Felix is going to be a participant on the NDIS for the duration of his life. It's unlikely that he will ever live independently or ever work. So, you know, the NDIS needs to be sustainable, not just for Felix, but for my husband and I, for when we are no longer here. But the sustainability of the NDIS shouldn't be determined on people being able to access the community and access basic human rights. The whole purpose of the NDIS was so that people with a disability could live a fulfilling life and be out in the community and doing the same things that you or I would be doing. And the way that the government is now proposing with these legislation changes is not going to enable Felix to do that. He's going to have a reduced quality of life, and that doesn't feel fair.
Thank you. Ms. Cave?
Thank you, Senator. Well, I'll speak from a carer's perspective. Obviously, our concern is that the cuts that are proposed will immediately have consequences for carers. And the problem with that is the scheme as it exists in some cases, and I shared an example with you at the beginning of a single mother who cares for her adult son with multiple disabilities. He receives supports and services through the NDIS. That enables her to combine her caring role with working, which is something she wants to do. If the cuts go ahead as they are proposed, she will be obliged to stop working because her caring role will just increase and she won't be able to combine the two. So in terms of looking at future, that's not great for her. It's highly unlikely to be great for the son that she cares for. We know from the data we collect annually that carers enjoy much lower levels of general health than the Australian population, much lower levels of good well-being than the Australian population. All these cuts will do is worsen that situation. And as you heard Carissa say, the impact on women is particularly acute. 70% of carers are women. So here we have something else that's disproportionately disadvantaging women. So there are many, many reasons to try and get this right. And I think the reason you've had over 3,000 submissions to this inquiry does tell you that the community wants this scheme to continue. There's no doubt it's been important and impactful and transformative for families like Claire's. But we say, please proceed with caution and consider the impact on carers. That's the key to sustainability in the scheme.
Thank you. In terms of sustainability, there was, I think, a really useful analogy in an opening statement about the showerhead installation. I think Carers Australia, your submission describes the need for regulation of the market for disability supports. Can you talk about what you think the best approach should be to regulation so that the NDIS can deliver safe and quality services for participants whilst, I guess, balancing that with, guarding against the kinds of examples that you described?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. It's a great question. Look, a couple of things would make a big difference. Obviously, having service providers registered as a mandatory requirement is a fairly straightforward and sensible step. But we also see problems with the existence of the price cap, because so many prices and charges, guess what? They're at the price cap. And if there was more proactive scrutiny of pricing, and monitoring and evaluation to make sure prices were fair and offered good value, we think that would be a very obvious way of avoiding examples like the shower hose. And can I just make the point, I'm sure this landed with you when I gave you that real life example. It was a carer that solved that problem. There again, we have an example of an unpaid carer going, hang on a minute, this doesn't look right. I'll work it out for myself, which he did, and look at the price difference. It tells its own story. So we do think there are really practical steps that the government can take that will help manage the costs and control the growth of the scheme, then have more sophistication than straightforward cuts.
So can I just clarify? So would you say that it's the existence of the price cap that kind of encourages people to charge at the top of it because they know that's the limit? Is that sort of the point you're trying to make in terms of rather than assessing value for the product? Yeah. Okay.
We'd like to see a genuinely competitive market with some real scrutiny over pricing and value.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Did anyone in the room want to sort of add anything from your perspective on either of those questions that I had?
You asked about the impact of if there was no NDIS, and it's a basic human right under the UN Declaration of which Australia is a signatory. And if we look from the perspective of carers, we know that carers at the moment are at or beyond capacity. In regional areas, it's worse. 22% of carers in WA are at crisis. And we, in the 2024 National Carer Survey, we know that of the carers providing care for someone receiving NDIS services, they were not asked about their needs. 18% said that they were not involved in planning decisions, 30% said that their views did not have a real influence, and 44% said that they were not provided with the information they needed. 61.3% of these respondents said that these services did not enable them to focus on paid work, looking for work, study or volunteering. Over half of these carers said that the services did not enable them to attend to responsibilities outside of their caring role, and more than 2/3 reported that they were not able to properly rest and recharge. That's with the NDIS. Imagine the situation if there was no NDIS.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Darmanin, and thank you to all of you for making the time to appear before the committee today. The committee will report to the Senate on the 14th of August 2026 and has agreed that responses to any questions on notice should be provided by close of business Monday the 10th of August 2026. Thank you, and I now invite representatives... Right, we will suspend for a few minutes, but I will ask representatives from the Curtin Student Guild and the University of Sydney Students Representative Council Disabilities Collective to either be prepared online to give evidence or come forward to provide their evidence shortly. Thank you. We'll suspend. now recommence, and I welcome representatives from the Curtin Student Guild and the University of Sydney Students Representative Council Disabilities Collective. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligations of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, I'll ask each of you to state your name, your full name, and the capacity in which you appear today, and we'll start on my left.
My name is Kyla Hill, and I'm the Disabilities Officer.
From which organisation?
Sorry. Disabilities Officer at the Students Representative Council.
Thank you very much.
My name is Mia Antonucci. I'm the Accessibility Officer at the Curtin Student Guild.
Thank you.
I am Caitlin Hinley, and I'm representing the Curtin Student Guild as an Accessibility Collective member.
Great. I will invite each of you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask you questions. I'm happy for either or for you to decide who starts first.
I can start. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the invitation to appear at this inquiry. My name is Kyla Hill, and I am the Disabilities Officer at the Students Representative Council, which is the peak representative body for undergraduate students at the University of Sydney, representing around 40,000 undergraduate students. Within my role, I advise on university policy, report accessibility issues, run public health initiatives, and support campaigns such as the movement organising against the NDIS cuts. I do not wish to repeat what thousands of disabled people have already expressed about their distress surrounding this bill. Instead, as one of the only university students to have appeared as a witness and as one of the only student representatives, I must emphasise our absolute opposition to this bill, both looking at the harms that will occur overall and specifically on the grounds of compromised access to tertiary education. The world of education is a vast, expansive network. To be part of a community joined in the pursuit of learning, thinking, and curiosity is so special. The state of tertiary education is already so difficult for disabled people to navigate. This bill will systematically prevent the cultivation of an entire cohort of thinkers. I have long COVID, and in the first year that I had it, I was primarily housebound, removed from my community and unable to fully participate in academic life. Nevertheless, I am not an NDIS participant, and as such, the ability to complete my studies and participate in university life is not contingent on the funding of a plan. I am one of the very few disabled people who will be able to pursue tertiary education to completion. At the University of Sydney, only 4.6% of students are disabled and have university supports. Nationwide, the rate at which people with disabilities aged 20 or over attain a bachelor's degree or higher is 17%. I've not been able to find comparable data about NDIS participants specifically, but I can say with certainty that these rates will drastically decrease following the cuts outlined in the bill. Students across the country are terrified about the ramifications of these cuts, as is outlined by the submission by the National Union of Students. Disabled students will be left to already inadequate university supports, under which we struggle and continuously have to self-advocate. There have been many instances of my university placing a wheelchair user in an inaccessible classroom, of mould and unventilated rooms being unaddressed despite complaints by immunocompromised students. Many disabled students have to pay upwards of $100 out of pocket for supplementary documentation every time the university demands an explanation for an absence or late submission. These stressful, draining, and often painfully bureaucratic processes will extend with these cuts. Inaccessible and ableist university systems aside, many students who are on the NDIS will have no choice but to drop out of university regardless if these cuts go through. If your basic needs to simply be alive and physically get to university cannot be met, tertiary education is beyond the realm of possibility. You cannot go to class if you're stuck in bed. There is a student at my university who uses a hand-me-down wheelchair held together by zip ties while they fundraise on GoFundMe because their NDIS application was rejected. There are multiple students with psychosocial disability who would not be attending university without the support workers that travel with them to uni and accompany them in class, or the psychotherapy they use because of the NDIS. Every single one of these students has told me independently that they would not be able to continue studying if they faced these cuts. And this is not just a problem of student NDIS participants either. These cuts will have a tangibly harmful impact on the well-being and academic outcomes of student and staff carers, as well as the sense of community, purpose, and dignity among NDIS participants who attend university programs such as the University of Sydney's Uni to Beyond program for people with intellectual disabilities. This will backslide on decades of effort toward deinstitutionalisation, and this will significantly segregate the disabilities community once again. We refuse to be made invisible and reject any attempt by this government to deny us of our right to education. This bill is grounded in austerity, eugenics, and exclusion. We utterly oppose this bad faith, harmful bill and cannot support any such iteration of it.
Thank you. Curtin Student Guild, over to you.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I'd first like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land in which the Curtin Guild operates, and also that we're on today, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and then also we have a campus up north, so also the Wurundjeri people of the northeastern goldfields. Most students that I speak to are undiagnosed with at least one condition, and they often tell me they're unable to receive a diagnosis because they cannot afford to. When students cannot afford a diagnosis, they cannot afford treatment, which makes this bill really concerning. The amendment does not resolve our concerns as publicly funded treatment can still cost significant money that students don't have. It also does not account for the extremely long wait lists and costs of doctor's appointments that are required to monitor treatment. Requiring treatment delays care. Not having access to appropriate mobility aids or therapies causes lifelong damage. This requires additional funding, which would not have been needed if they had received care at the appropriate time. Not only is this morally wrong, but this is also financially irresponsible. The Curtin campus, like many university campuses, is incredibly large and difficult to navigate and incredibly inaccessible. Many aspects, including the ramps and bathrooms, are not up to current standards, and this makes the environment incredibly physically demanding. This is particularly problematic as a person's environment significantly affects their functional capacity. Therefore, I am deeply concerned that the impact of attending university will not be considered during decision making. Additionally, the targeted removal of children from the NDIS under this legislation is incredibly troubling. It will further remove disabled children from education. Very few university courses allow entrance through alternate pathways. Therefore, restricting disabled children's access to education will prevent them from attending university. There are approximately 7,000 students at Curtin with a disability, making up 11% of all students. The number of students with disabilities in higher education has risen by 142% over the past 10 years. This has likely been partially due to the creation of the NDIS. However, disabled people, particularly those with more significant disabilities, are still not properly represented. The involvement of people with disabilities in higher education is incredibly important, as it not only allows disabled people to access greater job opportunities, but it also ensures that our research into different disabilities and conditions is informed, up-to-date, and accurate. This bill will remove disabled people from not just higher education, but all levels of education, to the detriment of the entire population.
Thank you. Ms. Hindley, is there anything you'd like to add?
I think I'm okay for now, yeah.
Excellent, thank you. Senator Steele-John, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you all for taking the time to give evidence to us today and provide this critical student voice to the inquiry. Let's start with what it looks like for the students that are currently able to access the NDIS before then moving on to what this bill could do, because it's important to get clear on where we are right now. How does the NDIS assist disabled students in their studies? And I'll start with yourself.
So I actually have a few testimonies from students at the University of Sydney who are NDIS participants, and through these testimonies you can really see just how vital having access to the NDIS is. So let me read one of these testimonies. I am an NDIS participant with level 2 autism at the University of Sydney, and without the NDIS, I would not be able to attend uni at all. My NDIS support workers take me into uni every day and sit outside my classrooms, as it is the only way I can attend uni, and without it, I would have to drop out. Needing NDIS support is difficult in itself. Support workers can get sick, and I constantly have to explain myself and my disability to staff. Part of why these cuts are so completely terrifying is because we're already struggling with the support we have. I really don't know what I'll do if I'm kicked off the NDIS or if my plan faces cuts. I'll just read one additional testimony. I am a first-year student at the University of Sydney studying for a Bachelor of Arts. I have autism, ADHD, and mental illness, and have been on the NDIS for autism since 2022. My funding has allowed me to access weekly psychotherapy, without which I simply would not be studying at university today. Due to my disabilities, I experience chronic anxiety as well as regular periods of panic attacks, depression, and social burnout. Throughout high school, these symptoms were debilitating, making it extremely hard to attend school, complete assessments, and get good grades. Though I was ambitious about going to university, doing the HSC felt unattainable while juggling severe mental health challenges. Dropping out of high school often felt like the only viable option. However, through being able to see a psychotherapist weekly, I was able to regulate my mental health sufficiently to stay in school, complete the HSC, and attain an ATAR to get into an arts degree. Starting university has been a massive transition, which has exacerbated my disabilities. Similarly to when I was in school, I have often felt I might have to drop out of university due to acute mental health issues. However, being able to continue seeing the psychologist regularly has enabled me to manage these emotions and develop strategies to build my capacity and participate in university education and complete my degree. I live in a regional area and am moving into accommodation closer to university. For years, the thought of moving out of home seemed impossible, as I did not know how I would live independently. However, being able to discuss this with my psychologist has developed my capacity to cope with this life change and be ready to adjust to this new social and living setting. Without NDIS, my life would be of a lower quality. I would not have developed the strategies to regulate my emotions and study. I would not be at the university or moving to Sydney. I'm very concerned about if people with autism are removed from the NDIS, how they will be able to go to university or stay in school when they do not have the basic support to regulate mental health and build capacity to take on new challenges and adapt to life changes.
Thank you. That's a perfect illustration. From the Curtin perspective?
Well, one thing that I get told by a lot of students is that you can't move around the Curtin campus without a power chair. So if you have a manual chair, it's impossible. And obviously, power chairs cost a lot of money, which the average student doesn't have, which means they then get them through the NDIS. I think ultimately the answer to this question is summed up by something I was told yesterday by a student, which is I would not be able to attend university without the NDIS. This student is in student accommodation as a wheelchair user, and they have support workers to ensure that they're able to get groceries. And then Caitlin here is also an NDIS participant, so she can talk about you.
Okay, I'll start this off by saying I had to move from a small country town that is 8 hours away from Perth. Honestly, having NDIS support meant that it made it a little bit easier to be able to function, but even then, with all the cuts that have already been happening to me and other people that I know, it is extremely hard to access my education. The fact that I have to choose between going shopping or being able to get to appointments or uni, I can only choose one of those. I can't do all three because I don't have enough funding to be able to access all of those things. And without being able to, the fact that I can't access uni like any other person could because I can't, transport myself safely is, it's really frustrating. If I have this funding cut even more, if I was to be removed from the NDIS, I would have to quit university. Yeah.
And I think that's the reality for a lot of people that have given evidence to us today. Again, just staying with where we are now, so that we get an idea of what the baseline is. You've shared with us a bit, Caitlin, about the impacts that cuts and changes have had so far. But what have your organisations observed for students in terms of the impact on students who have their NDIS funds cut? And I might start with Curtin and then go back to Sydney.
Just give me a second. Yeah, so there's several examples of this. Ultimately, a lot of students don't even attempt to get onto the NDIS in the first place because they know how difficult it is. They know that they are going to face likely multiple rejections. And so there's students with what I would consider severe disabilities who have like extremely limited mobility who don't even attempt. I know of at least one student at Curtin who has an ACROD permit, which is a disability parking in WA, and they got rejected from the NDIS. Wow. So, yeah, that's, I guess, I forgot the rest of the question.
Thank you.
Can you repeat the question?
It was just, I think you've just about answered it. It was the impacts that you observe of NDIS cuts already on students. But you've very much covered that in your answer. Thank you.
Sure. So I actually have another testimony from someone. They're not actually a student at the University of Sydney, but Macquarie. They have low vision and they have a self-managed plan that their local area coordinator has been auto-renewing since 2021. But their needs have completely changed since starting uni, and the NDIS has basically ghosted them. And this means they haven't been able to access supports to actually attend university and participate in university. So things like orientation and mobility training to navigate campus, screen readers, and assistive technology, transport support, mental health support, none of this has been available to them. In addition to that, employment supports as well, which means actually funding their studies and being able to access campus has been really difficult. So, yeah, there's clearly a lot of people have been abandoned for many years already.
Yeah. Thank you. And now turning to the bill itself, there's so much wrong with it that we've heard of as a committee. I've been doing this for nearly 10 years and I've yet to come across such a foul piece of legislation from top to bottom. But one of the things that keeps coming up and up is the cuts to community participation supports. Can you tell the committee a bit about what it would mean for the students that you represent if they lose 50% of the funding that enables a support worker to support them on campus or to do the other activities of being a student that exist beyond your front door when you might actually need a support worker?
Well, being at university while disabled in itself can be an incredibly challenging and isolating experience. So this 50% cut to social and community funding is really worrying. All of these students are going to be so much more at risk. They're going to be isolated. They're going to be at home alone. The University of Sydney runs a program called Uni to Beyond, and it's not for students, but essentially students with intellectual disabilities can audit classes and basically have a feel of what university life is like. So they attend classes as well as join clubs and attend other events. And as a requirement of participating in this program, you have to be an NDIS participant, and many of these students, many of these participants use the social and community funding to actually get to university. So this has really wide-reaching impacts, not just for students themselves, but the broader disability community to be further isolated from society.
Absolutely.
Sorry, would you just be able to repeat the question for me?
Yeah. What do you think, in terms of the legislation that we have, one of its main features is a 50% cut to social and community supports. So there are hours that people are funded for to go beyond their door if they need a support worker, for example. What do you think will be the impact of that cut, should it happen, on students?
I'll just be very blunt with this. I think, for people like me, from my experience, like I have the mild end of that. For people with more severe disabilities, they're not going to be able to leave the house anymore at all. If people do not have, informal supports as well to take care of them, if they have those social and community participation supports taken away from them, there's going to be nothing to help them. And I don't think that's okay. I think, even in my experience, the fact that I've had so much funding cut already, if I had that cut even more, I wouldn't be able to be independent. I wouldn't even be able to go to university, and like I said earlier, I would have to quit. Yeah. And then my chances of employment would be zero.
Can I ask you, Ms. Hindley, and it's okay if you don't wish to share this, but do you have social and community supports funded in your plan at the moment?
Yes, 4 hours a week.
4 hours a week.
Not enough.
And has it always been at that level, or has it recently?
It kept getting cut over the past couple of years because I ended up moving to Perth. They just decided to cut it without any sort of functional capacity assessment or anything like that. When I moved to Perth, they just cut everything.
So what did it start at?
I can't remember the exact number, but there was at least I would say at least 20,000 or so. Like, there was a lot more hours when I was living in Esperance to be able to go out into the community and to do the things that I needed to do. But then I moved to Perth, and they just said, well, you've got informal supports. You don't need that funding anymore. And now it's at about, I think, less than half of what I had.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they made that argument based on informal supports?
Yeah. They said that I have, family that can support me, but the thing is, most of my family live, 700 kilometres away.
So they live back in Esperance?
Yes. I rely on my husband to transport me places, but he is, he's FIFO, so he's away most of the time. So half of the time, I can't leave the house.
So you moved. You had more funding in your plan when you were in Esperance.
Yes.
You moved to Perth.
Yeah.
And the agency has cut your funding in this area.
Yeah.
And said that part of the people that should help you instead are your family still living 700 kilometres away in Esperance.
Yes.
And also your husband who works FIFO.
Yes.
That is outrageous.
Yeah.
And so that amount of funding, you got 4 hours, did you say 4 hours a week?
Yeah.
So that 4 hours now, if the bill passes, that gets cut to 2.
Yes.
Automatically. What will you be able to do? What will you do?
I could maybe go, because for me, it takes about half an hour by at least driving. I can't drive, so someone has to drive me to get to appointments or uni, which means I could, I don't know, go do some shopping for an hour per week, and that's all I'd be able to do.
Yeah. So basically get some food. That's it.
I don't have any support to even go to university as well. So the impact that that's had for me, the fact that I can't even have support to go to university, means that half the time I end up falling asleep in my classes from pure exhaustion.
Yeah. God, that makes me so angry. I'm so sorry. In terms of curtains, thank you for sharing that, though, and thank you for being willing to share what is something. Yes, of course, of course.
Just wanted to add, Caitlin probably didn't make it very clear. Caitlin's not medically cleared to drive. It's not because she doesn't want to drive. Yeah. She's not medically cleared to drive, and she has 4 hours of support a week.
And that would involve the support worker. So the support worker drives you to the grocery store.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, that's
and,
all I.
And so without them, just.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the fact that the government's response to your situation is that they're not applying these cuts to supports you receive in home, only supports that enable you to cross the threshold of your door? We've heard that from a response from the government that we're not going to take away anything inside your house. What would your response to that be?
I'm quite angry. I'm not very happy with it. I'm not even just mostly worried about myself. I'm just worried about all the other people it's going to affect, to be honest, because I know myself that I don't even have it that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would imagine that you quite like going outside.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. And that your life, the life that you imagine for yourself, is one that involves you being able to do that safely. Yeah. Seems pretty reasonable to me. In terms of the Guild's position, it's that the bill shouldn't pass in its current form.
Yes.
And that's been very clearly put to us by the Council. Look, thank you both for your evidence today. It's very, very appreciated. Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Steele. John, do any other senators have questions for these witnesses? No? Okay. On that basis, thank you very much for appearing before the committee today and for sharing your evidence with us. The committee will report to the Senate on the 14th of August 2026 and has agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business Monday, the 10th of August 2026. Thank you for your time today. The committee will now suspend for a short break and recommence at 3 p.m. Recommence. Good afternoon. Thank you to all of the witnesses who have made time to appear before us today. We really appreciate your time and for very shortly sharing your perspectives with us. I will just let everybody know that in addition to the video conferencing that is broadcasting this hearing, there are some other cameras in the room. If anyone has any concerns about that, please tell us. And you can absolutely tell us. There's no problems if anyone would prefer not to have their photos or videos taken. We're all good? Okay, excellent. So this session is an opportunity for the committee to hear from members of the community about their lived experiences. I remind the committee that this session is primarily a listening exercise. I would like to remind everyone that this is a public hearing and these are formal proceedings of the Senate, and the hearing must be conducted in an orderly and respectful manner. I remind witnesses not to disclose any personal or private information such as your full name, date of birth, address, etc. during your statement, as the audio of the hearing is being broadcast live. Today, we also have representatives in the room from the NDIA who are able to help with any concerns you may have. And so please approach the Secretariat if you would like to hear from those representatives after your appearance. I am Ellie Whittaker. I'm the chair of the committee and also a Western Australian senator. In the room, I'm joined by Senator Steele John, who is also, of course, a Western Australian senator. We are joined online by Senator Antic, Senator Darmanin and Senator Ananda Raja. I now welcome Hayley, Mia, Tracy, Robin, Lee and Joshua. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. I will ask each of you to please state your first name only for the benefit of the Hansard transcript. We'll do that first, one by one, and then we'll move to statements after everybody has said their name. I'm going to start on my right with you, Robin. Thank you.
Tracy.
Lee.
Hayley. Mia.
Joshua.
Thank you. I will invite each of you to make a short statement and of between 5 and 10 minutes. Perhaps rather than allocate someone to go first, I'll ask if anyone would like to kick us off by providing a statement. Someone does have to go first, unfortunately.
I might go first.
Okay, excellent. Go ahead, Robert.
Okay, thank you. Chairs and members of the committee, thank you firstly for the opportunity to appear today. Now, when considering this bill, I wish disability were neat, predictable and standardised. It would certainly make my own life much easier and it would make legislating for the NDIS much simpler. But disability is not like that. It's complex, fluctuating and shaped not only by our impairments, but by our environments, supports, relationships and opportunities. My concern is that many of the proposed reforms move the scheme towards systems that cannot adequately capture that complexity, reducing people to standardised assessments and increasingly automated decision-making rather than recognising the realities of our individual lives. As both an NDIS participant and a taxpayer, I understand the importance of a financially sustainable scheme. I expect to rely on the NDIS for the rest of my life, so I too want it to endure. But sustainability should never come at the expense of the values on which the NDIS was founded: dignity, independence, choice and control, and genuine participation in community life. I am concerned about the proposed functional capacity assessments. While standardised assessments may have some role to play in the scheme, they cannot adequately capture the lived reality of disability, as two people with the same diagnosis can function very differently depending on their environments, supports, circumstances and responsibilities. As such, the expertise of treating professionals who knows over time must continue to play a central role in determining the supports we require. I am also deeply concerned by proposals that narrow the interpretation of what is reasonable and necessary and reduce funding for social, civic and community participation. These supports are not optional extras. They are what enable people with disabilities to live meaningful lives, not lives of mere survival. For me, that funding has enabled me to train safely and consistently to a level where I've had the privilege of representing Australia at the Paralympic Games, wearing the green and gold and contributing to our nation's medal tally. That opportunity, though, did far more for me than allow me to compete. It gave me purpose, confidence, and a platform from which I have built my career. Those same supports have enabled me to volunteer, build professional networks, undertake further study, and develop the capacity to earn a wage, contribute as a taxpayer, and most importantly, give back to my community. They've also allowed me to remain physically active, socially connected, and healthier over the long term, helping to prevent deterioration, reducing the likelihood of secondary health conditions, and ultimately reducing demand on more costly health, aged care, and crisis services. Beyond the benefits to participants, these supports create employment for thousands of support workers and allied health professionals, sustain small disability provider businesses across Australia, and enable people with disabilities to contribute economically and socially to their communities. That is an investment, not simply an expense. Where a support has been assessed as reasonable and necessary because it is essential to a person's safety, independence, and well-being, it should be funded in full. Partially funding an essential support does not create efficiency, it creates risk. It increases the likelihood of declining mental and physical health, reduces independence, and greater reliance on more intensive and expensive government services down the track. The bill also proposes significant changes to eligibility and funding before adequate foundational supports exist across Australia. And we know support needs do not disappear when funding is removed. They are simply shifted elsewhere to ageing parents, unpaid carers, families, hospitals, emergency departments, and other already overstretched public systems. Rather than reducing costs, we relocate them, often with poorer outcomes for people with disabilities and those who care for them. As I have followed the debate around this bill, I've heard considerable discussions about balancing the budget, but far less about the values we want the NDIS to reflect. Because if safety, dignity, participation, and independence are no longer the guiding principles, decisions risk becoming matters of administrative efficiency and balance sheets rather than people's lives. And the NDIS has fundamentally changed mine. It has enabled me to live independently, contribute to my community, and pursue opportunities that would have otherwise been impossible. Also, reducing the caring responsibilities placed on my partner and my family. And every time I leave the home, including to appear before this committee today, I do so because the right supports make an ordinary life possible. Like many participants, I'm frustrated that the well-known drivers of NDIS cost, provider fraud, price gouging, excessive bureaucracy, repeated reassessments, delayed appeals, costly litigation, and consultancy spending remain insufficiently addressed, while reforms instead focus on restricting participants' access to support. And my greatest concern is not for myself. It is for people without strong informal supports, whose families are already exhausted, or who lack the capacity to challenge funding decisions or navigate increasingly complex systems. They are the people most at risk of becoming isolated and invisible while still being considered administratively safe. I ask the committee to ensure that in securing the long-term sustainability of the NDIS, we do not lose sight of its purpose, enabling Australians with disabilities to live ordinary, meaningful lives with dignity, independence, choice, and genuine participation in their communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Tracy, would you like to go next?
Do I need to wear the thing?
Oh, yes, sorry.
We'll pass it down.
There you go.
Thank you so much.
I'm just going to move this so it's not in front of your face.
I'm having trouble getting it on. It's all right. So it just clips.
Just pinch the top.
Oh, there we go. I was doing it the wrong way. My name is Tracy, and thank you, Chair and the committee, for this opportunity. And I am representing as a parent carer for my son. My son is an NDIS participant, and his diagnosed disabilities being autism and global developmental delay, but he also has ARFID, avoidant restrictive food intake disorder, anxiety, sensory and communication challenges, and complex feeding needs, and these are not considered part of his disabilities when it comes to his NDIS plan. Like many families, the NDIS has been life-changing for us. It's enabled him to access therapies, specialist disability supports, and essential equipment that have otherwise been impossible. He also has a small amount of support worker hours, and even though they're small, they allow me to work, as our son can't access before or after school programs or school holiday programs. These supports are not optional. They're fundamental to his health, development and participation in everyday life, and they are fundamental for us to have a sustainable family and financial resources. I recognise that the government has a responsibility to ensure the NDIS remains sustainable and that public funds are used appropriately. I support efforts, like Robin said, to reduce fraud and improve consistency across the scheme. However, my concern is that some of these proposed reforms will disadvantage children like my son with complex and intersecting needs. Firstly, I'm concerned about the move towards standardised functional capacity assessments. Children like my son cannot be understood through a simple assessment or a brief appointment. His needs change depending on his environment, anxiety, health and sensory load. A snapshot does not show the reality of managing a feeding tube, communication challenges, emotional regulation and daily participation. Parents, therapists, teachers and medical specialists all hold important pieces of that picture, and their evidence must remain central to decision making. Secondly, I'm concerned about linking every funded support directly to a single access impairment. His autism does not exist separately from his feeding disorder, anxiety or sensory needs, and these conditions interact every single day. Families don't experience disability in neat categories, yet we risk being asked to prove which diagnosis caused which support need and if we get access to funding or not. This creates unnecessary complexity and increases the likelihood that children like mine will fall between the NDIS health and education systems. Thirdly, I'm concerned about changes that could make it harder to respond quickly when children's needs change. At the beginning of the year, my son did not have a PEG feeding tube, and within a matter of months, he's required hospital admission after hospital admission, surgery, specialised equipment, ongoing consumables and changes to the supports provided for him to be able to access community and school and in our home. Children's needs can change rapidly. Families must be able to access timely plan reassessments when those significant changes occur. Development does not pause while administrative processes are completed. Like our family, feeding difficulties don't pause and his disability does not pause. Every delay has real consequences for a child's health, development and long-term outcomes, and generic services will never replace coordinated individual support. Finally, I want to acknowledge the administrative burden placed on families. As parents, we're not only unpaid carers, we're case managers, advocates, therapists, coordinators, and often medical support workers. And none of this is normal parental responsibility that this proposed bill deems these to be. Any reforms should reduce that burden to unpaid carers, not increase it. I also strongly encourage continued co-design and real co-design through implementation. Parents and carers hold expertise that come from living this every single day, and the NDIS is only going to be its strongest when policies are developed with the people who rely on them. In closing, I believe we can achieve both sustainability and compassion. We can protect the future of the NDIS while ensuring kids like mine with complex disabilities continue to receive the timely, flexible and individualised support they need. My hope is that these reforms strengthen confidence in the scheme by reducing complexity rather than increasing it, supporting families like mine rather than creating new barriers, and ensuring children like mine continue to have every opportunity to reach their full potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Lee?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear. My name is Lee. I'm a senior process engineer, a late diagnosed autistic adult and a current NDIS participant. I live in South Guildford in Hasluck here in Western Australia, and I'm the parent of 2 autistic children, one who's on the scheme and one who's not. This bill affects me and my family in multiple ways, and I want to discuss 2 of them. The first is my own. I work full-time, I pay tax. I'm able to do both of these things because of the support this scheme funds. They're not a substitute for working, they're what makes working possible. It is easy to hear I work full-time and conclude that I can't need much. Before I was diagnosed and supported, I came close to leaving work permanently. I didn't, and these supports are the reason why. If you take them away, the likely outcome isn't that I carry on regardless, it's that I don't, and the same public purse starts paying the other way instead. In my case, the scheme doesn't cost the country money. It returns more than it costs. If you count both sides of the ledger, then unsustainable, which is the government's word, is wrong. And this is the thing I'd most like the committee to act on. The government has not published any cost-benefit analysis of these cuts. Its own 3 analysis over 15 years do not, between them, show this scheme delivering a negative return. The most recent measured the benefits on a basis its own authors called an underestimate. And even then it found benefits outweighing costs for children's and families and for the autism cohort with the lowest assessed support needs. That is not a marginal group at the edge of this bill. On the government's own figures, it's close to the centre of who these changes fall on. The second area is my teenage daughter. She's autistic, she's on the scheme, and she sits in the age group the access falls hardest on, children between 9 to 15. For that group, there is no named assessment tool and no named replacement programme. She is not in mainstream school anymore. She learns online, and the supports the scheme funds are what make this work. They are the reason she is still in education at all, and the reason she has a chance of finishing it. If she is assessed off the scheme and the government's own projections released under freedom of information put children at the centre of who leaves, 64% of them aged 18 or under, there is nothing announced to catch her. That isn't a hypothetical for my family, it's the next plan review. The safety net the committee has been pointed to is already threadbare. My daughter's occupational therapist left last month, and the clinic has since told us it cannot find a replacement. And while we wait, her budget goes unspent. And unspent budgets are what the department has pointed to in this inquiry to reassure you that halving them will not halve anyone's support. My submission sets out the fuller case. Today I would like to leave the committee with 2 asks. First, the bill should not pass in its current form. It changes how access is decided for my daughter's age group, while the tool and the programme I've just described still don't exist. No one should be assessed off this scheme against a tool that has not been named into a programme that does not exist. And if the supports outside this scheme are ever built properly, you will not need to legislate people out of it. The assessment already asks what a person needs and what else is already available to them. Build the supports and the access question answers itself. The second ask I have is require the government to publish a full cost-benefit analysis before this bill proceeds, of the scheme as it stands and as of the scheme as proposed, because $37.8 billion leaving the NDIS is not the same as $37.8 billion saved. Some of it moves onto states, onto families, onto health and justice and schools. Some of it becomes cost somewhere else that the most recent analysis did not attempt to measure. And some of it is need that simply won't be met. The Productivity Commission found this scheme adds to national income rather than subtracting from it. Nobody has told this committee which of those costs lands where, and without this analysis, nobody can. Unsustainable is an assertion until the maths is on the table, and the maths the government has commissioned so far says the opposite. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions at the end if anyone wants to.
Thank you, Lee. Hayley?
Thank you. I'll grab the mic. Thank you. Hopefully that's working. Thank you. By the way, we have not all conspired to say the same thing here, but there will be overlap because it's the truth. There are many issues with this bill. You've heard hours of statements to this point and read many submissions. It's clear that something needs to happen, but this bill cannot go through in its current form. It's basically like trying to build a house in the wrong order. Imagine if someone decides to build a house and step 1, they move out of their current home with nowhere else to live yet. Step 2, they hire the builders to start laying the bricks. And 3, they hire the architect to plan the house and draw up the blueprints. Now, I didn't finish high school, But even I know that wouldn't be a logical sequence of events. And I feel that the proposed bill is following that sequence. It's working backwards. Why cut people's funding before an appropriate alternative is ready, in place, trialled and reviewed? Make it make sense, someone. I don't have an NDIS plan, unfortunately, but I have worked as a disability support worker, a mental health support worker, a communication guide, and a mentor. Despite not having an NDIS plan, I do live with a psychosocial disability and will be speaking from that perspective today, whilst also drawing on the collective wisdom shared with me by my community. So a bit about me. I experienced anxiety from a young age. I also experienced depression throughout my entire life and was 14 when I first tried to take my life. When I was really stressed out, I would hear voices whisper angrily to me, and I even had hallucinations on a number of occasions. When I was 17, I felt life had become too much. I shut down, I left school, I withdrew from my family, I stopped talking to my friends, and I closed myself away from the world. For 18 months, I stayed in my home and did not leave. My mum was my carer, and she did as much as she could humanly manage for me while she was holding down a full-time job. But every day I continued spiralling worse and worse, and I just wanted to die. I didn't want to be a burden. Unfortunately, not only was I closed to the idea of receiving supports, but my eligibility for services was limited by location, diagnosis, age, you name it, there was a barrier. But eventually, with a lot of advocacy, I was accepted into a psychosocial support program called Personal Helpers and Mentors, or FAMS, PHAMS. There's lots of acronyms in this industry. Here's another one. So FAMS. In my first meeting with my support worker, they came to my house, which was really important because I couldn't leave the house, so they had to come to my house. And they started chatting, but I was pretty closed off to all of their suggestions. Grocery shopping, no. Cleaning, no. Walks, heck no. After a number of sessions and getting to know me, they asked if I'd be interested in going to the movies. Go to the movies? We can do that? You see, growing up, I wanted to be an actress, in case it's not obvious. And in my childhood, movies had always been my safe place. So for the first time in 18 months, I left my house. And movies and my support worker were the key. That became our routine. My support worker would come to my house, they would pick me up, take me to the movies and drop me home. Eventually, over time, this became a positive ripple effect. This created a positive ripple effect. Going to the movies wasn't simply going to the movies, it was capacity building. It was social and community participation. It created a mechanism for me to socialise, first with my support worker, which grew my confidence to socialise with others, then go to the shops, which led me to sign up for a local sign language class, to catch a bus, a train, enrol in TAFE, get my driver's licence, volunteer, and eventually work. All of which eventually led me to the life I now live. To be clear, that didn't happen overnight. There was years and years of consistent, high-level support. Mental health recovery is not a linear process. At times, I would take 2 steps forward and then 3 steps back. I would seem fine one day and in need of minimal support, and then a few months later, I'd be in crisis. The support I received was flexible. It was there if and when I needed it, and I could come and go as I needed because it was designed, that support was designed with psychosocial disabilities in mind. So you may be thinking, well, this FAMS program sounds great. Why don't we take people off the NDIS and put them on FAMS instead? Well, spoiler alert, FAMS was defunded. Why? Because the NDIS was funded. Well, NDIS came along, get rid of FAMS, FAMS participants can go on to NDIS. But that wasn't the reality. It's not how it played out. Almost like having a better plan to start with would have been better. But instead, we know from the Productivity Commission report that currently around 500,000 people who need psychosocial supports are missing out and not receiving adequate support inside or outside the NDIS because the supports simply aren't there. And that's right now, before this bill is passed. And rather than focusing our energies on resolving that glaring issue and filling that gap, the government seems to want to increase that gap by taking more people off the NDIS and people into these unsupported wastelands. And so the question I have is, will these magical foundational supports pick them up? Where are the foundational supports? What are they? I don't know what they are. I can't seem to find information on exactly what the plan is. Does the foundational supports plan to bring back FAMs? That's yet to be seen because I can't find this information. Instead, we risk the current gap getting bigger if this bill goes through. These are people's lives the government is dealing with. People can and will die if this bill goes through. So before even dreaming of cutting people's NDIS funds, the government must ensure foundational supports are ready, they're funded, they're designed by the people who will be using those services. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hayley. Mia?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me here. My name is Mia, and this speech was written with the help of a support worker and my friends. I was really scared to do this, scared that I'll face repercussions, cuts to my plans, and unfair consequences. I have several conditions that are considered severe. I am exactly who the NDIS was created to support. Without assistance, I cannot feed myself, shower myself, wash or brush my hair. I can't get to appointments, see my friends, or even get out of the house to get my own mail. I live alone in community disability housing project housing, which is not accessible. It has a step at the front door. I can't open or close the doors by myself, and I haven't had enough OT funding to get a ramp put in or any modifications. I can't leave the house without significant help, and I do not have any informal supports. Despite all of this, the NDIS has continued to cut my funding. While drafting my speech, I got a call from an NDIS planner about my plan review. My OT has recommended 41 hours of support work per week, but the NDIS planner decided that 7 hours a week was adequate, all because I can independently transfer and take a few small steps. The NDIS has letters from my GP and my OT saying that I will die without adequate support work funding, despite the fact that I'm suffering from starvation and malnutrition because I can't cook or access food consistently. I have not had an increase in my support work funding. I was told that I just have to build capacity, but how can I do that with such minimal funding? Building capacity will not account for all the things that I can't do because of my disabilities and my situation. Additionally, reductions to my physio funding has caused a significant decline in my already weak muscles, which I had spent years trying to build up and will not be able to regain them again due to my condition. The proposed changes and cuts to the NDIS will lead to more people in my position. When we say NDIS cuts will kill us, this is what we mean. These changes will cause more people to die in pain due to preventable deaths. It will have more people slipping through the cracks as they desperately fight for their basic needs. Physical and mental disabilities are not separate entities that the NDIS should pick and choose between. They overlap. I don't choose to need a wheelchair one day and be autistic the next. You cannot choose to fund one part of my disability and expect that to solve everything. The NDIS does not currently understand complex and multiple disabilities. Relying on automated decision-making will mean that they have even less understanding of complex conditions, and more people will slip through the gaps and be refused for other conditions due to one diagnosis. According to the Australian Institute of Health, 65% of disabled Australians live with 3 or more long-term conditions. The NDIS is not set up to support the reality of disability. We do not fit into neat little boxes. After a major health episode I have in 2025, which left me with lasting cognitive issues, the NDIS put all the care responsibility on my partner at the time. I had no support work. She lost her job. We broke up. I had no one else to fall back on. Taking support funding from NDIS participants puts the load on family and friends and puts more strain on our already struggling health and mental health systems. Families being pushed to care for their loved ones will see people losing their jobs or being forced to quit, needing to go on Centrelink and needing more support and services that will cost the government. Blatantly, this is eugenics. Taking our community access funding isolates us from the community, so it's easier for the general population to continue to dehumanize and forget about disabled people. This bill will continue to reduce capacity building services, so people like me will decline and end up dying, whether due to starvation, a fall where we hit our heads and no one finds us because we don't have support work, a decline in a once manageable condition, or suicide, killing us in a way that will look justified after the lies that have been spun to the public. How many more people need to say that this proposed bill cannot go ahead? Are the words of so many people before me not good enough? The rallies, the protests, the demonstrations of distress and outrage, are they not enough? How many people will need to die before you act? The government needs to listen to us. Mark Butler has said nothing about us without us, and has gone and done things about us without us to the detriment of the disabled community. Stop the cuts, stop using us as political scapegoats, and stop ignoring every single thing we tell you, and start listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Joshua?
Thanks, sorry, just a second, I suppose.
It's okay, no rush.
This works. Thank you. Thank you, Secretariat, Chair, Senators Steele John and Amanda Raja, Damanan and Senator Antic. I'm just going to give a quick content warning before. I printed my speech with red text on this, but it decided to come out in faint yellow, so that's a shame. My content warning is that there will be a brief discussion of suicide, self-harm and historical atrocities. My name is Joshua. I'm a university student, youth parliamentarian, board member and disability advocate. I am 19 years old. When I was 10 years old, I was suicidal. Every day through school was a battle. When I was 11 years old, I was diagnosed with autism at levels 2 and 3 and started on the NDIS. The NDIS was a big part of what brought me from that dark place as a young kid to where I am now. I've built functional capacity because of the scheme and built independence. Without it, I can promise you I would not be speaking here right now. I'm an example of how the NDIS works to, when it works well, improve disabled people's lives as we deserve. No child should self-harm or feel suicidal just because of who they are and how their specific brain interacts with the world around them. That was my world before the NDIS when I was 10 years old. It will too be the world of every autistic kid removed or denied access to the NDIS because of this bill. Some of these kids who I mention are not even born yet. What has this committee seen? We've sent over 4,500 written submissions to the bill in under 2 weeks, and I wonder if there's even more of a handful of submissions in favour of this bill. There have been 7,000 parliamentary petition signatures rejecting key parts of this bill and close to 25,000 signatures on another petition announcing this bill. There have been thousands of people pouring their hearts and souls out to this committee and everyone in Parliament, condemning this bill and all it would do, speaking about how every single part of this bill will hurt us, will kill us, and will send this whole country back by decades on disability rights. Senators, did you imagine when you got into politics that you would be on a committee responsible for listening to thousands of disabled people telling you about how the bill you were scrutinising would be kicking them off the NDIS and killing them? Chair, I do wonder, did you imagine that your party might tell you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears and recommend that this bill be passed? I'd ask that people think about how many people in my community will die if this passes, when this committee makes their recommendations and when the Senate votes. This bill is written without regard to its impact on disabled people. The idea is just to save money. Never look anywhere beyond the dollar figure. Never think about the cost in suffering and in human lives. Never think about how people could have had incredible lives but are now denied that under this bill. The result of this thought process from government is that the bill kicks or denies 300,000 plus disabled people from the scheme. If we want to talk about economics, I'd like to do that as well. Reports say that the NDIS returns $2.25 for every $1 invested. However, this is wrong. The real economic benefit of this scheme is incalculably higher. A $2.25 return for every $1 invested does not account for people like me and many others like me whose capacity is built by the NDIS. Because I was on the NDIS, I've grown up to be an ambitious and productive citizen, one who will contribute in taxes, graduate university, hopefully, and become a highly active member of the community. Thinking that the NDIS is a financial drain is factually wrong. It is an economic benefit to our entire country, and we receive those benefits now. However, they would be cut if this bill were to go ahead. I urge the government, like Lee, I believe your name was, to conduct an economic cost-benefit analysis on the net benefit of the scheme, because we haven't seen anything like that yet. I'd now like to talk about history and what we can learn from it. In 1939, the Nazi Party in Germany began their program of genocide against disabled people. This specific program was called Action T4. One of the principal justifications used before its implementation was that the country could not afford the schemes that helped support disabled citizens. We now hear the same message of financial burden. We hear the same factually incorrect justification used to attack my community, my friends, my family. Not in 1939 Germany, but in 2026, modern Australia, the same tactics, the same justifications. The right to life is the most important human right of all, and that bill takes that right away from us. I'd now like to address specific parts of the bill. On informal supports, it is unfair that those removed from the scheme, their health and well-being will depend on the quality of informal supports that they have been provided. That people may go into the public health system, the welfare system, or the justice system based largely if a parent or guardian can even afford to reduce their working hours or quit their jobs to become carers full-time or part-time. On functional capacity assessments, as has been noted before, many disabilities are variable and dynamic. If a functional capacity assessment captures someone on a day where they appear they appear to have lower support needs than they generally do, it will lead to that person being under-supported, possibly chronically and critically, possibly for months or years. On thriving kids, I think the best thing to do here is look at the numbers. 37.8 billion is going to be cut from the NDIS under this bill, and what's its replacement? A $2 billion joint funding agreement with each state. Now, I will note some of these states haven't even accepted this funding agreement yet. This scheme of thriving kids has not even been properly designed yet, let alone had the necessary co-design with the community. Thriving kids is like if participants are being asked to jump from a diving board into a metaphorical pool with the vague promise that the pool will be filled up with water as they jump down. We promise, guys. Now, I'd like to say that this bill, I don't believe it's inevitable. Nobody, politician, disabled person or carer should believe that for even a second. It can be shelved and it must be shelved. If it is not, then there will be future disabled kids out there who are just like 10-year-old me, a kid who does not receive the support that they deserved, a child who self-harmed, a son or daughter who commits suicide. This bill must not pass.
Thank you, Joshua, and thank you to all of you for the evidence that you have provided to the committee today. I know that it's not an easy thing to do, to come and give evidence in a sort of strange setting like this, and also to listen to peers and people around you give tough evidence. So we really do appreciate the time that it has taken for you all to come and give evidence. I also know that it can be really taxing to talk about these kinds of experiences, and so please look after yourselves today and over the next few days in particular.
Yeah, could I just ask a clarifying question in relation to Mr. First of all, bravo, all of you, seriously. Just in relation to the impact analysis that you've circulated to us, Mr. Lee, have we formally taken that as a document that we can incorporate into the handbook?
We should. Are you happy for us as a committee to accept this document as an additional submission to be tabled? To be tabled? Is that the? We'll table it. Yeah.
Thank you. And just also to clarify, with your case, Mia, there are a number of NDIS WA representatives behind you, but I just wanted to clarify, you said that you've got 7 hours of support work in the plan you've been given?
A week, yeah.
A week? How many were in the plan prior to the cut?
5.
So there was 5 in the plan previously? It's gone, or was it the other way around?
I think it was about the same, actually. They said that they wouldn't change it.
Right, they wouldn't change it. And was you a power wheelchair user? Was there anything in your plan around transport or?
They told me I can't have wheelchair transport because my support workers should just lift up my wheelchair and put it in a car.
Okay. Thank you. Well, they are behind you, and I would encourage you to have a chat with them when you feel ready.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. The committee will briefly suspend before we call witnesses from the various departments. Thank you. Proceedings. I now welcome representatives from the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing, the National Disability Insurance Agency, NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission, the Australian Federal Police and the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission. Thank you for appearing before the committee today, and I know for many of you it's well past business hours, so we do appreciate your time. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligations of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. Now, rather than ask each of you to state your name for the Hansard, the way that I propose we do this, given the number of people online, is that much like when you appear at estimates, if you are answering a question, then each time that you go to answer a question, you at that point state your name and the capacity in which you are appearing. I think what we will also do as we ask questions, of course, some senators I think will have questions directed at particular witnesses or particular departments. In circumstances where that's not the case or where you would like to add something to an answer, I'll ask you to use the raise your hand function that we just practiced very successfully during that sound check, and I think that will hopefully be an orderly way to conduct these proceedings. I will invite each of you to make an opening statement, should you wish, and I will start with the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing.
Thank you, Senator. It's Mary Wood speaking, Deputy Secretary of the Department. We have no opening statement to make.
Thank you. Do we have an opening statement from the National Disability Insurance Agency?
Hello. I think a few of us were going to jump in, but I'll go. It's Tom McGregor, General Manager, Policy Leadership. We have no statement from the agency.
Thank you. NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission.
Natalie Ray, Associate Commissioner and Chief Legal Counsel. We do not have an opening statement, Chair.
Thank you. Australian Federal Police.
Donna Parsons, Acting Assistant Commissioner for Crime. No opening statement.
Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission.
Adam Meyer, Deputy CEO Intelligence. No opening statement.
Okay. Thank you very much to all of you for that. It's very efficient. I will begin with some questions of the department and then share the call with my colleagues. I think first it's useful, given this committee has already considered this bill in a previous form and delivered an interim report on that bill, to get on the record the amendments that have been made to the bill in response to feedback through this process and others. So could I ask the department to talk us through those amendments, please?
Thank you, Senator. It's Mary Wood speaking. I'm the Deputy Secretary of the Disability and Carers Group in the department. There are a number of amendments that have been made to date in the House of Representatives. These have been summarised in a fact sheet so that we can be as clear as possible about the nature of those amendments. There's quite a lot of them, so I'm in your hands about whether you want sort of a one.
I think what would be useful is Could we ask for that fact sheet to be provided to us on notice? And then if you could perhaps give us a kind of high-level summary of the amendment and why that amendment has been included in the bill and the effect that that amendment will have.
Thank you. We're certainly happy to do that. The first amendment describes what a reasonable attempts to contact a participant. So that is just essentially clarifying what the policy intent of the legislation is, so there's no ambiguity or need for anyone to interpret what reasonable attempts means. A second amendment relates to permanence. And again, that is clarifying the definition of permanence in the Act and specifying that access will only be granted when all appropriate treatment to remedy or alleviate an impairment has been undertaken. The changes form two parts, making clear that appropriate treatment is treatments regularly undertaken and publicly funded in Australia, and the second to rule out any anxiety that people had that restrictive practices could count as appropriate treatment in anyone's eyes. Third amendment is in respect to registered plan management providers, and the amendment makes it clear that any conflicts of interest between related businesses must be managed under a formal agreement with the NDIA. There's a further amendment in relation to support determinations, which makes it clearer how support determination can be used, and in particular that the support determinations only apply to funding for two categories of funding in participants' plans, being social, community, civic participation, and secondly capacity building and daily activities. Further amendment is about automation, and again this is by way of clarifying what the particular requirements on the CEO of the agency are, which gives participants and anyone who's interested in how or what any of those automated decision-making processes, how they will work, and so that clarification needs to be provided at least 7 days before any automated decision-making happens. There's an amendment relating to how long the Minister has to make transitional rules in what's loosely regarded or referred to as a Henry VIII clause, to simply make it clear that that is there to iron out any errors as opposed to have any further discretion conferred upon the Minister. There is an amendment to provide for a statutory review of the bill in 2029. And finally, there is an amendment relating to pricing, which requires the agency to provide a summary of any advice given to the Minister to support him or her in the making of a pricing determination.
Great. Thank you very much for that, and it would be great if we could have that fact sheet provided to us on notice. I will move to Senator Antic, who is also appearing by video conference and who has questions.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can you all hear me at least? I'm having a bit of an issue here, but hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, look, thank you. And look, just a few questions for the department, if I could. Particular, I'm just interested in the topic of how many providers currently also provide plan management services.
We'll see whether we have that information for you, Senator, to hand. If we don't, we can come back to it perhaps.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. Happy to do that. Happy if you can tell me. It doesn't matter if you take it on notice. That's fine.
Thank you. Well, if it's okay, we'll take it on notice.
Yep, no problem. Well, I suppose on that, you might also need to take on notice the question of how many providers solely provide plan management services as well. That probably will also be something to take on notice, unless you can answer that now.
Senator, it's Erin Rule, Acting First Assistant Secretary, NDIS Strategy and Policy Division.
Yeah.
I do have information on the number of registered plan management providers.
Yes, thank you.
which is not the whole market. So there's 2,800 registered plan management providers. Approximately 1,400 of those providers are active and operating.
Okay, so there would be more in total, but you can take that on notice. Yep,
I'll take that
that's
on notice.
fine. And so perhaps then also, are you able to provide the following for each of those providers who offer those plan management services? Their name and how many claims each of them lodged each financial year from 2022 to 2023 to date until the current financial year?
So yes, I'll take that on notice,
Yep.
Senator.
Yep.
And just to confirm, you would like the amount of the claims they've provided on behalf of participants each financial
Yeah, how many claims each of them, each of those providers lodged each financial year, 22, 23 until the current financial year, yes.
Yes. And sorry, I think you had another question in there as well.
The name of the provider?
The name of the provider. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. And then look, I mean, these might be questions for on notice, but are you able to tell me how many of those total claims lodged were identified as fraudulent or inappropriate in each financial year in the same date range, 22, 23 to the current financial year? And if so, what the total amount that was incorrectly or fraudulently claimed in each financial year was?
I need to take that on notice unless my agency colleagues are able to assist with that response.
Senator, it's John Dardo, Deputy CEO in NDIA, looking after integrity and technology transformation. The level of detail that you're asking for, we would have to take on notice, but I would note that whatever data we came back would not be representative of what may or may not be happening there because of the maturity of systems over that time between 2022 and now. But we will take it on notice and endeavour to get you some sort of representation of what you're asking for.
Okay, thank you. Well, these might all fall into that category, but you let me know. Are you able to tell me how many plan managers have made inappropriate claims?
We would certainly be able to give you on notice a breakup of some analysis on that. But what I can do is give you an indication at a macro level of the sorts of percentages that we're dealing with and some of the indicators of non-compliance. We've done quite a bit of work in some segments of the plan managers. So there's approximately, in round figures, approximately 1,000 plan managers that have between 0 and 100 clients. In the analysis of those plan managers, a significant number of those, probably close to 90%, had significant indicators of non-compliance. About 38% of them had concerns about their ability to demonstrate a compliant statement of tax record. So what I mean by that is when we data match their data with the tax office, approximately 38% of those were identified by the tax office as likely being unable to provide a valid statement of tax record. So that would mean that they would have had either outstanding lodgements, outstanding debts not subject to payment arrangements, or underreported income. We are not allowed to know which specific ones. We're not allowed to know the specific ABNs, but we are allowed to know the number, which is about 38% of those.
Okay, well, can I add to that as well then the total amount in fraudulent claims that each of the plan managers made, and the question of whether or were these plan managers part of providers that offered other services in addition to plan management, or did they just offer the plan management services themselves? And if you can give me that, can you provide a breakdown for each of those providers?
Yeah, we will take that on notice, Senator.
Yeah, that's fine. Just moving on then, can you, and once again, tell me if you need to take this on notice, whether or not, so the question of how many plan managers are currently under manual claim reviews, and in addition to that, how would a plan manager come off the manual claim review process? For example, how would they go about the issue of proving that they were no longer a risk?
Yeah, I can certainly take the first one on notice and give you a number on that. The second, I can answer the second part of the question now if you would like.
If you can, yes, thank you.
So in order to put a plan manager in manual payment reviews, the protocol is that there would need to have been some risks identified. Those risks would have been significant enough to go to a panel that we have that considers any recommendations to go on a manual payment review. That panel assesses as part of that process any risk to participants, so any risks to disruption of services. We would then implement either a full manual payment review, which is that we actually look at every claim from that plan manager, or a partial manual payment review where we're looking at a sample of claims, or if it's too risky in terms of disruption to participants, there might be other interventions that we implement. The manual payment review would be triggered by a letter to the plan manager describing that they've now been selected for manual payment reviews and that they would need to provide evidence and advising them the channel for providing that evidence. That channel for evidence was different a few months ago. We have upgraded our systems and there's new channels now for providing that evidence, but they provide the evidence. And depending on if it's a full review, like full manual payment review, or partial, they would have to provide evidence for either all their claims or selected claims. Once we receive those claims, the evidence for those claims, that evidence is assessed. If there is a significant hit rate or concern about the evidence, so for example, if we're getting 10%, 15%, 20% problematic evidence, or the evidence is identified to be problematic in that when we do third-party validation, when we go out and we check that evidence matches the source of the evidence or the transactions in bank accounts, or when we check with participants, so when we do those third-party validations, if we find inconsistencies between the evidence supplied and the third-party validations, then the manual payment review stays on and may be extended. Or if that evidence is compelling, that manual payment review may be turned into a more significant investigation or a referral into Fraud Fusion Task Force, which could include work with the Commission, it could include referral to Tax Office, it could include referral to other agencies, and may or may not lead to a criminal prosecution. And there are examples of cases that are currently in the criminal pipeline. There are cases where they've not gone down criminal paths, but they've gone down other administrative processes, including multiple agencies working together to look at the financial viability of those entities and potentially put them into administration. In all of those processes, I would emphasise that the safeguarding of participant is the first consideration, and therefore there are times when we may not go to manual payment review immediately because we need to make alternate arrangements for participants, because what we don't want to do is disrupt the service to a participant, particularly if those participants are getting genuine services from partial, genuine providers. And what I mean by that is the plan manager may be running a mixed business model where they're doing partial fraud and partial genuine representation. And what we don't want to do is disrupt the genuine part of the service.
What about go on.
If the evidence from the sampling overwhelmingly comes back to be positive, and I'm not talking here 80% positive, I'm talking, 95% plus positive, and the rest is erroneous stuff that can be addressed through system uplifts by the plan manager, then we would work with the plan manager to advise on what they need to do to lift their systems up and their evidence up, and they may come off MPRs on manual payment reviews.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify, can you just give me an overview of the process of actually detecting the fraud? What actually happens if an incorrect amount is detected, and is there a follow-up process after that?
It would depend on the nature of what we're detecting. If what we're detecting looks and feels like errors that are not deliberate, not malicious, not contrived, then there's a very quick and very early engagement to do what we can do to make sure that, you know, their systems are, you know, are at the level that we need them to be to lift the manual payment reviews. If the errors, if the claims or the behaviour of the plan manager looks contrived, if there's evidence emerging about possible criminality, then the interventions take a very different pathway. And there are also other indicators that we take into account. So, for example, the associates or the directors of this entity, you know, is this their second or third or fourth entity? Does it look like they've attempted some sort of phoenixing behaviour? You know, have they been running non-viable businesses that they've walked away from before, and therefore put participants at risk before or other providers at risk before? The interventions vary according to what we're detecting and at what point we're detecting it.
Okay, and just a final question from me. Is it the case that the department deems the plan managers who service fewer than 100 participants to be riskier than the larger plan manager providers? And if that's the case, why is that the case?
No, I think there is certainly a higher level of risk in the providers, that the plan managers that are servicing a smaller number of participants, for two reasons. The first reason is that the revenue stream from plan management services for those smaller plan managers is likely to be insufficient to sustain a genuine business model with genuine controls. And so what I mean by that is, you know, they're unlikely to be able to invest in systems or scrutiny or, you know, governance that would give them confidence that they're claiming appropriately and managing claiming appropriately, just because of the revenue stream not supporting a critical mass of the business. So that would be one reason. Another reason is that, you know, it is more likely that plan managers that are doing problematic stuff with participants, you know, may be unlikely to attract the right sorts of business to there, and therefore unable to grow. So you know, there's almost like a natural feedback loop where some of those plan managers may stay small just because participants realise they're problematic pretty quickly. But I need to emphasise that we have not limited our integrity work to small plan managers. There are large plan managers that we have gone and looked at. Some of them have gone into administration as a result of the activity that we've taken in, against them. Some of them are in the criminal pipelines. So they're facing court. Warrants have been executed and they're facing court processes right now. So I would not want you to think that we have specifically targeted small. We are targeting any plan manager where we're detecting integrity risk, whether they're micro, small, medium or large. And we have interventions that have been applied at all levels in that market.
All right, thanks, Mr. Data. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Antic. I will go to Senator Steele-John.
Thanks very much, Chair. My first question, I think, is to Ms. Wood. Ms. Wood, your department has done modelling on participant exits that is based on primary disability, correct?
We have done modelling, yes. I would defer to Ms Long for details of the modelling depending on what your question is, Senator.
So Senator Anthea Long, Department of Health, Disability and Ageing. So the department and the actuary did modelling based on substantially reduced functional capacity.
Thank you. And you have also done modelling on participant exits that is based on age, correct?
So, as I mentioned, so the modelling was based on substantially reduced functional capacity and having an assumption around a significant level of substantially reduced functional capacity. with that analysis, we can then look at, of those people that were seen to be having potentially to be exited or diverted, what their age might be or those sorts of things. But the modelling itself was not predicated on age or disability.
So you're saying it was predicated on substantially reduced capacity?
That's correct, Senator.
And that being the is that the what's the acronym you use for it? The SRFC score?
So it's actually the scheme actuary and the NDIA have a severity score metric that they use.
That's the one. So that was
Created
that
by
metric.
the NDIA.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
Yep, that's right. So it's an internal measure that they use to standardise. It's standardised assessment results from different tools. It's not used to determine eligibility or anything like that. It is purely for reporting purposes.
Yep.
That the actuary uses this severity score metric. But that was the basis on which the modelling was undertaken.
So that was the basis on which you then did modelling around participant exits from the scheme, people that would no longer be on the scheme, and then that modelling was broken down by primary disability and age, correct?
That's right. So there was obviously projections as well that needed to be made around diversions in addition to exits. But that's right. So it was the actuary used that severity score to determine what the number would be, and then using existing data around existing participants and also through some sampling was able to apply that and then undertake some analysis to understand a little bit more about the potential characteristics of those cohorts.
Yep. So just sticking with exits for now. The Guardian reported on the 16th of July that 145,000 autistic people will lose access to the scheme by 2030 as a result of these reforms. Can I please confirm that this number is correct?
So I would have to stress that the modelling was predicated on substantially reduced functional capacity. But yes, there was then analysis undertaken to understand what those cohorts might be. And so in terms of, I would need to take on notice sort of the detail, but in terms of the number that I have from the scheme actuary, over the period to 30 June 2031, the assumed exits around autism would actually be around 115,000, but I'd like to take that on notice.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of age, that would be the standard breakdown is under and over 19. So what's the breakdown there?
In terms of the total number of people under 18 who would be
under 18
exited.
And then over. Yes,
so under 18, and again, we're talking about at that period from 30 June 2031 would be 155,000. And for 19 and over, 85,000.
Okay. So we've got 91,000 plus 81,000 by June of 31.
Sorry, so my apologies. Could you repeat that, Senator?
So just so I understand, give us the figures again. I think there was a little bit of a breakup while you were saying it.
Apologies. So when it comes to the total number of participants estimated to be exited as at 30 June 2031 who are 18 and under, that number is 155,000, the estimate. For 19 and over, 85,000.
And if we look at it by participants with autism, what is the breakdown by that category?
So for autism, that would be 115,000.
Total of the two groups together?
That's right, Senator.
15,000, okay. Thank you. Now, in terms of the reporting that we've seen in the media, we've had reports of 2/3 of the overall number of people being removed from the scheme by 2030 marked as children. Can I just verify what the actual number is there? So overall exits, is it correct that of overall exits through to 2030, that 2/3 of that number are children?
So, Senator, I can say that the total number of exits to 2031 is 241,000.
Yep.
Of that number, 155,000 would be 18 and under.
100 and how many?
155,000.
55,000 kids. Okay. So that I can get a sense of the crossover between the two groups, which I imagine is significant in terms of the percentage of that 155,000 that are kids, that are kids with autism, I should say. How many children being removed? How many children, based on the modelling you've done, will be removed from the scheme who are autistic?
So, Senator, the estimates, and again, I would stress that these estimates are very, they were predicated on substantially reduced functional capacity, and the actuary has then used a range of data around existing participants to then provide some analysis as to what the potential impacts would be of cohorts. There is quite a lot of uncertainty around this data. And so I think I would just caution in terms of these figures.
What do you mean by caution, Ms. Long?
Well, I'm just saying that there is a degree of uncertainty around the estimates, and I would also note as well that when it comes to determining substantially reduced functional capacity, that is something that we are currently consulting on. There is a technical advisory group who will be engaging to really to draw in technical expertise and also consultation and engagement to be able to determine what these thresholds should be. And so these are assumptions. The assumptions were based on functional capacity. And so when you start to then go down into detail into cohorts, so when you start to look at particular disability types and particular ages, it becomes much, much more uncertain in terms of the confidence in that data.
I understand. But in terms of what we have got, this is what we have got in terms of modelling. So can we just get, in terms of the children that will be removed from the scheme due to these changes, how many of that 155,000 figure that you've given us are autistic kids?
So the estimate is 95,000.
95,000, okay. How many of those kids are below the age of 9?
So apologies, Senator, I'm going to need to take that on notice.
Take that on notice. Okay. Now, you've given us the advice that we should deal with this, these figures with a degree of caution, which I acknowledge. These figures are also the basis for the projections for how much the government will, quote unquote, save from these changes, aren't they?
So, yes, Senator, the modelling informed the budget estimates.
Indeed, they did. So when we as a parliament are considering what the overall impact of this legislation will be on the fiscal situation, should we apply that same degree of caution?
Senator, it's Mary Wood speaking from the department.
Yes. Yep.
Perhaps I can just add to Ms Long's evidence, in part because the first all-day meeting, the technical advisory group, was held yesterday. That is co-chaired by Professor Christine Imms. The group had a lengthy discussion about how to approach the significant task that you're indicating is involved in coming up with a robust definition of substantially reduced functional capacity. And ministers, of course, have acknowledged that the advice of that group of experts will be the primary basis for their consideration of what to propose for the rules that will then need to be considered by the states and territories. That process has been clear throughout, and obviously the Commonwealth budget process has its own rules and modelling that has to happen alongside it.
Thank you. Ms Long, of the tens of thousands of kids that you've identified for us who will be removed from the scheme, how many will be transitioned onto Thriving Kids?
So, Senator, Thriving Kids will commence shortly and will be able to support children with low to moderate autism. And so the first Thriving Kids cohort is from children who are 0 to 8, and then there will be obviously engagement with states and territories about subsequent cohorts for foundational supports.
Is it still intended that Thriving Kids will be on track? Well, is it still intended that it will be fully operational by 2028? Is that still the intention?
Yes, Senator. So targeted supports under Thriving Kids will be rolled out by 1 January 2028. Some supports will commence from October 2026 as Thriving Kids will be rolled out in a phased approach with services scaled up to hit that 1 January 2028 target to align with the access changes. These timelines have been agreed by all governments through the National Agreement on Foundational Supports. And governments have developed implementation plans that outline their pathways to be able to begin the supports from October. And we will have implementation progress and various things along those milestones.
Can you guarantee that no child will be removed before a Thriving Kids program has been established and is available?
Senator, it's Mary Wood speaking again. The Thriving Kids and additional foundational supports are well advanced at the moment. So the Thriving Kids program will commence, as Ms Long said, in January this year, which of course precedes any access changes which won't take effect until 1st of January 2028, should the states and territories agree to the work that's being developed by the Technical Advisory Group at the moment.
Okay. Chair, I have more questions, but I know that you wanted to rotate the call back to Senator Antic.
Thank you very much. We have a list of senators. I'll just check. I think Senator Darmanin, do you have some questions for?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
My questions are for the department. I will try and be as quick as I can because I have a few. But we heard a range of concerns from people that people will be forced into undertaking treatment without their consent. Now, I think one of the department representatives did run through the amendments, and I think this was covered, if I heard correctly, but maybe not. So I just wondered if you could clarify, is this correct? And if it isn't, how does participant choice factor into the process?
Senator, it's Mary Wood speaking from the department. No one will be forced to have treatment of any sort. The amendments proposed in the bill to indicate what appropriate treatment is for consideration about eligibility for the NDIS and the circumstances in which a person is taken to have undertaken all appropriate treatment. But there's no intention or manifestation in the bill that requires anyone to get treatment.
And presumably that's the same for forcing participants into pursuing unlimited or inappropriate treatments that doesn't benefit their functional capacity in any material way.
Yes, that's right. So the policy intent is that individuals will clearly continue to have the right to make personal decisions about their care, but that there will be some more guidance around what appropriate treatment is.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, keep going.
I could just add to Ms Wood's evidence. I might Sarah Hawke from the department. The decision making around appropriate treatment as it is now is made on the basis of advice from a participant or a prospective participant's treating medical team, and that's the key consideration upon which decisions will be made and considered by the agency in terms of what's appropriate for a participant based on advice from their guidance and from their medical and health professional team.
Thank you. We also heard a range of concerns from some stakeholders about parliamentary oversight and that there would be no parliamentary oversight over the ministerial instruments. Can you just clarify that for us? Is that correct?
It's Erin Rule speaking. No, that's not correct, Senator. All of the instruments and rules that are provided for in the bill will be disallowable instruments by the Parliament.
So that means essentially there is parliamentary oversight then, just for those who don't know what disallowable instruments mean.
Yes, thank you. That's correct.
Yeah, thanks. We also heard about we heard concerns from stakeholders about the bill introducing new parental responsibilities, and I understand that the current settings include reasonable expectations of families, carers, informal supports, and community networks. Can you just sort of talk through that a little bit in terms of how the bill steps that out compared to current settings?
Yes, Senator Sarah Hawke speaking. So the bill, in effect, the policy intention is to codify and clarify existing practice in relation to the consideration of appropriate care and support for children, and that is at the moment the considerations about what is appropriate care and support is unclear, and the bill seeks to clarify that it is reasonable to expect age-appropriate care and support for children, including activities such as supervision, support with activities of daily living and transport to and from school. But obviously where a participant is a child and their support needs extend beyond what would be age-appropriate support for a parent to provide, those support needs would be considered in the context of the child's disability-related support needs and their family and informal support circumstances.
Mm-hmm. And so just to be really clear, does that substantially deviate from the current settings?
No, Senator, that's not the policy intention. The agency's operational guidance reflects what is more clearly expressed on the face of the bill at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thanks for that. I wanted to ask a question about the priority pathway and how it's working for people with degenerative conditions like MND. Is the technical advisory group considering the success of that pathway in their work? And will everyone need to go through a whole new assessment, or are there going to be tailored processes to streamline the administrative burden for individuals? Can you just sort of talk through, what is the thinking around that?
Senator, thank you for your question. It's Mary Wood speaking. As you know, the Technical Advisory Group has been asked to consider a standardised evidence-based assessment of a person's functional capacity rather than relying on diagnosis, but the TAG, as it's known as, is clearly aware of the many complexities of that task, including the need for different tools to assess people who have fluctuating or episodic conditions of whatever nature. So that discussion was commenced in a very preliminary fashion yesterday by the technical advisory group, and it will make recommendations with all participants in mind and all disability types. And yes, you are also right to note that the technical advisory group has been asked to look at assessment process that is sensible and that doesn't ask onerous or undue or unnecessary questions of any applicants, whether they're existing participants or prospective.
Thank you. That's a helpful clarification, I think. It's creating some anxiety for people. Just the last question from me. I understand that there has been some clarifications made in the bill about what reasonable contacts mean. Can you just talk a bit about what's changed and how that is going to be able to provide certainty for participants in the broader community, please?
Certainly, Senator. So the bill states the participant plan can be suspended if the participant doesn't respond to reasonable attempts made by the agency to contact them, and the amendment provides more specificity and metrics around that phrase, what reasonable attempts mean. So the amendment clarifies that the agency must have contact the participant, their nominee or authorised person directly, and make at least 5 attempts to contact the person through their preferred means, and that there must be at least 3 or 4 months between the first and last attempt at contact. And there are, of course, exclusions to all of the above if the participant is in hospital or an institution or is experiencing homelessness over the relevant period.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thanks for that, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. Senator Ananda Raja.
Thanks, Chair. Just a question to the department and to the NDIA regarding automated decision making. We've heard concerns from stakeholders that there are no safeguards in this bill around automated decision making. I'd like some clarification around that, please.
Thank you, Senator. It's Erin Rule speaking. I might make a start and then see if my agency colleagues wish to add to that. The bill does take safeguarding of automated processes very seriously. In the first instance, there are a limited number of provisions that may be automated, which are specified on the face of the bill. And if there was to be further provisions automated, the Minister would need to make an instrument in order to allow that. And that instrument would be subject to disallowance by the Parliament. And then there are further safeguards with regards to the way that the CEO of the National Disability Insurance Agency can put in place arrangements for automation. The CEO, if automation involves any evaluative decisions, must make a standard operating procedure instrument that supports the processes, and that instrument must be published on the agency's website at least 7 days before it's made in order to give participants, representative organisations and other interested parties visibility of the instrument. That instrument must also be registered on the Federal Register of Legislative Instruments. The CEO will have the ability under the Act to substitute decisions if the CEO indicates or identifies that a preferable decision must be made. And there are also reporting requirements to support transparency around whether or not substituted decisions are being taken by the CEO and the nature of those decisions.
Thank you for that comprehensive response. I don't know if the NDIA wants to make any contribution here as to what they're doing to ensure technology is always used in a safe and responsible way.
Yes, it's Ben Cheever, Acting General Manager Legal Chief Counsel at the NDIA. I'll just add some operational safeguards that we're also adding, in addition to the legislative safeguards that Ms. Rule has just provided to the committee. So the agency will have an internal oversight committee that will be chaired by a Deputy CEO that will oversee the uses of automated provisions. Automated decision-making will also be included in our internal audit program that will be overseen by our board. So there'll be a way in which we would ensure the efficacy and testing of the any use of automation across the agency. There will be decision traceability, including records of inputs, rules and methodologies and outputs of human intervention. There'll be system testing, validation, legal for conformance assessment, monitoring, quality assurance and audit. And I think, I'm not sure if Ms. Rule actually articulated that the CEO will be able to correct or substitute an action where an automated outcome is not correct or preferable, including with effect to the date of which the original decision was meant to take place.
Thank you. And to either department or to the NDIA, the bill lists a section in the Act where automated decision-making specifically applies. Can you please confirm that raising a debt is not one of those circumstances?
Then again, yes, I can confirm that section 59 C, subsection 1, does not specify a provision that relates to the raising of debt under 183 of the Act, 82 of the Act.
Doesn't prohibit
and
it,
while
though, does it?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch
It doesn't
that.
prohibit it. That's the problem. It doesn't specify it, but it doesn't prohibit it.
There would be a method in which, or a process in which the minister may, by legislative instrument under section 59C subsection 2, that could specify other provisions in the Act that relate to administrative action.
Yeah, and that could be superseded by a future determination, couldn't it? That's how they work.
Yes, but...
Yeah,
yes.
anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to
but it
interrupt
would
you,
be- That's okay.
Senator.
That's okay.
want to clarify
No
it.
problem. But that would again be subject to disallowance, and so
Yeah.
parliamentary oversight would apply.
Yes, Senator. If a
Correct?
minister takes a legislative instrument under section 59 subsection 2, it would be subject to disallowance by the Parliament.
Okay. Could you outline the current processes for raising a debt with the agency and explain the sorts of circumstances that debts are raised, please?
I might ask my colleague, Mr. Dardo, to explain the debt process within the agency.
Thank you for the question, Senator. John Dardo, Deputy CEO, Integrity and Technology Transformation. There's generally three types of debts that are tracked in the agency or where they're raised in the agency. One set of debts is in relation to compensation. So these are where the NDIS has funded a participant. That participant subsequently receives a compensation payout. The Act doesn't allow for double dipping, and so there may be a debt raised until the compensation payout pays back the component of the funding that the NDIS provided that has become compensable. So we'll put those to one side, the very small numbers. The second types of debts are where a participant or a provider cancels a claim after we've already paid it, or contacts us to advise us that that claim should not have been paid, or to advise us that they didn't use the money for that service. So we call that self-initiated cancellations. And so in those circumstances, a participant They may do it online, they may do it through a call, they may do it by correspondence, but a participant or a provider will contact the agency and let us know that while they received the claim, they know they did not use the money or did not get the service, and therefore that money is owed back to the agency. So that's a self-initiated debt. And the third category is where the agency initiates a debt. And again, it could be for a participant or provider. And in those circumstances, we have been building a very robust mechanism for how we address those cases. And so before a debt can be raised, an evidence package is put together, which would include the opportunity for a participant or a provider to comment. So it's material, any material that exists is provided or corresponded with the participant or the provider. So there's an invitation for them to comment. That invitation to comment is considered by the agency, the response. That whole process is done under the oversight of both an SES committee, but also a Deputy CEO committee. So before an invitation to comment goes out, an SES committee and or a Deputy CEO committee, a panel will look at that debt and the reasons for the request for comment being sent out and the reasons for that debt potentially being raised. Once the request for comment comes back, it goes back to those two forums, the SES committee and the Deputy CEO panel. The evidence is considered, a recommendation is provided by the SES committee to the Deputy CEO panel. That Deputy CEO panel will then either accept or reject the recommendation. If they accept the recommendation, our current process is that we engage with the CEO and the CEO makes a final call on that debt. So it goes through an SES committee, a Deputy CEO panel, which has at least 3 Deputy CEOs on it, and a number of general managers, Band 2s, and then it goes to a CEO under our current processes. Once that outcome is decided, correspondence is then provided back to the participant or the provider outlining the reasons for the debt. And in that correspondence is some information which is also on our website, and that information provides an opportunity for a participant or a provider to contact us if they disagree with the facts and to have us reconsider the debt. And if they submit a request for a reconsideration, then we will ask some people outside that process to look at that and reconsider the evidence in relation to that debt, and if necessary, engage with the participant or the provider in relation to that evidence. That correspondence and our website also include information on how a participant can request a write-off or a waiver. And so if a participant is entitled to a write-off or a waiver, then we may write off or waiver the debt. There are circumstances where debts are raised, either through self-cancellation or through the agency, where the debt is so small that we automatically waiver those debts. And in many cases, we don't even contact the participant to let them know that there has been a debt. It just gets automatically waived to avoid the angst of raising a debt and waivering the debt. So that's the process. It has, generally 3 layers of SES oversight at the moment, not including the debt officer that was involved in the debt originally. And it includes an opportunity for reconsideration, opportunity for a write-off and a waiver.
Thank you for stepping us through that. And will this process continue under the new legislation?
The level of human oversight will continue. Whether, as we develop our governance, we will revisit the exact governance arrangements, but Deputy CEO oversight will, SES will definitely be there, Deputy CEO oversight will still be there. So there will be at least a couple of levels of SES oversight, and the reconsideration option, which is clearly articulated on the website, will continue. There is no intent to remove that, as are the write-off and waiver provisions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Just on the matter of appeals, and I think you've sort of touched upon that, does the agency encourage people to seek reviews when it comes to raising debt or dealing with them?
The correspondence that issues absolutely points them to how they can ask for a debt to be reconsidered by the agency if they disagree with the facts or the circumstances, but also points them to the opportunities for a write-off or a waiver. And I would note that they're three very different things, and they have different criteria, and all of those criteria are clearly articulated on our website.
This is my final question in this block, Chair. We heard from some stakeholders that participants are already being moved off the scheme and access changes have already started. Could you confirm that there has been no change to policy?
Senator Andrew Maitland, General Manager, National Operations and Performance for the NDIA. I can confirm that that is not occurring. There have been no changes to our practices in the frontline in respective aspect or any other element of the reform legislation that has been progressed. These issues were first raised in the June estimates hearing, and our CEO, Mr. Graham Head, tabled at the time communications to staff, clearly articulating that there is no changes to the way that we do any of our existing processes until the legislation is passed by the Parliament and given royal assent. I can also confirm that we have had multiple emails to our staff since from our Deputy CEO Service Delivery. Our CEO at a town hall in July reiterated it to our entire staff base, and we also reiterated again on the 5th of August in communications to all staff. I would like to just acknowledge that a few participants and peak bodies have raised a very small number of concerns that this was occurring. We've investigated each and every one of those concerns raised with us, and we have not identified any instances where a responsible delegate has started to take decisions in alignment with the new the new amendments. So I'm very comfortable in confirming to you, Senator, that the agency is still working with the current legislation. There has been no direction and there has been no action taken by our staff to act in accordance with the proposed amendments.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ananda Raja. Senator Antic, back to you.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Can I ask some questions of the AFP? They are still with us? Are they still with us?
Yes, Senator, we're still here.
Yeah, thank you. Look, just on the question of fraudulent activity in the NDIS, how many reports do you receive, or how many do you receive about about fraudulent activity?
Senator Donna Parsons from the AFP. We'd probably have to take that question on notice as it changes every day.
Yeah. Do you receive direct reports about fraud in the NDIS, or are they passed on to you from the agency or the NDIA or other agencies?
Senator, we mostly receive them via NDIA, but we also take reports of crime or complaints direct from the public.
Okay. And on that topic, how many, and you probably have to take this on notice, but how many cases have been referred to the AFP from the NDIA?
I would have to take that one on notice, Senator.
Yeah, okay. How do you see the NDIS reform bill changing the AFP's role in the investigation of fraud and in fact, with non-compliance within the scheme? Will it lead to changes, do you think, or an increase and decrease in enforcement activity?
Senator, for us, it provides powers to NDIA that will actually allow us to focus on the high impact, high harm work, which is our main objective in this space. Given that notoriously they've been relying on the AFP to do more of that action up till now. So we see it as being a benefit to allowing us to deal with high impact, high harm, and let NDIA focus on that lower middle level type of fraud.
Okay. And what about the types of fraud or misuse of funds that you currently see and investigate? Do you foresee any changes emerging as the scheme reforms that are implemented?
No, not at this stage, Senator. The environment obviously changes depending on, how our organised crime networks or others are adjusting within that space, but we don't see the legislation necessarily having an impact on that.
Okay. Can I ask some questions of the ACIC then, if they're still with us? And we've got representatives there. Sorry, on my screen.
Here, Senator.
Yeah, thanks. All right, so given your agency plays a large role in combating serious and organised crime, what are the measures that should be looked into in order to counter organised criminal activity within the scheme?
So, Senator, in terms of identifying the range and nature of serious and organised crime and efforts to exploit the program itself, for us, the data sharing and industrialising the degree to which we can access, share and collectively analyse that information is critical in terms of being able to identify threats as early as possible in the system, and also to be able to identify the range and nature and the scale and trend of those activities. And so for us, we obviously share a significant amount of information within the Fraud Fusion Task Force, and ACIC, we house the Fraud Fusion Centre. And so in addition to all of our own intelligence and information, we have access to intelligence and other information sources from all the partner agencies. We also have partner agencies embedded into the Fraud Fusion Centre. And so that information access and the ability for us to derive the insights and do that threat discovery work, if you will, is critical for us, and both in terms of identifying the actors and the networks involved, but also to understand and to gain insight into their shifts in methodologies. And I refer back to your question to the AFP just before. We know that the serious and organised crime networks evolve. We know they're agile. And so we obviously continue to work very closely with our partner agencies to make sure that we can stay a step ahead of the activities and to be able to respond to the way in which they change their efforts and their methods to try and exploit the program.
Yeah, and on the issue of tightening provider registration, have you made any recommendations around how that would happen?
We haven't made specific recommendations ourselves as an agency, but in order to provide the best analysis and the best understanding about potential issues, being able to gain access to information as early as possible in the process is advantageous in terms of being able to identify issues at that early stage. So the earlier access to information provides the ability to do that analysis and identify any particular anomalies or individuals who may have connections in with serious and organised crime, or indeed who may have potentially been found to be acting in an inappropriate way in other programs. And so for us to be able to identify individuals who may have potential risk indicators from activity across other Australian government programs or scheme hoppers, as we refer to them, being able to identify those as early as possible is obviously a focus for us.
And what about recommendations around strengthening the payment or the claims processing to combat organised crime within the NDIS?
We haven't made any specific recommendations ourselves, Senator, around that. That's probably more a case for the Commission or NDIA to provide comment.
Okay. And look, just finally, would you say, or would it be fair to say that the majority of fraudulent activity and claims that occur within the scheme are orchestrated by organised crime, or are they just individuals acting in an opportunistic fashion?
Senator, we see a mix. So we do definitely see some more opportunistic activity. We then, if we go a little bit further down the spectrum, we see some more organised fraud networks. And then we get to the right to the end of the spectrum, and we do see that very significant, serious and organised crime activity and involvement. And for those particular actors, we obviously are quite concerned around their involvement and their efforts to try and exploit the program, because in addition to their exploitation of the program, we know that the money that they then make from that fraudulent activity, they recycle into a range of other criminal activity, which obviously has a range of other implications for our agencies and others. And so being able to generate income or wealth from their exploitation activities around the programs then flows on to a series of other potential harms across other elements of our society. So that's certainly where we focus significant amount of effort.
Yep. Okay. That's all from me. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Senator Antic. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much. I have some questions about changes to section 33, subsection 2E, which gives the Minister the power to make determinations on things like maximum funding for types of support. What is the purpose of this power, and how is it envisaged that it will be used?
Senator, it's Erin Rule speaking. The purpose of that power is to provide more. Sorry, I'm just trying to find my notes. It's the intention is to help with guidance to decision makers on reasonable and necessary decisions under old framework plans, which are the current plans for participants. It would only apply if the power was to be made by the Minister, it would only apply to new plans or at time of plan reassessment, and could help guide decision makers on aspects of reasonable and necessary decisions regarding maximum amounts of funding or intensity.
Right.
Sarah Hawke speaking. If I could just add to that, an example that was provided in the explanatory memorandum about when, excuse me, that power might be used to impose a maximum amount of supports is in the context of evidence and evidence base, for example, from the NDIS Evidence Advisory Committee, which indicates that an amount of therapy in respect of a type of support might be appropriate and therefore capped at that amount.
Okay, so am I correct in saying it gives the Minister the power to make a legislative instrument setting out important details about participant funding, worked out under the planning framework? Is that a fair summation?
Yes, Senator, under the old what's called the old planning framework, which is the framework that's currently in place ahead of the new framework planning framework, which commences
ahead of the I'll work. Yes. So, and for people on old framework plans, and it'll cover how reasonable and necessary supports are grouped, and how funding amounts for those groups are calculated as well.
Senator Sarah Hawke speaking. That can be done. It enables rules to be made, which again would need to be considered by Parliament to do the things outlined in that provision in section 33.
Yeah. And how does the government? How is it envisaged the power will be used?
As I mentioned, Senator, the only indication or example that is provided at the moment is that which is outlined in the explanatory statement. And I might also mention there is an existing legislative instrument that's already been made under Section 33, which enables supports to be grouped in the context of current old framework plans.
Yep. All right. So the audio is a little bit patchy over this side, but I missed some of what you were outlining in the explanatory memorandum. Can you just take it to us again? What was the example given there?
Yes, the example in the explanatory memorandum is that the determination could be used to specify a maximum intensity for a particular therapy support where there's evidence and research which shows that any more than that intensity does not add any benefit for an individual. So the explanatory memorandum says the evidence base for making any such determination would be drawn from sources such as the NDIS Evidence Advisory Committee.
Okay. Now, can you, when you're referring to maximum intensity there, what are you? Can you give us a tangible example of what you're referring to?
Yes, Senator. For example, that might be the number of therapy hours or a therapy type that is considered effective and beneficial for a participant or for a particular cohort of participants.
So you can set a maximum intensity for a type of therapy. You could also set just a maximum amount of funding for a type of support as well, correct?
I believe that's what this provision enables, yes.
Yes, and you could set also through the intensity pieces, you could determine what a maximum ratio of support could be.
That's right, Senator. So Part C provides a maximum ratio of worker to participant provision of supports.
And so maximum worker to participant ratio for supports. Now this is under exclusively under old framework plans?
Yes.
So it doesn't extend to new framework plans?
No, that's correct, Senator.
Okay. And as of now, where are we at in terms of the number of participants in the scheme that are on old versus new framework plans?
Senator, the new framework planning hasn't commenced, so all participants are on old framework current plans.
They are indeed. So everybody's on an old framework plan. So this section of the legislation applies to currently everyone. Yes.
If you can, yes.
Okay. So if given that, this power could be used to make large cuts to groups of supports for those on old framework plans, similar to the way in which support determinations can be used, can't it?
Yes, it can do any of the an instrument, a legislative instrument could be made that determines a maximum amount of funding, a maximum intensity for provision of supports, or a maximum ratio of worker to participant. That's what the rule-making provision allows.
Mm-hmm. Now, what safeguards exist around this power? For example, in the support determinations power, the minister at least needs to have regard to the safety of participants. But I don't see that requirement attached to this power.
Senator, it's not expressly attached to the power, but in accordance with any consideration of the use of this type of power, it would be an impact assessment would be required, which would need to consider the impact on participants in the proposed use of or making of any determination under that. And we are also subject to, in formulating a view about safety and impact. We're subject to consultation requirements under the Legislation Act in developing a legislative instrument and providing advice to ministers about the use of any determination.
But that's the broad requirements that you're always under. In ministerial support determinations, there is a specific requirement to have a regard to the participant's safety, but that does not exist in relation to this section of the legislation, does it?
It's not expressly provided for.
It is not expressly provided for. So if I am a disabled person that currently receives one-to-one supports, and under a determination under this power, the maximum set for me is receiving supports alongside two other people, that decision could be made without regard to my safety as a disabled person, can't it?
Senator, as indicated, that would need to be very carefully considered in the context of the impact and advice to government administrators about the use of any such determination.
Yep, but not that assessment is not linked to the individual in question, is it?
The assessment of whether it would be appropriate to make a determination which changes the ratio of supports would have a significant impact on individuals and groups of participants.
Yes, but you are not required to have regard in considering any of that to my personal circumstances or any person's personal circumstances, are you? Just to what advice you may have been given in relation to a generalised group of people, correct?
Well, that would depend on the nature and type of consultation. So I don't think we would necessarily discount individual circumstances and the impacts that are drawn out through consulting with individuals and groups.
Well, now this is interesting because this goes back to an answer that you gave to my colleague earlier. So are you suggesting that ministers will be making rules, legislative instruments, based on individual personal circumstances?
In the course of our consultation activity across any proposed rules, we undertake targeted consultations with individuals as well as broader consultations. So as I mentioned, the stories and impacts of individuals are really important to consider in policy making and advice to government about the use of any such determination.
And who finally makes the decision? Who is the ultimate decision maker after the consultation has occurred?
Senator, it's Mary Woods speaking. The determination, of course, is made by the Minister, but as a disallowable instrument, the Parliament is able to consider the merits of the determination.
As a disallowable instrument, it's hardly worth the paper it's written on, because once the legislation exists, if you disallow it, you are no longer able to provide the service and support. Having been doing this for 10 years and watching this conversation go round in circles around disallowable instruments, you know and I know and everybody watching this knows that a disallowable instrument is a very tame parliamentary oversight measure at best. But putting that aside, let's go back to the actual point here, which is that the Minister is the final decision maker, correct? Once they've taken the consultation, the Minister makes the call.
A determination is a ministerial power.
Indeed it is, and that is the same for support determinations, correct?
Yes, indeed.
So any consultation undertaken as part of the formulation of a rule or instrument is ultimately advice given to a minister which they may have regard to or may disregard, correct?
Senator, consultation is an integral part of the decision-making process, as Ms Hawke indicated, and so is an impact assessment, which of course must be considered by the Cabinet and by Parliament.
And the Minister isn't bound by either the impact assessment or the consultative findings. It's their decision, isn't it?
It's a ministerial determination, but of course the minister answers to the Parliament and to the people.
And to the universe more broadly, absolutely. A ministerial rule may be superseded by a future ministerial rule, correct? They do not bind the minister in perpetuity, the office.
That's correct, Senator. A determination can be made and remade.
Indeed. And so any rule made by the Minister of the day may be remade or resubmitted to the Senate for consideration by a future minister at a future time. Thank you. Yep, thank you. Well, that'll do me. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Steele John. I have a couple of questions to finish us off, and I hope that we can finish right on time. So just one clarification on some questions around fraud. To the NDIA, could you advise how the bill improves its powers to prevent NDIS funds going to bad actors in the first place? And how do those powers interact with other efforts to tackle fraud, such as improving the payment system, enrolment, registration, etc.?
Thanks, Senator. I might take that question. John Dardo, Deputy CEO, NDIA Integrity and Technology Transformation. I think it's really important to recognise that there is no silver bullet in improving integrity. You need lots of things to come together, and the overarching mantra, the mission, like the design principle that we've been using for the last 2 years as we've been building or improving the systems, is that it should be much easier to get it right. And for those that are doing, genuine services as providers and genuine claiming as participants, it should be easier to get those services approved and funded and the money to flow. And it should be making it harder to get it wrong. So for those that are non-genuine providers and for non-genuine claiming, it should be harder for people to make those mistakes, whether it's accidental, opportunistic, or deliberate. And so, there are layers to how you need to do that. And if we think about, as at a simple principle level, a compliance triangle where most people are trying to do the right thing and we just need to make it easier. We have been doing a lot of work in the system design to make sure that, people are encouraged to provide the right evidence and get, some sort of indication about, whether the stuff they're providing is consistent with, claims that should be supporting the scheme. And then at the very top of the triangle, you can imagine the Fraud Fusion Task Force has been tackling the really sophisticated organised crime or the sharp end of fraud. And what we're missing, particularly for providers, but across the board, is the mid-range. It's the things in the middle that allow us to encourage people to be more compliant earlier without resorting to criminal interventions or without resorting to debts accruing on multiple occasions. And so the amendments definitely bring into that compliance triangle the mid-range, which is what's been missing in the law and in the suite of materials that are available to the agency. So the agency, while it's been building systems, and I'll talk about a bit more in a minute, has not had the powers in the mid-range that would allow us to deal with the scale of providers that we need to address. So, for example, the ability to gather information, the ability to ask a provider to do an enforceable undertaking, the ability to issue an infringement notice for a provider so that provider is more likely to do the right thing next time. We at the moment we really we are in a position where, because we can't issue infringement notices, we've got to either push them up the triangle, or we just can't handle the volume or the scale that we need to handle. So infringement notices would allow us to deal with that mid-range offence in a much higher volume, in a way that pushes them back down towards a more compliant behaviour. The civil penalties are missing out of our powers, so we don't have civil penalties in the NDIA. Monitoring powers are missing, so the ability for us to get magistrate issued warrants, so that we can free up the federal police to do the really serious work that they need to do without tying them up with that mid-range offence in the provider world. And then separate to that, there are some other things in the amendments that would also improve claiming. We know that age claiming is a significant area of fraud. There was a tightening up of the window that you could claim, so that it was claiming within, the last couple of years or 2 years of a service date. That has taken out a significant amount of fraud that we were seeing in age claiming. The amendments here continue to tighten up the claiming window. A genuine provider is unlikely to need more than 3 months to issue an invoice or to make a claim against the NDIA. And so this starts to tighten up the claiming window, so that claims are received within 90 days of a service date. We will cater for exceptions. We always cater for exceptions, but for the majority, it brings claiming closer to the service window, and therefore makes it more likely that we can validate the claim and that the claim is correct. There's also record keeping obligations, so that there's, providers and participants are required to maintain records in relation to claims. And clearly the approach to plan management, we've been saying now for certainly a couple of years, in estimates and in other forums, that plan management is a significant risk vector. It is, you can't audit or prosecute your way out of it. The market is significantly, it's too big and unnecessarily big. So reforming that plan manager space is critical, because we just can't audit or prosecute our way out of it.
Okay.
So there are a series of...
Sorry, I cannot see your name, so I apologise. Mr. Dado, I'm just going to ask you to wrap up your evidence if you just have a couple of final brief points you'd like to make.
The last thing I would say, these all complement the investment we've received to uplift our systems, which includes a digital enrolment and digital payments platform that we'll be delivering over the next 2 years. And that program is bringing together a requirement for evidence to be submitted through channels that currently don't collect evidence, such as agency managed claims and plan managed claims. And so the combination of those system uplifts along with the reform starts to bring this scheme into a more integrity postured scheme, a scheme where we're confident people are getting it right and less likely to get in trouble.
Thank you for that evidence. It is useful, because I think one of the criticisms that we've had of the bill is that it doesn't actually do anything to tackle fraud in the scheme. So I appreciate you setting that out for us. Just I think a brief question. One of the things that I heard from representatives from culturally and linguistically diverse groups at the hearings last week was that they had been advised that the new framework planning materials won't be made available in languages other than English. Can someone confirm to me whether that is correct?
Senator, it's Sarah Hawke speaking. I'm not quite sure what materials that's referring to. I think as the settings and information about new framework planning is provided closer to commencement, I understand the agency provides information in a range of different formats and languages to help participants and prospective participants to get ready for those changes. Great.
So you can confirm that planning materials for the new framework will be made available in other languages.
Senator, I can see Mr. Maitland has
Great.
put up
Mr. Maitland, I'll go to you.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I can confirm that we will be following our usual practice of making sure that materials are available in different languages and in different formats in order to ensure complete and comprehensive accessibility to the scheme in the new framework planning.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much to all of you for appearing before the committee today and for your evidence. The committee will report to the Senate on the 14th of August 2026 and has agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business Monday, the 10th of August 2026. That concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all witnesses who appeared, to the Secretariat staff, to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. The committee reports to the Senate on the 14th of August 2026 and has agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business Monday the 10th of August 2026, and the committee now stands adjourned.